2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least one competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup club champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Hi everyone, I'm Impetuous Panda here at TFT EWC with my favorite team of the event representing EMEA. It's Carmine Core with some of my favorite players in my region as well. So I'm very excited to sit here to do this roundtable and ask you guys a lot of questions about everything related with TFT and this event. When I heard the news that you guys were joining forces, this was like EMEA dream team coming to reality. The 2 best French players in my opinion, with the cousins, Cambiz and Double 61. And the 2 best performing DACH players, the best German players, especially in set 9, I think guys really came up in a big way, Dark Hydra and Wet Jungler. Do you guys feel the same way? Do you guys have extra pressure with the label of Dream Team?
I don't think so. I think for us we are like a normal team, not really the best team, but okay. I don't feel any pressure.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel any pressure either. I'm just super excited to play along those guys and I hope we can show off our skills.
Same for me. I'm very excited to play with them. They are a great player, so yeah, we will make it for sure.
When the team was formed, I'm curious about the formation of the team. When the announcement was made, the qualifying points, how that mattered for the team formation, the direct qualification. Was it immediate that you guys reached out to each other and said, let's make a team? Who started the conversation? Were there any negotiations around, let's do this, let's not do this?
I mean, when we see the format of a tournament, we saw like the best player in Europe and what it was, how would you say?
Automatic?
No, he got enough point for qualification, and we know with Double he's a good player, and like we're thinking about him if we need to take not French player, and it was
the exception.
Yeah, with Hydra, and that's it.
They told me like if we team up together, we will be second seed for sure. So
okay.
It would be like that's why we team up together. So we are auto qualified.
Okay, a mix of respect and direct qualification. How the format worked out. Okay. For me, with French TFT, it's always been very isolated in my opinion from the rest of the countries, mostly due to the language barrier and I guess the comfort you guys have playing together. It was surprising to see 2 Germans with 2 French players. Did you have any considerations for teaming up with a full French team? Was it a hard decision in terms of like the flow of your communication during the games?
I mean, when we talk in the game, we don't have any miscoms. Like we talk great, and yeah, I'm very happy about this. It's not a barrier language.
Must be easy to just say, oh, yeah. I'm playing Syndra, and then understand.
Oh, guys, I have Syndra box with Shojin, so
everyone understands pretty much.
We have good communication in the game, like no miscommunication.
Okay.
Everything's right set.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel like our teamwork is good, and we also have fun playing the game together, and enjoy our time.
How much history have you guys been following the Carmine Core with their creation, with their success in other esports, and in TFT obviously with the French players? Are you guys proud to be representing this org? Is this kind of a long-term thing? Is it only for this event? Can you guys give any insight into this?
I haven't been following Carmine Core too long. I just know them from League, that they're a big team there and that they have a lot of fans there, and they're huge there as well. And I'm just excited to play for an org and TFT and represent someone, so I'm really happy to play for Carmine Core, and I hope I can show my best.
Yeah, same for me. I was very happy when they were asking me to join the org. really didn't follow them like before. First off, I knew that Dublin Campus were at Carmen Corp and they have like a team in Valorant, for example, or League, but didn't follow them too much.
Okay. Looking at the team dynamics, you guys said communication, everything's perfect, sounds like paradise playing together, but are there any roles within your teams? Are there any situations where there's one player that has more of a captain role, has kind of the last say when it comes to your big picture strategy? Is there any player that brings, more like mental peace and stability in terms of making sure everyone is calm and collected in stressful situations?
It's actually hard to say. I feel like it's everyone does their job and everyone communicates and says what we need to do. And we know if someone makes a call, we can listen to it and follow it because we know they're great players. So we don't question the decision.
We just trust each other. So yeah, it's easy for us to talk about it.
Do you guys think if a more difficult situation presents itself, for example, in competition like this with a lot at stake, will there be a need for someone to bring more peace to the team? Do you guys think you're all pretty calm players that are going to stay, obviously have experience playing individually, will stay calm all throughout no matter what happens?
Throughout the game it will be fine that we can remain calm, but maybe after you have a bad loss, someone might be tilted a little bit, but I think we are fine helping each other out.
We have enough tournament experience to stay calm if we lose.
200 collective years of TFT tournament experience. Going now into the meta. This is obviously a new set 12, new meta. Maybe some preferences in terms of certain comps and certain units. Any glaring comps you guys will be playing a lot of? I know Syndra is the obvious one, but when it comes to 4-cost flex, is there anything you guys are going to be playing a lot of? For example, Karma. Any 4-cost units you guys think are underrated that you guys will be maybe still playing despite everyone saying they're not good?
I think we just will play Syndra and Karma every game and let everything else outside of your game plan.
Okay.
So,
Kog'Maw Kassadin, no?
These as well.
Sometimes.
In some spots we would look for them,
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
outside of Karma with the 4-cost, it's very hard to play anything else.
Yeah, I think it's mainly reroll and then someone can maybe flex Karma if he has a good spot for it. And
Would you guys say there's any niche strategies you guys are bringing, any secrets? If it's actual real secret tech, you don't have to say it, but do you guys think you have things that are not solved yet in the current meta that you guys can bring to the tournament?
I was playing like some games of Zoe reroll,
Okay.
but only if I see like Spellblades at 2-1, then I would try to play it.
And Zoe is not too secret anymore. In the last few days, it's been catching fire on Twitter and stuff, so.
Yeah, but like I see it like once in like 5 games in my games,
Okay.
So it's not really played right now.
As much as other rerolls, at least.
I will force Kassadin like you.
Okay. Cam has been contesting on ladder quite a lot these days. What are your strategies around, only one player can lose streak, we have to have one win-out player for sure because it's really important 4v4. Do you guys have any kind of structure to how you guys are playing these games?
I think the basic structure is that we want to send someone from the enemy team 8th place and then one of us to win. So if we get the win, we win the tiebreaker if the points are even, and that's also nice. So we try to grieve one of them. So
rat tactics fully on display this tournament. Holding units, I guess, will be very.
Yeah, West has a bad spot, has to go to hold units to at least go 7.
In 4v4 it's different game, like everyone denying everyone, so.
Do you guys have a set player that is scouting and saying, okay, hold Syndra, hold Kog'Maw, or is it just each of you scouting? And
Everyone tell this.
Okay. I would love to have like one dedicated player who just scouts every round and says to everyone, hey, now hold this, now, okay, you sold this, now hold this. Okay. Looking at augments, a lot of new augments in set 12. For 4v4 specifically, it's a different framework in how thinking, augments like Pilfer work, for example, and a few others. Do you guys have any augments you guys are really excited to play in 4v4 that you guys think have an extra edge in the team format?
Yeah, I would say Pilfer. If you have like a good early game and then you can say like your teammates is lose streaking for sure, and then you just say yes to buy the highest cost unit just to give it to you. If you have like, for example, with the Charm Crystal Ball as well, just to play it together. So I think like Fortune is gonna be hard to play. There will be one player from the other team who's gonna open a fort as well. So that's like, if someone takes it, it's gonna be excited to play, but it's very hard.
Any charms you guys think will be very impactful in the team format that players haven't thought about individually?
I mean, the Elder is one of the best charms in the game, and Last Stand as well. So we'll see if we can take it if we can. We will make it.
And I think in the beginning, Crystal Ball, like what Jungler just mentioned, is really huge because you know who you're fighting, so you can give the communication to the other members, and they know they don't fight those two, so they can kind of figure out the matchmaking more.
Will we see Build-A-Bud into Polymorph in this tournament?
I don't try it.
No?
But
Have any of you pulled it off yet on ladder?
I haven't.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did once, but
What
I
did-
got Cassiopeia, I think so. It didn't work
not
out.
Syndra.
No,
You
Syndra.
just need 2 Razor Blades and a Gunblade and maybe she'll do something.
Yeah, maybe she's useful. Then.
If I have to ask you guys to try and join forces and decide the favorites, the best, the strongest team, the team you respect the most from each of the major regions, what would it be?
From APEC, I would say it's T1.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
You
I
agree?
agree. T1 or Zeta.
Zeta,
Yeah,
yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah.
T1 I think.
NA, I don't know why, but I kind of want to say Vitality, just because I think they're really strong in the early start of the set. Especially like Setsuko and Soju are usually really strong in the.
Okay.
They already
Okay.
tweeted like when they were 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5 in
yeah.
the NA ladder, so they were really strong there.
For China, I think maybe Twisted Mind or Falcons.
Okay.
And these two as well, yeah.
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 For EMEA?
Hey, we will for EMEA.
Yeah.
Cam is already like, well, I mean, you know the answer. Okay, I'll take it that it's you guys. Looking at EWC as an event, obviously for Hydra, your career with esports started with StarCraft way back. You've been playing, since Fortnite days with Double. It's been a long journey, a lot of ups and downs with esports as an industry. EWC, major events, major scale. You guys are seeing here how everything is set up. How excited are you guys to see kind of this dream coming true? Flying out here, meeting other players in person, being able to compete in a massive venue. How important is this for you guys?
It's incredible to play a big tournament like this, to see every best player in the world. I mean, like we play Vegas Open, but now it's the best player in the world, like who qualified with a world point or something like that. So yeah, it's always a pleasure to play versus them.
Yeah, it's really amazing seeing the other top players of the game, and I'm just excited to play after meeting them and talking to them. So can't wait to play my games.
Yeah, same. I'm very excited to play here at EWC. There's every best player from every region. A lot of world champions here, for example. Like almost everyone made worlds once, so it's the top of the top players here.
You guys have traveled here. Any interesting stories already in terms of maybe your prep, your scrims, your travel, any anecdotes that you can share that will shed a bit more personal light on the team dynamics going on behind the scenes?
Double and me, before taking the flight, we play before taking the flight at 7 a.m. And we didn't sleep, and Double just sleep at when we are in the plane.
You guys were grinding nonstop.
Yeah.
I thought about doing the same thing, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, I guess interesting would be when I had to take my flight, I had to wake up really early to get to the airport. So I woke up at 4 a.m. I opened Discord and I saw that Jungler's still online. He's still playing TFT.
Okay, so I think you guys are on the same page on many things in life. Okay, got
Yeah,
it.
Wet and Double face each other in ladder, so
Okay, so you guys knew. You're like, wait a minute. You didn't sleep?
At 3 a.m. I was with Double in the lobby. And he's doing the same strat as me, no sleep, playing
Right.
ladder.
Hopefully some sleep the next few days. It's important, okay guys? That's it for the roundtable with Carmine Core and their players. I'm Petrus Panda. Thank you guys so much for all of your thoughtful answers, and best of luck in this tournament. I hope you guys know the hopes of EMEA are very much on your shoulders.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
I'm Casanova and I'm here interviewing Tidal here at the EWC. And Tidal, I mean, the first thing that I want to ask you is going to be about Zeta. You're working with a new org now, and I just wanted to ask how it feels to be representing Zeta Division.
そうですね。以前よりチームには所属したいと考えていたので、お誘いがあった時にはすごく嬉しい気持ちになりました。
So you were the Runeterra Reforged champion, and you were the runner-up back in Dragonlands, and people often have you in the argument as maybe the best player in all of TFT alongside names like 61 and Hwanmi. And I'm just curious, do you feel pressure to kind of continue that legacy as potentially the best player to ever play TFT?
そうですね。少しプレッシャーを感じることはあります。海外のプレイヤーと比較されたりという経験は今までなかったので、そうですね。優勝して以来はそういったプレッシャーも感じるようになりました。
Alright, now I want to talk a little bit more about Magic and Mayhem. What have your thoughts been on set 12? What are some of the compositions that you're very excited to play?
はい、私は、セット12、セット12が大好きです、コンポジション構成に関してなんですが、僕は、好きな構成というより得意な構成なんですけど、エルドリッチをプレイするのが好きです。
There's a lot of respect that the other Japanese players have had for you for a very long time. And now that at the EWC we're playing a team format, I'm curious if you've kind of fallen naturally into a captain role, or if not, what is the team dynamic overall of your team?
そうですね。キャプテンというより、そうですね。僕がインゲーム中は積極的に声出しをしてみんなを引っ張っていくというポジションになったのかなと思っております。
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. Before we end Tidal, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to the fans at home?
日本の方だけでなく海外の方からもたくさん応援されることがあるんですが、そのご期待に添えられるよう EWC で結果を残したいと思います。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, thank you so much for the interview, Tidal, and good luck at the EWC.
Thank you.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome to day 2 of the Esports World Cup presents TFT. My name is Crusherfit. This here's my big brother, General Ben. General Ben, today 4 teams are going to be eliminated, and when that happens, their keys are going to get crushed. Ain't that right?
That is right, yes.
But we don't need no way to make a crushing happen, because you can crush anything, can't you, Ben?
That is true.
You try with this key. You sound like an elephant, Ben. But the key's still intact. I think we need ourselves an even stronger piece of crushing equipment. Have we got something like that, Ben?
Right there. But look at this fine specimen of machinery.
Oh my gosh, that could crush absolutely anything. How many keys we're gonna crush here today?
4 keys, Peter.
4 keys. That's a lot of keys and a lot of disappointed teams. We're looking forward to seeing it happen. Ooh.
Second day of TFT at the Esports World Cup. 16 teams competing for the lion's share of $550,000. Today is day 2 of the group stage as well, which means that 4 teams will be sent home. Their keys as well as their dreams will be crushed as they fail to make the end of this tournament. Who's it gonna be? Let's find out.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Well, second day of TFT here at EWC. I'm your host, Ginny, for today, joined on the analyst floor by some of the most loveliest analysts that we have over in TFT. So let's break this one down, because how are we feeling about the fact that after today, only 12 teams will be one step closer to that final and also putting their name down in history?
Exactly. I mean, keys are going to get crushed on day number 2. That's pretty crazy to imagine. I mean, we saw surprises yesterday. We saw some incredible TFT throughout the day. Super exciting to see what's happening in day number 2.
Yeah, day 1, meta developments, not so much. Team play, format developments, very much so. It's a unique format for TFT. I've been living and breathing TFT since the set launch, and I just want more.
How many games have you played?
Don't ask.
100%. I got a chance to talk to players recently, and they were doing bot reviews at night, late bot reviews.
The one who won, they were very highful, they were very perfect and joyful. The one who lose, they were very concentrated and with a cold mind. So I would really like to see how they improve, the one in winning brackets and the one in losing.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind particularly is there is that lower bracket, and some teams got knocked into that yesterday. And I want to talk about the expectations that we have heading into this. I feel like for me particularly, when I'm looking at the teams that did really well and maybe even the upset, Fnatic really comes to mind here.
No, I think that was the big upset of day number one. I think that everyone coming into this, everyone was calling them the super team. Everyone was calling them the best team. They have the reigning world champion, Dish Soap, on their team as well, which everyone was like, hey, they're going to be able to win this group pretty easily. But losing yesterday, now they're in the lower bracket, so it's do or die for them today.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the recap, particularly from yesterday and how everything played out, because that might have been an upset, but we had some crazy games overall.
That being said, with Fnatic, Z10 is Z10 is a team that I personally know. Alan ZQ, their captain, very, very well. Stuart, I've played many games. Alan ZQ has played like 50 more than me.
50
how
more
much
than
is many?
PB, many is like 150. Alan,
Okay,
with
okay.
PB is into like the 300s maybe.
We have to remember, this is like in 8 days as well.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
So when it comes to individual performances and really carrying your team in terms of knowledge and the nuances of a new set of TFT with the overload of information, Z10, I'm not surprised. They kind of upset Fnatic. And they'll be doing, I think, the same maybe today against T1.
Yeah, other upsets, we have KC also, the first one in qualification because of the points. They have so many representation, going to the worst stage so many times, mainly for KC. Double Canvas also in the last transition round, and also Zeta. Zeta didn't perform as we would have expected, including individual talent for talent from title, but that's when the 4v4 comes in. Is the team good enough, or only the players are performing well?
Yeah, and I think also brings a question in terms of what teams do we think have overperformed. Maybe teams that coming into this, we had certain expectations or we were a little wary in terms of how they will be performing. If you had to put teams or even players individually that you think have really, really brought a great light, who would you pick?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like the players on Z10, like you said, Alan ZQ as well, have been performing pretty well. The players on MSJ as well, I think a huge upset yesterday, them being able to win the series yesterday. I think overall we've had some crazy expectation in terms of the players coming into this.
Yeah.
A lot of players have underperformed, but also players have also overperformed as well.
Even Fnatic, with the loss, you look at Malala, you look at Dish Soap, you look at, champs, absolute champs in TFT. It was Kyun who was the MVP for their team yesterday, and that's maybe a surprise for many players coming into this event. So I think it's all about, as a team, as a cohesive unit, performing well. Learning what happened yesterday, see the mistakes, and coming in today and improving the meta, but also the team play as well.
Yeah, and also the players had well performed, and then maybe they got a top 8, but they helped the team. So it happened with Bintium. He got 8th, then he got 1st, and then he got 8th, but the team won. So that was amazing, 2nd place. And then Michael did the same. Michael is the hero of Toronto Ultra. He got 8th, but then he win it out in the next game, closing the match in a 2-0. So it's amazing to see that we don't have the hero player all the time. They're actually taking roles on it.
Yeah, and I think back and forth from these teams and from the players is something that we're looking forward to because teamwork really makes the dream work this time around when we have this format going on. But when it comes to the Aramco highlights, the plays that we really thought stood out to us, I think we're spoiled for choice this time around. But let's start off particularly with the first one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at the highlights. I mean, in general, we had some crazy highlights. We're going to see the 5th play here. We're going to be seeing the plays.
That's a lot of gold, Stuart.
I mean, that is a lot of gold.
I'm not counting, but it's a huge gold injection.
I think in general, the big thing is being able to try and hit the crazy amount of units. I mean, we see a Tom Kench 3-star there. Maybe not so good by itself, but still an incredible play.
Are you underestimating the catfish? Because I absolutely love Tom Kench in this set.
The importance of Syndra here, obviously the one who gets the Syndra 3 will go as the hero of the lobby trying to get that 1st place. And obviously the best variation is the Vanguard that we're seeing just now.
And I think that leads us pretty nicely in towards what we've been seeing from yesterday when it comes to that Syndra particularly. I felt like that was the talk of the town, but it was also what every single team wanted to get their hands on.
Most played comp, best stats. In TFT, there's a shared unit pool. Usually if it's the most played comp, you're contesting other players, you're having a bad time. It is not the case coming to day 2. Everyone should be playing Syndra.
I mean, 4 of the 5 best plays, I think we're seeing right here.
On the down low.
But I think it's also the positioning as well, right? We saw yesterday, especially from like Bintum on T1, I think his positioning on Syndra and the positioning of the front line is also super important.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that the Syndra is also, even though she does AoE damage, she needs to make sure that she targets the right units and you place your front line correctly to be able to protect the Syndra so she can ramp up during the fight.
Besides the Syndra pick that we've seen a lot and everybody and their goldfish playing it yesterday, is there another champion that heading into today we think we will be seeing a little bit more of? Is there anything when it comes to dealing with the Syndra that we are expecting teams to bring out? Because of course it is a newer set, you're adapting and you're learning as you go, and the meta read here is crucial to be able to close out games.
I think in general, if you want to try and beat Syndra at the moment, I think there's been a lot of tempo comps that have also been performing pretty well. We're speaking of like the vertical comps, things like 10 Portal that we saw yesterday, 9 Fairy as well. I think that is a win condition against the Syndra because the Syndra will struggle against all the healing that the 9 Fairy will do, for example, the 10 Portals with the huge amount of AoE damage and healing that can be done.
Yeah, we had an idea that maybe other 2-cost reroll will be important, such as Cosmos, such as Cassidy, but they're actually not performing. So I totally agree with you, Stuart. The vertical comps, if you are enabled by a significant element that gives you the emblem, could be the way to go.
I think Kog'Maw was the victim of a lot of griefing yesterday. Always Kog'Maw being held by other players. That was a big reason I think it performed so poorly. Kassadin in the right hands with the right understanding of how to play this comp, I think it performed really well. We saw Soju in that game 1 Vitality versus KC. We saw Volta performing 2 games, a 2-0 win against GK, for example. I think Kassadin in the right hands with understanding of how that comp works and how it can tempo ult out stage 3 and 4 is a big one. And the new reroll on the block, Zoe Scholars, still I think a misunderstood comp that can do very well in day 2.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to be playing out. But yesterday as well, particularly, we had the Doritos highlights. So let's have a look at those because there is so much emotion, action, and just all in all friendship going on here at TFT at EWC. All right, a lot of happiness that we saw yesterday, and I think as well what we need to take into consideration is we're going to be seeing a lot of keys getting crushed today. So this happiness could potentially turn into a little bit of sadness with the symbolic of having to give your key away to the other team, to the team that defeated you. I'm excited to see how that's going to play out. Your feelings about that? Have you seen any keys crushed already?
I've seen some key crush.
Yeah?
I was here last week as well. The keys crush, especially when the key gets hand over, the emotion goes through you as well. It's just like, that feeling is going to be so hurtful. But as you mentioned, in terms of celebration, since this is the first time we're seeing like a LAN 4v4 tournament, it's so great to see TFT players actually celebrating together.
Right?
It's like kind of the first time we've ever seen that. Normally they're celebrating by themselves, but seeing the reactions is so great.
Yeah, and particularly when we're looking at the keys that are going to be crushed, it does end the journey for the teams here. You need to be top 8 in order to qualify for EWC Club Championship points, and you're not going to get that if you're out today, and that will impact the standings. Currently, Falcons, they are miles ahead of any other team with 2 wins as well under their belt, followed up by Team Liquid, but Liquid doesn't really have anyone here today.
Yeah, I want to highlight T1 here, 1,000 points, and if they get a first place in the final day, that's 2,000 points that they could easily have. They've been playing so amazing, and we saw it in the interview. You interview the people from KC, everyone, and they got as the APAC representative T1 with amazing performance, so it's a possibility.
Navi as well in TFT in that top 10, but unfortunately yesterday that was a 2-0 loss, so they have to come back to stay alive today in day 2.
And we're looking at the prize pool as well, and when you're that first space, you really get the majority of the $500,000 prize pool to keep in mind. But when it came to yesterday, we are looking at how the game played out. Zeta going up against Wolves, with Wolves taking that win, and GK against Breaching out. And I think GK, that's the team that we're going to be talking about a little bit later. But from the day one, from the takeaways from some of these teams that weren't able to make it, what do you think was the biggest mistake that we're coming through?
GK had some problem with being physically focused. They had some travel issues making it here, didn't have a chance to scrim as much. I think today that will be solved. And also I think the fact that their meta, they played very off meta. This is the first balance patch in TFT in set 12 where if you get creative, you will be punished. These are top TFT players who love thinking, I'm the best in the world, I can do whatever I want and find success. It's not so much the case.
Yeah, and that's the first match that we're going to be looking up against Zeta, so these teams really are going to have to prove themselves. When it comes to the other matches that we're looking forward to today, are you looking forward to Falcons Toronto?
Oh, I mean, I think every single game today is going to be crazy, right? I think Falcons Toronto is going to be insane. That's going to be whoever wins that makes it to the playoffs as well, which is going to be really, really huge. But even so, a Common Core against Twisted Minds, both teams we didn't expect to see in the lower bracket. One of them is going to see their keys get.
Yeah, I think it's totally amazing that teams that were the favorites coming in the tier list that every content creator was making around the world are actually now in the lower bracket. So the upset could be more now in the times to come, and the favorite teams could fall down on day 2.
Exactly, and you're going to get your key crushed if that is the case. But either way, we have our casters ready for a quick checking to see what they think ahead of the match.
All right, well, of course, from what everyone you guys have been saying on the desk, this is a big day, and we can't forget, of course, the journey these teams have taken, even to get to the EWC at all.
No, absolutely a huge one here, right? GK, like they went for the open qualifiers over in the Americas region here. Had a rough go at it yesterday, but I think very importantly for me personally, I think that they showcased themselves having a decent understanding of the format of going into the 8th place in both of their games, and maybe they can carry that on through to today as well, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's going to be a hell of a day.
Great day today. Thank you guys so much for that. I'm looking forward as well to see whether or not GK is going to be coming out on top. But I also want to ask you guys one more question when it comes to the other matches that we have. We've already discussed it a little bit of the desk, but if you have to pick out one of the matches that we're going to be having a look at today, besides GK Zeta, who would it be? Which match do you think everybody needs to keep their eye on?
I don't know, I'm really excited to see Fnatic versus Weibo just because of them being upset in the first round means I think they've got a lot left to prove, and to have a really tough opponent coming in for their second game as well. It's do or die, of course, for so many teams, but Fnatic as a favorite particularly.
And that is also going to be the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. Fnatic going up against Weibo Gaming. And again, it highlights the expectations, but also the pressure when it comes to a team like Fnatic, because looking at it from the grand scheme of things, Fnatic is a team that has had multiple teams at multiple different games. They were here in week 1 when it came to League of Legends. They were here for PUBG. They're now here as well for TFT. They have a lot of teams, but when we're looking at the standings, they're not on there yet.
They're not up there at all. I mean, they've been, I feel like in general, the organization came in with a lot of high hopes, and definitely for the Esports World Cup. As you mentioned, I feel like they've been pretty underperforming, and I think a lot of people coming into this thought that Fnatic were going to take them 1,000 points at the end, but now they have to kind of claw their way back after day number 1.
I think for the Americas, this was similar to the KC announcement. This was the dream team for America. You have the back-to-back champs. You have Kyun, who's a very strong player, and Weijin, who's like Jungler, this young, rising player who has insane raw skill. That first loss to Z10, I think, really stopped them in their tracks, with their coach Ferran as well helping out behind the scenes. I would be surprised if they're eliminated today.
Yeah, but instead we're going to be talking about the first game that we're going to be looking at, GK going up against Zeta. And this is, as we said, a bit of a shoes to fill for both of these teams here. When we're looking at Zeta particularly, from yesterday, what was your biggest takeaway when it came to their performance?
Yeah, totally. Zeta, we were expecting Tidal to be the hero, to be the one who are going to carry the game, but actually he took more of a passive performance. We're talking about this. Stuart, he was actually helping the team a lot and taking the loss, holding units for the rest of the players and trying to go for the team and getting the win. In the end, it was a tight series. It was 2-1. So actually not the best for them. Individual performance, I think it was good, but I think we will need to see more teamwork. Not only for Tidal, for the rest, maybe rolling at the same time, looking for that combat summon in the same moment and pressuring. We saw, for example, in Toronto, that was the way of playing, and that was the way they could win out and pressure more the rest of the lobby.
I think that just shows kind of the flexibility of this format as well. Not one player can just take one role in this type of format. You know, Tidal, as you mentioned in day number 1, was taking that more of a sacrificial role, taking Pandora's bench. At one point, had 6 Syndra's on the bench, just basically taking it away from anyone else. Syndra. Exactly, not even playing Syndra, just keeping it away from everyone else. But I feel like in general, I feel like the whole team needs to step up. It was a pretty close series yesterday, but I feel like Tidal and also obviously Taro and Kess, who also performed pretty well at Project PBE.
Who do we think from GK should be stepping up this time around?
I think it's Dobbs. Similar to Tidal, Dobbs is the experienced player. He's the veteran from Brazil. He's done the best at champs compared to these 4 players. And he did the worst yesterday, similar to Tidal in terms of the stats. So these are players that have to rise up, become the heroes that are kind of as expected from them. And the biggest thing for both teams, don't be creative. Don't play off meta. Usually you want to, but these I think are the 2 teams yesterday that played the most off meta and had the poorest results.
Yeah, I totally agree. Dobbs has to be the sage. Also BCLF, a great veteran, going to Worlds several times. Babseda, the new gun of this team, actually so young, only a year in TFT. Most of these players have played TFT since set 1. Since the beginning, Babseda is the new talent that will come up and maybe be the hero for Brazil.
And if you want to cast your vote in terms of which team you think will be coming out victorious, head over to secplay.gg and let us know who you think will be coming out on top. I want to throw this one back to you, Stuart, here, because I'm going to have to throw you under bus. I am so sorry. You're the closest to me. GK Zeta, if you have to give us a prediction, who'd take it?
I think Zeta takes it 2-1.
Okay.
I think GK in general comes in as one of the underdogs, I think, of the whole tournament. I think Zeta with Title on the team, definitely going to step up.
Well, we're ready to head on to stage with Zeta against GK.
The time is here, the time is now for the Esports World Cup, presenting Teamfight Tactics. My name is Jasmine. Joining me on this gorgeous stage, I have Fancy. The magic is underway. The mayhem did ensue for yesterday as well. How are you feeling about day 2?
Absolutely, day 2 is going to be different for other teams, because yesterday we saw a lot of wins happening and a lot of teams advancing in the group stage, but tonight we have a lot of keys to crush. On stage we're crushing 3 keys and another one on the backstage. All of the teams face eliminations. There's no other chance to continue the tournament.
Keys will be crushed, dreams will be crushed, hopes will be broken and shattered. But you know what, Fancy? I think without further ado, we should go ahead and introduce our first 2 teams. First up, we have none other than Zeta Division. The Japanese representatives with Title leading the charge. This might very well be his last shot at redemption. From first in Runeterra Reforged to 17th in Tactician's Crown, it is now or never.
And their opponents, please welcome GK Esports. This team went 0-2 last night, and now they sit at the bottom of their group facing elimination. There is no other way for them to advance other than to win this tournament. Otherwise, they are out of it. But going 0-2 is something that they have to do, because they are on the big stage and it's time for redemption.
It is time, Fancy, indeed. This is going to be Brazil taking on Japan. The representatives butting heads. Who's going to walk away with a victory?
There's so much to talk about for this match. Zeta Division versus GK Esports. Both of them face elimination. So how about we go to the casters and talk more about this match?
Thank you very much. It's our honor to be able to bring you the opening game or opening series of day 2. As he said, it's going to be a lot of broken dreams. In fact, the great sage Samuel Hapgood did say this is a boulevard of broken keys, and that's what's going to be paving the way forward for our teams.
But the good thing is they're not walking that lonely road alone, right? They're walking there with their teammates, getting in there, doing all of that work here. We saw yesterday Zeta Division, one of the closest series overall. Incredible gameplay they showed against the Wolves. Some people would define that as an upset, right? Zeta Division losing Title, amazing player coming out. Japan, one of the best to ever do it. But for me, I'm looking towards this GK squad. What can they do? The Brazilian underdogs, a team that many people, many teams even have kind of deemed as one of the weakest teams all in the competition. Now it's time for them to show what they're made of.
Yeah, they lost 0-2 against Branching Out last time around. In terms of lessons learned then heading into day 2 from GK, you know, where do you think they need to really tighten up their play in their game?
I mean, we spoke a little bit with the Branching Out team at lunch just a minute ago, right? And they're talking about the fact that in game 1, they got to play uncontested Syndra pretty much, which is
wild.
Which is incredibly weird to say in the meta that we're in right now, but something that they did do incredibly well yesterday was avoiding the 8th place, right? Their sacking player, Peter, did his job amazingly well, held on, griefed the enemy team, and avoided the 8th place, which opens up so many more scenarios for that win.
You can see on the GK side of things, you know, they seem to be in good spirits coming in today. Of course, 3 games played across the series, or well, potentially 3 games. Of course, 2 could send a team out. So over to Zayt's division, they went 1-2 against the Wolves, as he mentioned it before, as we get into our first game. Same sort of question. You know, Tile was only able to make into the top 4 a single time across the 3 games. What would you like to see change the most from their side?
Honestly, I don't know what we need to change here, right? Because a lot of the things that went wrong in game number 3 yesterday was down to that opening augment. It's such a critical part of the 4v4 situation because it really is what defines how you're able to push the tempo. And we can see here right now, Peter, it is going to be that golden prelude most likely. So hero augments on the horizon potentially as well to kind of open up some niche reroll lines. Let's see where we end up going.
Yeah, and further on to what you were saying there, I'm really excited to see if we do get any of our really specific lines coming out in force, as it does seem like, yes, as has been the case across the tournament so far, for the most part of players, they want to bring down the variability of the game. Golden Prelude, exactly as you say, we've got a little bit more predictability to play with.
Also, I will shout out Tidal for using this specific arena. It is my arena of choice as well. Real recognized, real, it is one of those old school ones. Back in the day when we had the damage being delayed, that was like how
you ran away from the damage.
This one was one of the ones we used this one to run away alongside some of the others from that same pass back in the day. But just to see what we're getting on here, Peter. There's 2 reroll lines kind of opening up on this initial observation from Tidal, and we saw him yesterday kind of being one of the players that was going down that reroll line alongside the likes of the Pilfer opening as well.
Well, I mean, let's open up the conversation a little bit, which, to further what they were saying on the desk about, the different kind of comps that can work well. Honey Monster, Cogmore, of course, we've got 2 pieces of here, had terrible stats. David was saying it was because it's contested. Are you of the same kind of mind as well?
Absolutely right. So a little bit of a secret here. I have lost 150 LP this season in 5 games of trying to play Cogmore. Just kind of say that I'm no expert on this, but I'm an expert of what goes wrong when you play this competition.
You're an expert on what's been happening to our players in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's because it's so difficult to get this composition online when you're having your units cannibalized by the enemy team, right? It's like them holding that onto them, ensuring that there is no way for you to go. You're so reliant on those freestyle upgrades coming through here. And a very interesting tempo opener, potentially also opening up here for Cass. Look at this, right? Shyvana and Cassiopeia shot prompted against those, but he has the Eldritch online.
Of course, we know the school mascot is potentially going to be coming out in short order to make this an extremely strong start. Not going to be, in this case, of course, we'll be keeping our eyes out across the field for any particularly spicy ones.
Yeah, but 2 very interesting augment choices here, but goes directly for that all that shimmers here. Ooh. And we were talking about yesterday the lack of that Mogul's Mail being brought out, but this time around, it is going to be brought into the mix.
I know you've brought up before with your Mogul's Mail, if you can have that one frontline who can stay alive forever, then it's amazingly good. I think your particular favorite was the Wukong there, your Wukong 3-star being able to stay up and keep that gold generating.
It's just the fact that it's so going to be very difficult in stage 2 to get it triggered because a lot of the frontline units will be relatively squishy when you don't have a belt to slam on there. But Mordecai, so in of his own right here, pretty solid unit to freeze. That's a little bit ahead of the power curve. Should be able to start farming some gold. But even then, I've had games where I've barely farmed any gold from this item on stage 2, and then I've had to farm 50, 60 gold over the course of a game. It is so powerful. And I'm just excited to see whether or not that's going to be something that Kets can steamroll into a strong opening here. But look at the other side of the field here from ECLF. Double itemization here on the front line, going for the full on-tempo game plan with the Dragon's Fall off them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Maybe if there was a weak board for Kets to walk into, but we do get little blips on the left-hand side, as do some of these, or all of the organs, in fact, that have been picked up early on. I know at breakfast we were discussing Title notoriously picked up the Metabolic Accelerator in day 1. Didn't go well for him. Kaito will do the same thing again for Japan. What's your read on this?
So there are different ways of going about this, right? And a very big one to kind of keep in mind here is going to be the way that you're going to kind of look into things with, because again, it allows you the opportunity to sack for your teammates. You're going to be able to kind of tank the losses a little bit more effectively, because again, kind of like Tiny Titans here, it's a shared HP pool all across the game. So with that continuous healing coming out here, you get to like around 10 extra HP per stage to work with in terms of like being able to kind of figure out where you want to go gameplay-wise.
Yeah, well, hopefully it will work out better for Japan this time. There was kind of the interesting, I think you were saying, back before, you didn't actually want to see Japan changing what they were doing necessarily, just the circumstantial things around their play. So I can admire that, honestly, from Zay's division, say, we've got a plan coming into this event, we've got a particular style we want to play, we know it's good, we just need the dice to fall where they need to.
Interesting Augment here as well on the side of Taro with that Transfiguration here. So we'll be going for a very charm-heavy game plan in the early game. Going to get as many components as kind of play this tempo off. It's kind of something I want to grab for a second here because it was a double component opener here, right? No free components, which means that any augments that will give you any of those extra components, extra combat power here in the early stages of the game will allow you to dictate the tempo of stage 2.
All right, so BabZero with a pretty reasonably good thrown together ball for the time being, but Archer will be coming in here. You said this, we're talking coming into this one Archer player we're hoping to see perform very well, picking up the 2 healthy to make this ball last longer, and also having the Ginsu so early on along with that Syndra. This feels like a very solid start.
Yeah, we saw yesterday people full on opening when they picked up the 2 healthy just to get themselves as set up as possible for this Syndra reroll line. Again, the Rage Blade now has become one of the critical items on the Syndra now. The scaling of her ability with those additional casts, putting extra power into her abilities all throughout the game, means that any combination of items that will just allow her to attack and cast as often as possible is going to be much more valuable than raw AP.
Well, yeah, we can see here in this round, even if it looks like it's not going to necessarily get the win against BabZero, who has a Syndra of his own, we have got scaling up actually at least doing a very good job of holding on with that extra HP, and Archer not just getting it in a lot of stacks, but actually building up a very solid early win streak.
It's worth noting here, so when you are playing 2 healthy, there's a little bit more synergy along the shapeshifter line as well, right? So you get extra HP to work with on those transformations as well. So super fun one to look at here as well. Opening carousel, there is a Syndra with a glove here, not the worst options of choice. Is Nops going to be a blocker here for the enemy team? Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here, as we do see Kato going directly for that good old-fashioned Syndra on that carousel here. Get a brief overlook on what's going on here. Something to keep in mind as we do see the action unfold here. VCLF with that duplicator, we didn't talk too much about the start of the game, Peter, will be something to keep an eye out. Title the same as well.
Yeah, I want to kind of bring us out to the big picture as well. Notable, we've had several games where being able to put down a lot of domination early on has worked out extremely well. We're a couple of rounds away from potentially having GK Esports bring 2 players on win streaks through stage 2.
Yeah, that's going to be super interesting to see whether or not that is going to hold on, because they could tag into each other, and then you got to figure out who has the best chance of holding on to the win streak into stage 3. And that's a very difficult one to kind of do, and something you can't really plan around here at this point of the stage. So it will be very interesting to see whether or not that's going to be the case. As they do face up, it does seem. No matter they do not face up, I am missing here.
To be fair, there's a lot of more Kaisers going around these days.
Forward, right, as well. That's kind of like I thought in Milan, I'm like, okay,
it's a spot the difference kind of situation here, absolutely. But so we might see them both getting stopped a little bit short. It looks like on the left-hand side, VCLF is completely fine with this round. The Eldritch Brawl breaking out on the right-hand side, I think it might still be good enough. At least has been doing a lot of work. We've got some stacks on the Syndra. It's going to be tight towards the tail end. This would be huge if Syndra could just finish the job.
I think she managed to finish the job there. Yeah, she did for Archer, right? So,
oh boy.
I put a note here as well, right? So, right now it's a GK Savage in and around the standings as well. Here again, the 4-streak not necessarily as relevant as it used to be in the past. You don't get the extra goal for it, but if VCLF and Archer are able to dodge each other here, I'm going to be very interested to see how they're going to invest into keeping their streaks alive.
Yeah, that's absolutely well. GK controlling both the winning streaks, both the lost streaks as well. That's a massive quantity of money coming in. And if we're all about that Syndra reroll, you have to get up to that kind of reroll state faster. It's going to be huge for the game.
Yeah, let's see here. Now they are going to dodge each other here, so Taro will be taking a beating from VCLF's board here. And again, this is kind of predictable, as I was talking about, with the slam of that Ionic Spark in the early game here, off the back of those early components being dropped here. And when you get a tempo item that's very catch-all, very flexible in a 2-component opener, and you can play for a win streak, identifying that spot and going for it is going to be incredibly powerful, because again, sure, the damage at this point in the game will not be as big as in the late stage of the game here, but you are still putting a ton of pressure on your opponents.
All right, well, great news for Brazilian fans. GK Esports control both of the win streaks. We'll see in a second if they control both the lost streaks as well. BabZero, yeah, I think it's not quite as clean for the lost streaks as it is for the win streaks, but ultimately, that's a massive amount of money into Brazilian pockets heading into stage 3, making it to PvE.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we're going to see people start holding on here. We saw someone with a Kog'Maw 2 more or less on the bench there, so It is going to be an interesting spot to kind of figure out how they're going to approach this here. Dobbs now looking towards a potential multi-striker line here as well with that spell play, something that we've spoken about at length here, really opening up an additional damage source for the likes of the Captain and the rest of the multi-strikers.
Yeah, well, talk to me a little bit about multi-strikers, because of course, we had a lot of stats to pull through from day one. Of course, we'll have more stats when day 2 is done, but certainly the numbers didn't look great for multi-striker, and one that really stood out for me was a very high 8th rate for the composition.
Yeah, but the thing is that when you hit the Catherine for you get the Catherine reroll itself going, it's absolutely powerful, one of the strongest compositions in the game, but if you don't hit that Catherine, you're then forced to transfer into the Callista as your main carry. Very often you can't find that 7 multi-striker vertical. You are going to struggle to stabilize and could find yourself in an 8th position, because again, when you're re-rolling heavily, you will end up like losing it. You can't even find that Catherine 2, which will make you stable with the correct itemization choices all throughout Stage 3 and Stage 4. You will not have the time to make the necessary adjustments on towards the likes of the Callista play.
All right, well, it looks like we might be running into a little bit of a lost streaking from Zeta's side of things. Taro will be one of those players who's been trying to put together a lost streak of his own. Does have pretty good items for the Syndra. We can see Syndras everywhere. There was a kind of discussion coming up. This morning was saying maybe we are going to be seeing games with 4 Syndra players being played just because the stats back up. That may well be the right thing to do.
Yeah, and again, you just gotta have to accept the fact that we're gonna be seeing multiple people on Syndra, even maybe just in the early game for now, but even then, it is one of the best item builders to then go into the likes of the common composition that we haven't really spoken too much about just yet here. 3-2 Augment selection coming through now. This could be any 3 of the rarities, and it will be the silver ones here. So stuff like Pandora's Bench Speed are very powerful in this format here, because you can buy yourself extra time to get those 3 stars online. You can also roll randomly into the 2 costs or 3 or whatever your opponents are trying to hold as well. So it's a really interesting dynamic, and you can kind of pull out a power spike out of nowhere.
Well, we'll see which silver augments come through across the field in a second. As you said, Pandora's Bench is exceptionally powerful. Worth noting, so the Brazilian team, they have the 4 streaks coming into Stage 3. They now only have 2 of those. Japan managed to break a little bit of the hold. Look in the middle of the pack as well on the right-hand side. Title is starting to pick up a little bit of steam. We came into the tournament expecting him to be the big hitter for the Japanese side. Maybe this is the game that happens.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what happens. But with the fact you're on level 6 already, you're not going to be playing the Ashe Jax line you're talking about just a second ago here. But look, again, keep in mind here, Babsera could have just held on to the Synders, but now will be rerolling them instead, trying to get that Catherine, but going with a very heavy build here. And again, look at the economy on the side of Taro here. He's gone all the way down, just trying to make himself an absolute menace all throughout this Stage 3 here, relying on that Mogul smell to get him back above the thresholds.
Yeah, picking up the old one to enhance the unit in the center of the board means that we were worried about the Mordekaiser being able to stay up and generating gold. He's an absolute monster in the center of the field, as we do see Title picking up win number 4. It feels like the field is starting to shift here, Wheater.
Yeah, and I also want to talk about something here, right? So yesterday, Cedar, they lost the Wolves. They were all using the same little legend. All the Cedar boys now on the good old-fashioned Sprite, Peter. So
it's a classic.
It definitely is one of the classics here, so I'm going to love to see that come into the mix now. Babsera was the player we're talking about that had that Cogmore 2 on the bench now. Has found himself a very early Cogmore 3 here, and that's going to be one of the successful criteria. He also has that Olaf here that can transform into a secondary carry, not going towards the Blaster line with that Tristana secondary carry, which makes the composition a little different. And I think that from most people here, speaking to Drewbay, for example, right, really talking about how they prefer having the Jinx to fund the line and stuff.
Yeah, certainly. I do like that the Hunter's got a lot of different ways to go there. We see Dobbs on the other side with the beginning of the Castellan reroll, just getting deleted immediately. The single target damage here from the Cogmore is pretty frightening.
Yeah, something we haven't spoken too much about here either, right, as we do see Unleash the Beast being picked up here on the side of Title, I believe, right? It is an interesting one for sure, because the main things about Cassidy is you need to have some way to avoid having downtime. A lot of people use QSS, a lot of people use the Edge of Night here, but with the Sterix Gauge now providing that CC reduction for a bit of immunity even, right? Really strong, really powerful tool. It just means like you can kind of go around and do other things with your items instead.
All right, as we come to our Stage 3 carousel, we will take stock of where we are, and we're looking at a very different situation now coming to the back half of Stage 3. We now see 3 Zeta Division members from being stuck in the middle of the pack. They've clawed their way up into the top 3 positions. What a change we were from the start of Stage 3.
Yeah, and I think that's just about like how you manage to navigate your position. We saw a very heavy investment from the seeded division side of things in towards this stage 3, because the most important stage in the game at the moment is going to be that stage 4, and stage 3 really lays the foundations here for that as well. Here we can see one of the biggest adaptations here as well, with the Charms now being able to pick up 10 gold for the price of 6, I believe, with all of those missing connections coming in here. Quick, small adaptations here as well with the gold remover, getting the items onto the right unit as well.
So, okay, so we switch things across to an Akali carry, at least for the time being. And with the 2 Zergs, you said, going to be absolutely titanic to be able to hold in the middle of the board. We have now got a 3-item Cosmo on the other side, though. I just don't think at this point in the game, even with the Zergs, nothing stands in that Cosmo 3's way.
No, and that's the big deal here. Both on the senior division streaks being broken here. Title taking a loss. Absera is by far the strongest player in the lobby right now. Has hit all of his stuff here. But also just better with these the beast now. It opens up that Akali's secondary carry to do so much more work. When she dives into the backline, she will no longer be CC'd and unable to move. So very interesting to see, especially with the combination of that Edge of Night as well. Doubles her ability as well with the Hand of Justice. Just fighting for that longevity in the fights.
All right, so as we come to the end of stage 3, Title getting stopped in his tracks a little bit, but Kez managed to keep things on. Babsera from the GK side of things, keeping up a good head of steam. Tara, who we're checking with now, you mentioned, of course, the ability to scale up by picking up some more charms as we go along. Still, we've had some good items on our Syndra for quite some time here, and with the Cassiopeia paired for more, again, single target damage to complement the multi-target of the Syndra.
Yeah, but most of the time people will be going for Karma as secondary carry in the competition. Karma just goes into everything, Peter, right?
True.
Looking at this here as well now, Absera should be more than fine here, especially with that elf, even though that Elfin Spawn will kind of be doing a ton of work to kind of remove the front line here of Babsera, but as long as this Cogmore gets to ramp up with the Rage Blade, he should be more than fine.
So, I mean, again, we came in today not expecting very much from the Cogmore boards here. Is this jittery just because it's not being contested, we're seeing the full potential?
I think so for sure, because again, you also hit very early on, you hit on free too, that's a little bit ahead of the curve as well, so you get to power up, you don't have to exceed all of your economies to like maintain a strong board as well. That's a big deal here. That stabilization here as well is super important. And the very interesting things you notice as well is we do get this overlay up here, thank you to our production team. BCLF has not rolled a single time so far this game.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see. I mean, you can trust that with players like Taro and like Kez, who've spent over, we've been just going absolutely crazy on that one. I'm really interested to see, we said stage 4 being so important, how this one works out with both teams having members on heavy win streaks coming in. But only, again, DK controlling those loss streaks towards the bottom. You have the upgrades coming in. Of course, we'd love to reroll those 2-star units as well for the potential for a big win.
Yeah, really excited to see what is going to be happening here. What is the game plan for the likes of Dobbs here? A player, as we heard David talk about on the pre-show, the player that is seen as the ace here. On this multi-striker line. We know he is contested, you can see right now in the picture here, and that is going to be that Akali free coming through on that side of the field here. So going to be way harder for Dobbs, who's already struggling here. And this is one of the reasons why you see spots like this you're talking about before with the multi-strikers having a very high 8-frame. Spots like these can be very hard to navigate correctly.
Yeah, I suppose at least the good news for Dobbs is he's not overly invested in the Akali as of yet. In the same way we saw from the other side of the equation. See how Arjo has picked up the featherweights to rely for the Syndra, who is armed exclusively with cast acceleration to continue to be a massive menace.
Just looking at how this fight is going to unfold, we do see that on the top, we've seen 2 Rage Blades alongside a Nash's 2 for Cassia, just all out on attack speed. As soon as you're going to figure out, it's going to be a triple gold game as well to work with, Peter.
All right, well, it does mean we at least keep an even kill, but I do want to draw attention as these augments come in to Dobbs, I believe we'll be dropping in with in a second. These are indeed his augments. We know the Castle reroll is being tried, but he's on 23 HP right now, and he still hasn't got his primary carry online.
Now, that is a very big issue, but we see this time and time again. That is the risk that you take when you are playing into a relatively narrow reroll line, Peter. Sometimes you just don't hit, and especially when you're getting double contested. And you see Dobbs now putting the Catalans back into the pool, put him on part of the Pandora's bench as well, as he is going to start pushing up the table here, trying to find himself the Callistas of the world, the Camilles, etc.
All right, well, Dobbs hopefully can come back on a 10-loss streak right now. Very little room to work with. Babsera, his teammate, is still up there with a 6-win streak on the other side of things, but Kato, actually, say this is it actually is going to be the contestant. I'll apologise for what I said before. Not the Cogmore 3 on this side of things, but the Tristana, we've seen be very popular as a complementary unit.
Yeah, they're playing slightly different boards as well. That's worth noting here, and kind of also explains the reason why we didn't necessarily see a huge investment into Tristana on the other side of the field. But we just see how impactful that Kassadin 3 here is once it's found, not from a charm.
Yes, and I think I got misled on that one because of seeing all the Kassadin still left on the bench and assuming that wasn't the case. But hopefully things will be turning around as Title up at the top. We saw that big win streak coming in before, slow down a little bit, but now picking up the pace here again. We know the Kassadins, of course, will be very hard to come by one way or the other, but we have got the enhanced multi-striker here for a little bit more damage.
You do see now Kaz has gone for the Vanguard line that provides the very powerful action here, giving you access to the disruption of the Nami. One of the biggest reasons why this line has become so popular is you get that very easy Eldritch Fletch into the composition where you don't have to use Elise, for example, as you see on the other side of the field. Terra right now is using Elise as a part of his Eldritch Fort as well.
I'm really intrigued now with Taro picking up the Quicksilver. I don't know if this was a direct response to potentially having a whole bunch of Nami waves coming into your backline.
So Taro slammed this Quicksilver very early on here. It's one of the different things about this you can kind of do here, like itemization even, is that you need like some sort of attack speed. It doesn't scale as aggressively as something like a Rage will do, but that initial burst of attack speed from the Quicksilver allows you to get towards those Nash's Tooth cast very early on, much quicker, and then the Nash's Tooth cast can kind of start resiting themselves a little bit, so you don't necessarily need like to have the ramping attack speed from the Rage Blade.
All right, so again, let's take stock of everything and where we are. We know we're in Syndra Town. Everybody is going to be going through here and trying to get as many in as possible. So we know, the 3 stars are much harder, at least for most of the people in the lobby to work with. So if you're one of these players saying, I've got a 2-star in here, is that good enough long term, or are you needing to go into additional damage for your composition to really make it work?
It's going to be interesting to see as well here because, again, it is the biggest issue here. But I want to highlight the title selection here just for a second because we saw him have that early duplicator. He's used that on the likes of the Akali, get the tempo up, but also gone into that press the attack, Peter. Super powerful augment. It really gives you that really big true damage single target burst.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, just having an extra way to push the power of your board, it's classically been the way to do TFT. As we see on the right-hand side, the alternate Cosmo comp coming together a little bit more strongly with our friends on the Tristana side. And you can see Babs there, still very happy with how things are going. I think completely content just to have the 2-star Tristana. There's just an appendage to the composition where Cogmore is everything.
It's also worth noting, right? Babsera's already level 8. He's just chilling up there. We've been able to go vertically, been able to start working towards capping out his composition here. Okay, Dobbs actually did manage to find that Kassadin 3, I believe, unless he found the same charm again. So very big spike here for Dobbs, but he's on a 1 loss streak for now. Should be able to kind of turn it around unless there just sticks towards that Kassadin.
He's a monster! Once he gets stacked up, of course his skills will stack as well. This lifesteal is almost there, but it's not quite good enough. You can see Dobbs is leaning back. The disappointment on his face. He's not out, but he's not powerful enough to get the wins he needs. He's got no more lives left after this.
Now, it's also worth noting here as well when you look at what Dobbs is doing, right, that Kato and Tara are like the next 2 people on the chopping block here for the likes of the Cedar Division squad here. So, because, again, it was a big issue for Dobbs was like he was so far behind in the HP race as well compared to the other players on the Cedar Division side of things, right? So they had so much more freedom to work with, to avoid that 8th. It just opens up so many more scenarios.
All right, we'll see. We'll keep our eye around side to see if... Oh, no, in fact, we'll go there face-to-face to see if Dobbs actually up against Title, the member from State Division, on the win streak. This is the worst-case scenario, but the reward will be big if that Kassadin can make it happen. Juicy Kassadin's not getting a lot of attention for a while, and he is chewing through that board. Akali is at 3-star, but her attention's divided. She's not doing enough to bring the Kassadin down.
Yeah, the Title here has made some moves with the Golden Remover here as well. Unsure whether he wanted to have the itemization this way around, but interesting to see as well. Again, just shows the power level of these spells. The combo chops coming through here, absolutely powerful, but a nice little upgrade here as well for the likes of Dobbs here. Gets this Hecarim 2 into the mix as well, so that is going to be absolutely critical here as well. Speaking of critical things here, Taro on a 7 loss streak right now, Peter. He is definitely in line to kind of go down and really look at what's going on, but it's worth noting as well that he's one off that ever so important Nunu free, which with that trick to Spyglass, Peter, would be 2 cards with a Nunu free in the front line.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the metabolic accelerator working out very much better than we've seen it here from before. I mean, it's on the lower end of HP, but as you said, will be a lot lower than without it. Getting the time he needs to work within the game, as I believe Dobbs will hold on for another round. Just to go back in time a little bit, particularly for Dobbs to survive while taking the win streak away from Title, that seems like such a big clarion call to GK to say they've still got a very good chance of coming out of this, I want to say laughably early game with the advantage.
Yeah, so the big front upgrade here being found, we're talking about before right now. Big item decisions here as well for Arctor. Had the opportunity to pick up a spatula as well, but knows number one's here really gonna take his competition over the line. So get that temporary frontline item. Luckily he's not traveling as well, so was able to pick that up just in time.
All right, Taro, we'll see if you've got what it takes to go face-to-face with the Cassid in 3. He's an absolute monster backed up by the red buff on the Callista. This time we've got the Cassiopeia in the mix. She's doing a lot of single target damage. He's focus firing him, following him around the board. But now Cassid is coming for his revenge. And this means Dobbs should be able to hold on. Syndra is not enough single target damage to take him down. Dobbs continues by a thread to stay in the game.
Yeah, Nico was baited in towards the enemy backline here, not protecting that Syndra at all, right? Just allowing that Kazan to walk freely here. We see for Taro still on that loss streak, even though Kato on that loss streak here, even if he did find that upgrade to the frontline, Peter, so not necessarily strong enough right now, even with multiple 3-star frontliners. This Tristana is just not dishing out enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly seen the two parts of the equation here. The Kog'Maw absolutely delivering, the Tristana being a little bit of a disappointment here, and I wonder for Kato if there's going to be anything too much more that actually changes before his game seems like it could end up ending.
Yeah, and this one here as well now. A bit of a team battle between Arjaw as well as Dobbs, but on that 2 HP right now, Dobbs do seem kind of stable as well, so should be no issue with the charge up the table here. This could throw a massive spanner in the works for the Senior Division squad here. Keep in mind that DK, even in both of the games yesterday, did not go in a single time, and even though it does look like it could be very close here as well, disruption from the Nami. Deal out the damage here, that is going to be the elimination here. Very critical fight, turning Dobbs out of this game, Peter. That is a big deal.
Taro goes on the same round, but oh my gosh. You could see the heartbreak on Dobbs' face. There's no secret there. Taro actually getting out just ahead because of the HP totals means that GK take their first 8th place of the entire competition, as you said. Same division, they've now got a small advantage, but we do notice Title and Kato, they are still in the bottom 4 right now, and Kato has only got 1 life left himself.
Yeah, and that is a big deal, but we'll be interested to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold up here, because we are looking at a potential triple Cedar in the bot 4, Peter. And keep in mind that if there's a triple bot 4, there is no world in which the team can come back and grab the win. So, a very rough spot being potentially here as well. Playing as one of his teammates right now. No distinction have been going on. The Nami wave indirected to the backline here will mean that Kato will be taken out. Cass keeps moving on here. His strong tempo game plan has found him a 4 win streak now as well, but Babsera on the 5 win streak with the Kog'Maw line, just proving that much more powerful.
Oh boy, yeah, maybe if it had been Title in the opposition, it could have afforded to take the L there, but Kez on the win streak as well, but up above Arjo and Babsera, they are both win streak right now. You talked about the auto loss condition of having 3 players in the bottom 4. Right now, from GK, they seem to be on course for potentially having 2 players in the top 2, which of course is another way to guarantee a win.
You can kind of see the adaptation here for the meta after what we spoke about earlier that they kind of struggle with on the GK side of things, right? Because they now have gone in towards really say, you know what, okay, we need to play a lot more than we did before, and I think that has been one of the biggest strengths of their game plan so far here. Title next in line, he's battling VCLF, but VCLF has that Mordekaiser free in the front line, Peter. Such a massive tank. Super difficult to get through here as well. So it is going to be a really big deal here for the global champion in Title.
I think he's going to have to rely very heavily on that Callista, though, if we end up with those big single targets. Of course, we saw before, Akali is not very good at keeping her attention on a single unit for any amount of time. We're going to be bringing out a whole bunch of belts, because I think Tile very aware he needs to bring himself out of his loss streak relatively soon.
But Akali in the backline, Peter, goes to the wrong way to start here, goes back onto the Kog'Maw, but he deals out the damage here very effectively. And that is going to be a heartbreaking loss in this fight for Title.
At least title keeps hold of the loss streak, but there isn't too much more ground to work with. It's not a horrific loss, and he's the only person with a major loss streak coming out as we check across to VCLF. The only player left from GK who's not streaking right now gets the win of his own, taking away Arcjaw's win streak.
And again, that doesn't matter right now. Arcjaw is more than happy to lose that fight because it means that VCLF is still more than 2 lives to work with right now, going into stage 6 here. So that is a massive round here. You're really showing the fine print of the 4v4 format.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly in day 2, we've got to consider as well, our players have had the night to consider what happened in day 1, to refine their strategy, to see what worked for other teams as well. So I think you're absolutely right. Day 2, of course, the days to come, we're going to see the quality of the 4v4 play keep going up.
Absolutely here. So now we are seeing the on the side of things here. Arcjaw title here on the bottom of the screen. You see, like, this is the fight that everyone is watching. Just looking at the extra little legends being posted on this board right now. But because there's much better items this time around here with that Rune Lance Hurricane.
All right, this is the one for everything. We have got the into the backside. She gets deleted. There's still a little bit of damage left. You can see that title just looking on him passively. Will take the elbow, barely survives. This is not looking good for Zeta Division at all. They're on the edge of the knife, and while they get a moment's respite coming to stage 6, title's loss streak remains intact. It's a long way to go.
Yeah, and Babsari this time around giving up his win streak to VCLF. So VCLF again not taking any damage here. And there will come a time where the Zeta boys might have to take a little bit of a risk in terms of being able to go against each other here. And that's going to be an interesting one to follow. But again, this PvE round as well going to be so important here, because if Tyler's able to find that Cassidy free, find that Callista too, all of a sudden he might be back in the game.
There's also, Kez in the middle of that in second place right now. Again, a stark reminder of how getting first place in the game very much cannot guarantee you the win. Kez is, certainly pulling more than his weight in the game overall. The board is looking very, very good. Really the key components for this, the more guys are in place from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, one more Cassidy and all that is needed for Tyler, as you can see in the little PIP here. So very important to note that that's something we're going to be looking at here. Cass now very focused here, has to figure out how much can he sacrifice of his own game plan. He's sitting with 74 gold. Peter does not want to make any investment right now, but does not get his teammate.
Oh boy, that's going to be a huge relief again. Reminder after reminder, if title drops at any point, well, at least at this point in the game, where it's seeming like it could be possible. No, Akali into the backline does take a big chunk. Callista is still up alive, still at the edge of knife, and the Crown Guard Akali is barely staying up. She's on the absolute edge of title, down to just a Callista. The CC coming in. I don't think there's quite enough there. The dash is good. There's not a lot of damage on the other side, but no! A heartbreaker. Zeta Division, the rest of the game will be played out. You can see in the camera there for GK Esports, they know this one is done. They're up 1-0 in the series.
You can kind of see just the inner workings of the competition coming together the second that Cassidy free was found, just how much impact that could have here. But was struggling to find that ever so important Callista 2. Callista 2 again would have cleaned out that backline alongside the Akali with that spread of the Rend. But this time around, Peter, it's going to be a surprising victory in game number 1 for GK Esports.
Yeah, I don't think people were really rating their chances at all coming in. I mean, you look at the history, particularly from title side of things, and say, he is a player who's literally been the best in the world, and in a dominating fashion, winning his championship. At the moment, we're seeing a lot of echoes, I think, from day 1 from this division in terms of how these games are going.
Yeah, and again, we spoke about this as well just a little bit ago when we was having lunch with the Branching Out boys, that they were talking about how the fact that this GK squad was not putting enough emphasis onto Syndra. Well, they came back, they watched their VODs, and this time around, they have put on a huge emphasis on towards the Syndra, really showcasing just how powerful this unit is at the moment.
Well, with the game decided and really just the last bits and pieces to pull out here, we can start looking forward to game number 2. So, of course, we'll be hearing from the analyst desk after the series is done. But in terms of during the series here, since we've got this opportunity to do so, we saw a very, very contested 2-cost game here. In terms of implications for the series, Wheater, where should we be looking from here?
It's hard to say, right? Because we had a very similar game plan for Zeta yesterday as well, where they did lose game number 1 in a very close fashion to Wolves. This game is a little bit more dominant than GK than the Wolves one was yesterday. But again, they came back game number 2, cleverly fought out game with a lot of very interesting decisions being made along the way, but this time around here, it does seem like they'll have their backs against the wall, but they know the scenario. They've been here before, they've been on the stage before. They know exactly how to handle the situation. No matter what, I think that this game number 2 here, after they get a short break, they'll go in with a fresh mind and say, you know what, it's a new game of TFT. We know what we're getting into. Absolutely incredible scenes to look out for.
And of course, it's worth noting that GK Esports did go 0-2 in their first series against Branching Out, so this will be their first victory of the entire competition.
I mean, it turns out all they needed to win a game was one of the players to going 8th, you know? Like, they didn't go 8th in either of their matches yesterday. They didn't win any of them. Now, they took the 8th place, was able to grieve correctly, was able to send Tidal, Kato, and Tara in towards that ever-so-elusive bottom 4, securing the victory, so...
Is that the secret sauce, Peter? Is that all it takes?
I mean, all it takes is, I mean, Peter, it's easy, you know? We have the game plan.
Just go 8th.
No, I mean, just send 3 players of the enemy team into the bottom 4. It should be easy, right?
I mean, it certainly worked here. Oh boy, well, I mean, you know, calling back to the Wolves game, as I said before, you know, it did look very different in terms of what their most effective strategy was. You know, it wasn't the reroll, it was the 10 portal coming in, you know, the big verticals that worked out really well for them. From my side of things, I'm kind of hoping we can get back to more emphasis on that style of play if State of the Division are going to bring this to a 3rd game.
Yeah, definitely is going to be something we need to keep an eye out for, right? A lot of interesting augment choices being made this game that we didn't see a lot of yesterday, right? We didn't see only the a lot. We definitely did not see the Dragon Claw augment come out either as well, right? So, but also again, as I was talking about at the start of the game here, very good understanding of GK of how they had to approach stage 2, right? The low component opener, just picking up item-based augments, just running the tempo.
And of course, you know, for anyone who's kind of coming into the international scene, just a little history lesson about Brazil. You know, if you go right back to the beginning into Galaxies and Slooper bringing, you know, getting into 3rd place, bringing Brazil, TFT in general, I have to imagine that he's going to be watching here today and very much approving of what's happening in this game.
Yes, Slooper was one of the OGs of the Brazilian space, right? Really had a fantastic presence there. And I want to have something else here as well. Even though they did overall lose game number 2 yesterday, Arcjor did win that game for them, right? So it does seem like Arcjor is going to be the quote-unquote the hero, the ace player, call what you like, for the likes of this EK squad. So maybe they might be trying to target him a little bit more in the game after this one, right, for State of the Division. So a lot of interesting things to kind of keep an eye out for.
All right, 2 players left in the mix as we just run down the clock here on an already completed game. Kez looking to salvage a little bit of honor for today's division by at least getting the win here in the game, but again, the stark reminder that it just doesn't matter if the rest of the team are unable to keep up with your pressure. Certainly the board we've got going on here is very good, and perhaps we're seeing a little taste of what could deal with this Syndra. You know, from Kez's side, he seems like he's leapfrogged that kind of power level that's there for the Syndra with his board.
So we saw this from Kez yesterday as well. He was the player to bring up the 10 portal you're talking about. So it does seem like he's a critical player of getting to these high cap board states for the likes of the State of the Division team. So a really interesting spot to kind of look out for here as well. And also worth noting, right, we saw Cena do some really good stuff yesterday. They played Varus, for example, right? We saw Kato bring that out, even top 4 with it. Again, he wasn't supposed to be the ace player in that final game for them yesterday, but was the one that made him towards that top 4 against Wolves. So we're excited to see how they will be able to approach game 2 coming up.
I mean, what I love about this as well, you know, we're talking about the different players getting the spotlight here. Of course, with all of our teams being in conflict with each other, they get to share, you know, the wisdom of the players amongst, you know, while, especially, you know, while we're still in the 4v4 situation, there's a limited amount they can do while still playing their own game. But particularly, you know, if we end up in a game 2 which is like this, where we haven't had it decided as of yet, you get the entire focused effort of both teams being poured into a single player.
That is definitely one of the biggest things about this format. Like, again, like, with the shared knowledge, the ability to play 4 games at once is such a critical part. You're talking about clear communication. So important here. So what could be the final fight of the game here will be showing out here again. Kez, strong individual performance from him yet again here. But it does seem like we should be going into game number 2 very shortly. But just looking at this as well here, just seeing the power level of this Seraph too, even on itemized, just raining down damage across the board. So something as well to keep in mind as we approach the other games. What do you need to play for when it comes to these caps?
All right, well, with the end of that game, we've known it for a while, but now we can make it official. GK Esports with their first game victory of the entire competition. They look chill as cucumbers there. because of course they've had time to process that they finally found their footing in the tournament.
Yeah, that is a big one for them as well. A massive confidence booster for this Brazilian squad. A team that so many people had their doubts about, Peter. And now they are the ones that are on the verge of sending home Seed of Division.
I mean, and that's the heartbreak that's going to be taking place across the day on our A and B streams. We've got the 3 eliminations on this stream. We've got one on the B stream as well. We will look where it all started out there. And it's ironic, you know, of course we saw during the game, we also during the replay there, the heartbreak of Dobbs going out in 8th place. But the fact they managed to actually come back from that as a squad makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is something that we need to keep in mind here. This is a squad competition. It doesn't matter if you have the potentially best player in the world and title on your team. Historically speaking, when the teamwork is just absolutely amazing, has been from DK Esports.
Yeah, looking through everything again, we can certainly see that, you know, KS did manage to keep his head above water and did ultimately get the win, but not the win that counted, the win overall as a team. GK, okay, there we go. We missed the smiles the first time round. This time it was gonna be for real. So, gentle friends, as we get ourselves ready for game number 2, the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Showdown will continue after the break.
We're kicking off the A stream with a high pressure series here. Of course, our losers match. Neither of these teams want to exit the tournament here. They both have high hopes, high dreams, high aspirations. Let's start with GK. We've got Miguel here.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's always nice to play here in Saudi.
Yeah. It's hot. We're walking across. There's obviously the temperature's hot here and the stakes are high. It's going to be hot when you get into the server as well. You don't want to leave here. Come on.
No. Of course, I want to play more. I want to reach the final, so I can't lose this match.
Yeah. What do you make of Zeta Division?
What?
What do you make of your opponents here?
Oh, they're good. We already played with them in screens sometimes, but I think we are better.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Zeta Division making their way here to the stage for a crucial battle against GK. You could argue it was a shock defeat yesterday, but feels like the mood in the camp is very confident. They don't expect to exit the tournament here at all. I'm just looking to see if I can get a brief word with Joe here, who's at the back. I know he doesn't want to speak to me, but we're going to get a few words with him. How are the team feeling? How's the energy in the roster right now?
Feeling confident, ready to fight.
What do you think went wrong yesterday?
Went wrong yesterday? Oh, it's just a bad day for us.
No, we're just right back in the kitchen ready to cook, right?
Yep, exactly.
How much does pride, regional pride, come into play here for these guys? I know that they're very passionate about representing Japan.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, Tyro told me just now that he is fighting this battle for Japan and the TFT community back there. So we do have the pride in there.
Absolutely. You can sense it. Guys, are we going to win?
Win.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
One more?
Yeah.
Yes is across the board. Back to you.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, presenting Team Fight Tactics. We are about to get into the second game of our first series here today. We are at Elimination Station, Wheater, and Zeta Division there might be about to punch their ticket out of here.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, great showcase here. Potentially on our way to another upset that you're pointing out here, right? So this GK squad, they have finally been able to really get locked in, really showcase that they have been able to adapt overnight. And now the question becomes, Peter, can Zeta be the ones that adapt over the course of a small break?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like there were so many disappointments there. I think from Cyxel side of things, we did see a little bit more, but certainly in this game, the contest did, on so many different angles from the Japanese squad did not work out. And I wonder, going into game 2, do you want to take the chance again that you come out on the wrong side of these rerolls with a weaker version of what your opposing team is playing?
I think you kind of just have to accept the fact you're going to be going towards those reroll competitions. They spike so much earlier in the game, which means you're going to be under so much more pressure. The 4-2 roll down will always be very, very wishy-washy when it comes to just your ability to hit those forecasts, even if your entire team are taking them out of the pool. And again, even just the power level of a lot of the forecasts not named Karma right now is very dubious.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we saw towards the tail end of their Kez did manage to, find a way to cap out. Admittedly, with the Syndra of his own in the mix as well, but, kind of everybody had that, so it kind of goes without saying. But I think you're right, it's a risky proposition, but at this point, Zeta Division, they have to win the game, so I would love to be a fly on the wall in, that locker room and trying to figure out, do they try and play just standard Team TFT as best as possible, or do they go hyper risky knowing that it's all or nothing right now?
Well, we can figure that out a little bit by the selection of the portal here as well. That's going to be an interesting one to kind of keep our eyes peeled for.
And they're split.
It is a split decision, it seems like here. Golden Finale, Component Anvils, Champion Delivery. Champion Delivery is a little extra gold here, is something to keep in mind, but it is going to be a full-on split here as well, so very clear intentions for the likes of Zeta Division. They want that golden finale, but it is going to be the champion delivery coming through here for the likes of the GK Esports side of things here.
So I don't mind this at all from GK's side because, of course, they've got the game in hand already, so they can afford to play in a higher variance environment because, of course, we don't have the control over the champion delivery we might have in a champion conference, for instance. So there still is a possibility for things to go pretty wild, but I mean, if you take that chance here for GK Esports and the coin flips your way, you're done with the series, you carry on, Zeta Division are done.
Yeah, and that is what it's all to play for here as well. These early pairs will be so important here. Just able to set that tempo in stage 2, just have full control. The base of the example that we saw yesterday was in Zeta Division's Game 3 against Wolves Esports, where Wolves were just able to fully take control over the game and hunt down the Zeta players with that. Was very strong early game pickups here. So, yet again, we see AJ's pair. We do see the Elise pair as well. So, a strong shapes opener on the cards here for likes of Dom. Should that be one he wants to go for?
Because of course we've talked about as the overall team strategy, just referring back to Dobbs' heartbreak from before, it doesn't seem like a player would necessarily made his peace with being, this is my role in the game to get knocked out slowly and do as much damage as possible. He seemed to be genuinely upset, so I think from Dobbs' side of things, I'm going to keep a close eye on him to see. It seems like he has it in his mind, he's going to be making a bigger contribution this time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that kind of the thing as well is worth noting. When we were doing our theory crafting going into this event, right, we were talking about how each player would have those roles be dedicated at the start, but it has proven to be a much more fluid and flexible game plan coming through, Peter. But we do get those prismatics in the mix to start game number 2 here, and a bunch of really interesting choices on the side of Tara here. Do you go for the Incanna Crown? Do you have the best Syndra or Karma angle? Do you go for I am the carry now? Get that offensive golem into the mix. That is not going to be the choice of Augments here. So Radiant Relics also could open up some interesting lines with the Spear of Piranha potentially coming out the back of that.
Well, we've already talked about how powerful the verticals can be. Certainly in Prismatic Town, we're much more likely to see them. I believe we've got 2 different players who both got access to the Incanna Crown, and Taro will be taking the first of them. Archer on the other side of things going to be building out his board. So in a second, we'll take the whole field in and see how it's laid out.
And we get to see Build-A-Bot, Peter, and often we don't see a ton of in the game, but in a format like this, Build-A-Bot can most of the time almost guarantee you a win streak in the early game. And again, there is not a ton of prismatic combat augments in the game at the moment, so any augment that can really give you that edge in those early game combat scenarios is so critical.
All right, so as we look around the field, we can see we've got Prismatic ticking there. I believe we had a Witchcraft crown coming in as well. We can see that on the other side of the field there from Bapzera. I'm really intrigued to see how our players approach this. Again, we've seen the verticals can be incredibly powerful. You know, for the Witchcraft side, to be able to get access to the more effective versions of Witchcraft a lot earlier.
Because you're playing a bunch of relatively middling units as well, right? It's kind of get access to that like vertical Witchcraft angle, but getting access to eventually 6 and 8 much more effectively means that something like that Fiora will become even more dangerous. You can put the Witchcraft emblem on to Karma. It's been one of my favorite ways of playing it. Surprisingly, 4-cost flex board that includes Karma, I know. But there's just so much power in those vertical Witchcrafts. When you get towards that 4, 6, and 8, there is just an absurd amount of power to be gained.
And I like what our observers are trying to show us there. That I believe both teams have been able to pick up the Mogul's Mail. We saw how incredibly powerful it was in the previous game. So as much as we've got the champion delivery bringing extra gold, now both teams have the extra gold course we're seeing here. We can potentially proc several times across the fight. Not quite there for VCSF as of yet, but as you said, later on into the game, could be an absolute massive source of income.
And you also will get that Gambler's Blade on the back side of things, so a strong attack speed item for the Syndra if that's the route you want to go down. So it just all kind of comes together, and that's absolutely one of those like nice adaptations, understanding what's at the top of the game at the moment.
So, I mean, this is the kind of thing that I find so interesting about the meta today, because while it's extremely narrow, and we've of course been talking about, that it's definitely not going to be allowing for our flexible players to get the most out of the whole set as a, because we're so early on in here. We are still seeing a lot of different approaches to maximizing what is successful at the moment, which of course is Syndra.
Yeah, and as well, also something I need to talk about here as well is that immovable object augment, Peter. One of the strongest augments in the game, gets the increased radius, but also that 70% increased effect of that Randuin's Omen as well. It just frees up your positioning so much more than you normally would have to do around the Randuins.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it flashing on the board. That's an absolutely massive area effect. And you said, looking forward to when you've got more units on the board, that's going to be a huge amount of value. We do see, though, on the left-hand side, that we've got ourselves a reroll going through. One thing which we haven't seen very much of is the Warrior reroll. Going around the Akali and the Nida, we might actually we're being teased with it at least a little bit here.
Yeah, but again, it's a Rage Bait slam on the bench. We're seeing an Ashe and a Jax, Peter. They share a trait. What is that trait named?
Well, I mean, it's not Warrior. It's not... Sorry, I forgot all traits. Certainly not Multi-Striker. I'm pretty sure it's still Syndra.
It could still be, but again, with that prismatic ticket, you're going to be able to just roll much more aggressive than you normally would be able to, right? And that's where like your entire power of a prismatic augment comes through. So being able to get that Kassadin or Syndra online, depending on which route you're going to be going down with that Rage Blade. We saw over the course of yesterday a lot of people actually kind of moving towards that Nash's Tooth being the better attack speed item for Kassadin as well. So it's also worth noting that champion delivery can also throw a massive spanner in the works for some players, because sometimes, it's like you're playing Conference and some people just get what they need tailored to them, but sometimes you're just going to get random free gold. Here, for instance, right, getting that Hecarim in there, that's a multi-striker, a very strong one as well to boot. So very interesting one to work with.
And do remember, of course, this was the choice that GK made. They were the ones who populated this portal. They wanted the variability in the game. I think, if anything, I kind of admire it as a way to try and attack the mental of Zeta's division here, of saying, there are going to be things that happen in the game which could help pressure your mental. By seeing your opponent hitting the perfect unit, that puts pressure on you to say, I've got to make a game plan work in an uphill battle I wasn't expecting.
Yes, super excited to see how this is going to unfold now. And early Morello slammed on the side of Archer, really just eating in towards that full-on win streak angle over the course stage 2. And if you do a fight stage 2 with the build-up up when you have a strong frontliner in the Lilia, that is definitely something that's going to be horrific for your game plan. But also it's worth noting that Lilia free, not the strongest one cost, even with high horsepower being her hero augment, she still falls off.
We don't talk about that augment.
She still falls off very heavily, right? So there is a limited time on Arcjor's dominance here. Again, That's something to keep in mind here. If he tags Kato, though, that is going to be very big for the economic game of the lobby here. Steel Division that would then go out without having a win streak going, but Cass does look like he's in a position to maintain a strong loss streak here.
Yeah, and he's the one leading in the loss streak ahead of VLCF. So, of course, if we call back to game number 1, in that instance, GK were controlling both win streaks and both loss streaks coming out of the initial stages. In this case, it's a lot more even in the game. So hopefully, a lot more even in the in the game overall.
Yeah, definitely something that we are going to be praying for here, right? It's worth noting that the one game that Steel Division they did win yesterday, they won on a tiebreaker of winning out the game here. So they haven't had a dominant win just yet.
All right, as we come to the tail end of that, it's looking like everything's intact. So both teams keep hold of their win streaks. Both teams keep hold of their loss streaks. So again, as we go forward, again, continue the further injections of gold. I'm really curious to see how this goes. You mentioned the Gamblers play coming in with the Nashers, exactly as you called from before. VCLF should be able to bring this Syndra up to efficacy very quickly.
And then the big question here becomes, how deep does VCLF go on 3-2? Right? He has the means of regenerating the economy with the Gamblers plate, with the Mogul's Mail, but it's also a big difference. Like, it's going to be a very big indicator for how he's going to be able to approach this game. Is he going to going down the reroll route? Is he going to go for the Terror we saw last game? A lot of players going for the Syndra too, and then just pushing levels to kind of just fit out the board in that way and stuff.
Well, in terms of if we go back to the whole idea of these flexible team roles, do you have a preference in terms of between those kind of two angles? Between the rerolls and going for the later game, in terms of what you can do for your team.
No, it really depends, because again, a part is just adapting your game plan, right? That's a big deal, just being able to adapt your game plan to what's happening around you. So that doesn't necessarily come down to what you can do for your team. It comes down to, and it gets around the 3-2 point here when people kind of figure out how doomed their spots are. And that is when you gotta make that decision, flip the switch, say, you know what, I'm gonna go into full-on denial mode from here on out. But right now, a very interesting spot being played from Taro, just stabilizing around this Vex 2 with the Vigar as the third mage alongside the Galio. And actually a frontline combination I thought we would see a lot more of this week. We haven't seen as much of it so far, but the Galio Vex core is so strong in the front line, but very often it needs to be tied together with that Nora. Nora being that 5 cost means he's a lot harder to hit normally, but it is an incredibly strong combination here. But already now, Peter, you look at how low that Lilia got at the point of this fight here. Once these 3-2 roll downs come into the mix, if Arcjor doesn't heavily invest, doesn't find a lot of other upgrades around this, that could be the end of the road for that win streak, Peter. But we are going to be going into Prismatic.
All right, Prismatic, and not a drop to drink. So first time around, a lot of our players were picking up their emblems and establishing their boards early on. This time they can go a little bit more out in field and perhaps start to really claim their path through the mid game. You can see here for VCLF, picking up the tiny but deadly. That's certainly an injection of extra power to try and make the most of this gold generation.
Yeah, finds that Syndra 2 on 30 gold, which means he will have a very effective way of not losing any attack speed on the Gambler's Blade, but also won't have to drop below an unrecoverable econ breakpoint.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia? by Sony.
good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you are right now. Thank you for tuning into EWC Central. Before we continue with all of the coverage for Teamfight Tactics, as well as Street Fighter 6 and Fortnite, it's time to catch you up with the EWC. It's powered by STC. Right, this time we'll stick to the prompter and not ad-lib. Of course, we have multiple games taking place here in Week 6. Before we talk a little bit more in depth about the Street Fighter 6 tournament, I want to head to Rob TV to hear how day number 1 played out.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the first day of the Esports World Cup for Street Fighter 6. I mean, it had absolutely everything from top to bottom. In the first group, we had absolutely surprising results, of course. Unfortunately, we did see Punk the God, the Evo champion. He did go down early, but Punk actually just walked past and screamed Evo champ. That is a fact, but that was one of our surprising results. Gachi-kun and Ryukichi did their thing. Gachi-kun expected. Ryukichi, maybe not so much, but he showed exactly why he deserves that respect on his name. And then we get to the next group. Angry Bird, Stone Cold Killer, absolutely unshakable the way that he played that. And then Problem X loses to Lex in a Gao versus Bison match early on, but then fights back to beat Rain Pro and then runs it back against Lex and wins that as well. Problem Xua with no hat. That might be the DLC Problem X that we saw, and he makes it into the next stage. And then we had probably the most exciting match overall, the match of the day, and that was, of course, Noah versus Itabashi Zangief. There was so much talk about that. We said it was match of the day before the day even started, and it delivered on all fronts. Noah the Prodigy getting the win, 3-2, and popping off after. And of course, Kakaru was absolutely amazing with his Akuma as well. Last but not least, we ended things off and we saw Xiao Hai going through winner side with his Bison, putting in all kinds of work. And then last but not least, of course, Dual Kevin, all the way from the last chance qualifier. Ladies and gentlemen, are you kidding me? You only get this type of action right here, and this has only been day 1 of the Esports World Cup for Street Fighter 6. Oh my God.
Oh man, I just love the fighting game community. Rob TV with just the hypest voice, and he looks so cool on that stage. Now, the big story for me personally, I came into this event and I was screaming from the rooftops about how Punk, the Evo champion, was going to make a deep run. He got knocked in the first round, he got knocked immediately in lower bracket out of the tournament. Crucially, Gachi-kun and Ryukichi surprising, taking out NL. It stands for never lose. Not yesterday, my friend. Now, of course, there's too many groups to dive into. We do have Tasty Steve here to explain it later in the broadcast, but I want to turn my attention to Group D, where another gigantic upset took place. Crucially, Xiao Hai as well as Dual Kevin, importantly, last chance qualifier, runs the group in the lower bracket, qualifies. But here we see Mena RD as well as Zhen eliminated in groups. Mena RD was the second of 3 fighters competing under the Team Falcons club, and they are gone in shock results. Steve will dive into deeper into how much of an upset it is later on, but what we are going to do is turn our attention to Team Fight Tactics. And my good friend, who's learned to look at the camera, Ian Chambers.
Day 1 of TFT at the Esports World Cup is in the can. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that you need to be paying attention to going into the next play day. Zeta Division came into this tournament as one of the favorites. They have a champion on their roster, so it was a real shock defeat that they suffered at the hands of Wolves. T1 and Weibo was a real epic matchup. You should go back and watch that series if you missed it. It went all 3 games and came down to an epic 1v1 to close things out. T1 started strong here, looking to replicate the success that their league roster had here a little bit earlier on at the EWC. Other things to take note of: the Super Team Fnatic lost, Falcons and Vitality won, and we all started to learn a thing or two about the new set. That all happened on day 1. We're super excited for day 2.
Mr. Chambers, thank you so much for the call out, specifically around T1 and their League of Legends success. We'll get to them in a moment, but of course, when we look at the group bracket here, you can obviously see Zeta Division being knocked down by Wolves, GK being dropped by branching out. I think what is very important is that APAC seed number 1, the first seed from APAC, is now in the lower bracket. They're actually playing right now live against GK in elimination do or die series. We will take a look into that in a moment. Let's turn our attention to group number C. And while we do that, I think it's also crucial to remember that pre-tournament favorites, pre-tournament players, pre-tournament expectations are frankly being challenged and maybe destroyed. Fnatic dropping to 0 Tenacity. Weibo is a 2-1 close game against T1. And Fnatic Weibo will be playing later on today a game do or die. We're going to turn our attention for one last time over towards another update. This time, we're going to be hearing from Fortnite as Barney Banks and my boy, Dawood Sandstorm.
Day one of the group stage of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite is now over. Barney and Sandstorm here reporting to you guys. And the last time we saw each other, we reported to you guys after 2 matches had been done. But since then, since the halftime break, what's been going on, Sandstorm?
You know what? It's actually changed a lot. We started off with a flurry of 3-0s, but now we've had a lot of close games. 3-2 between Big and Dignitas. We've also had a 3-2 between Exceed and GG. All these games were incredibly close. And that last one, Carmine Core, the way they took it in the end, honestly, it was a huge surprise, but they deserved it at the end.
It really is, and these games going the distance really is a testament to how good these teams are and why they deserve a spot here at the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. But make sure you back here tomorrow because we have plenty more action, and it's going to get spicy, isn't it, Sandstorm?
That it will. We're going to have 4 more teams claiming their spots in the playoffs, so make sure you don't miss it.
His name's actually Dawood. That's not a joke. That is his first name and the most amazing nickname on the planet. I'm a big fan of both of those boys. You can see on the screen behind you, XZ surprising everybody in a 3-0 over Falcons. Surprising everyone except my expert, because Blake called it and he predicted this exact playout. Now, of course, later on today, we'll find out whether or not Team Falcons can advance to the quarterfinals. And as mentioned, there are many groups, many teams. So let's take a quick look at Group B. Another one of the predictions in which my expert absolutely nailed. Exceed coming out in a closely fought series that ran the distance. 3-2, managing to qualify on that upper seed. Power will take on Al-Ula later on today, and then we'll face off against Game & Gladiators to find out if they can join in those quarterfinals. Now it's time to take a close look at all those games, but that does it for this episode of the EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. Welcome. You can see on your screen the streams and for the respective games. Street Fighter 6 starting at 5 p.m. local, that's Riyadh time. Fortnite starting at 6 p.m. and the only live games right now on Teamfight Tactics, which you can follow on twitch.tv/EWC Gold. It is Zeta Division taking on GK. I'll have my comp my way, is the way they'll be saying it. I'm really just riffing.
Wow.
Hi, my name is Quickshot. I'm in a very good mood today, and it is my absolute pleasure to once again introduce to everybody my guests on the sofa, my experts, as it were. Sam, how are you doing? How are you enjoying TFT?
I was doing really well until I got the experts in quotation mark.
Oh, they got the quotation mark.
Thank you,
oh,
production.
You're lucky, okay. So you got your promotion. Blake, how are you doing? How did you enjoy your first ever day of broadcast?
I'm feeling great, man. Like, I feel a lot more comfortable just on day 2, so I'm just excited to see how the weekend goes and just get more comfortable as each day goes on.
I can see that you got your knee up, you're resting your leg.
I got my knee up, I'm feeling good.
I'm looking at it, it's nice.
Steve, obviously, I'm a big fan of the fighting game community. You've been carting me around to be like, hey, here's this weird guy, say hello. How are you doing? How are you enjoying Street Fighter?
Man, it has been amazing. Just like I said yesterday, I knew the matches would be crazy. I knew the competition would be wild, and we had some surprise upsets like you talked about. Can't wait till we get to the rest of the action.
Well, listen, I'm going to be asking you to explain some of this upset in just a moment. If you are just tuning in to EWC for the first time this week, let's quickly remind you of all the action that is happening today on Friday. It is August the 9th. Fortnite Groups Day 2 will be commencing later on, as is Street Fighter 6. The group phase will continue as well. TFT is underway, and we're going to be getting to those elimination matches to boot. Which of the other games, Steve, are you most excited to watch?
I'm going to be honest, man. I'm really trying to see how Fortnite kind of plays out. I already told you, Sam, I'm definitely already downloaded TFT on my phone, so we're going deep in. It's already been done. But
I'll give you a pro tip, just hyper-roll Cogmore. I'll explain what that means later. Seriously, it does work. As we mentioned, okay, Team Fight Tactics, it is live. You can watch that, twitch.tv/EWC Gold. And because because those games are live, as it is our core responsibility to keep you updated, keep you in the know-how, we're going to take a quick look at what is going on. And I'm going to ask Young Initialize to give us the expectations for this game. As I mentioned, Zeta versus GK.
It is indeed. So game one went the way of GK, which again is one of those slightly big upsets. This game, however, looking a lot better for Zeta. Keep an eye on that right-hand side of your screen. That's the current scoreboard. See the HPs, and you'll notice 3 Zetas at the top in 1, 2, 3 right now. 3 top 4 finishes will earn you a game win. They're looking pretty good right now to take this to a game 3.
All right, so of course, one more time, as we're going to watch this just for a moment or two, where can we watch the games?
You can watch it at twitch.tv/EWC_goal.
I'll tell you this, I've been here for 6 weeks. You 3 gentlemen are the best at actually shouting out the stream. I mean, you take it off near the pressure. So I just want to say thank you. It's well done.
Of course.
Really nicely done, guys. How much have you learned about teamfight tactics, Blake? And I want an honest answer.
You know, looking at this game, it's nothing like Fortnite, and obviously I'm the Fortnite expert here, but you know, I'm more than willing to learn how it plays out throughout the weekend. But after day 1, you know, I'm starting to catch on a little bit.
Starting to catch on a little bit. Okay, great. I can see you got that chess mind starting to tick over and think a little bit. But before we can teach young Master Blake how teamfight tactics works, I think it's important to actually get my experts to chime in on the recaps of day number 1. Tell us about the games, tell us about the upsets, and I want to come to the game that I think has had the biggest number of upsets. It's Street Fighter 6. So Steve, let's start where everyone starts, in Group AA. What do you make of this? What do you think of this? Like I mentioned it, for me, Punkinel out is huge.
So look, first off, we got to talk about the fact we have a Capcom Cup champion in Gachikun there. We got an Evo champion there with Punk. We got Street Fighter League all around. These are all pro players. The fact that Punk is already out of this tournament is mind-blowing. It wasn't even like he went 2-1. It was 0-2 and he was out of the game. And Ryu Kichi was probably the player you least expected to take Punk out. But also we had Big Bird here talking about how the matchup between NL, Punk, and Ryu Kichi could be something that really does change the outcome of this bracket. And you saw it play out just that way.
I mean, I know you specifically said, look, NL's a bit of a weird matchup for Punk because he doesn't play by the numbers, and Punk is so good at reading the correct play. He runs it so well. NL just doesn't do that, and it kind of got him. He was out in, what, 10 minutes of gameplay?
I mean, think about it. You saw it in activity yourselves with your own eyes. He literally tested every opportunity. He was like, hey, you have to stop here if you want to win. He was like, no, I'm not. He's like, well, if you want to take the offense here, you got to stop. No, I'm not. And NL took advantage of it.
While we watch Punk's key being destroyed,
oh no,
I'm going to ask Steve, how long has North America, the United States, been on top for Street Fighter 6? What, 2 weeks?
2 weeks. We were partying for 2 weeks.
Would you like to know which nationality our boys were that advanced from Group AA?
Jeez.
The Japanese, Ryukichi and Gachikun, taking out America's best. By the way, this is a European sofa versus a North American sofa. So I'm relishing this.
Well, look, it's cool. It's all right. We still have young Dual Kevin and No Other Prodigy still alive, going strong.
All of a sudden,
I'm just letting you know. That guy is on a run, but listen, that's sad right there.
Obviously, seeing the key being crushed at the hands of of Punk, obviously being defeated after winning Evo was huge. I know I personally was seriously, before you got here, before anybody else had even looked at Street Fighter, I've been talking about him for over a month. So I was very excited. Ultimately, I was disappointed, no more than Steve was either. And our boy there, Rob, having some fun. Look at that!
Yeah,
By the way,
oh my God.
his helmet even has the little Japanese rising sun dot on it.
Fabulous.
Now, before we continue with the rest of the groups, I think because of the huge upset, and of course the influence that Punk has had on Street Fighter 6, our boy Steve sat down in an exclusive elimination interview with Punk.
EWC 2024. I'm here with the Evo champion, not the EWC champion, unfortunately. FlyQuest Punk, how goes it, brother?
How you doing, man?
Chillin', chill. Now, I know that you're out of the tournament, but let's talk about that group play. Who were you looking at to actually be a problem while you were playing in that group A?
Well, everyone. I mean, everybody here is just really good. You know, you have to go through some hard tournaments to qualify from here. So if you can qualify, then you're one of the best players in the world, which means you can beat anyone here potentially, or you could potentially lose to anyone here. So I feel like everyone in the group was very good. Obviously, I think people thought I would be the favorite. You know,
was my favorite. I'm gonna be real. You was in my list. I thought you was 100% gonna make it out.
Yeah, I mean, things happen. It's okay. I feel like they all played very good, and you know, they deserve to get their wins.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I like this Punk. I like this Punk. A lot more collected, a lot more reserved in the best way possible. But let's just talk about the matchup. We already know Akuma is a brand new character on the block. We knew NL was gonna lean on him, and we haven't seen many strong Akumas. What are your thoughts on NL and Akuma?
I mean, and that was amazing. I know that last time we played, I beat him quite often.
Yeah.
So I was pretty confident going into the match, but he looked like he prepared very well to play against me this week.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But what about Akuma overall, man? We don't get to see many of them. We know, like, damage-wise, he's ridiculous, but we don't know who's going to stick with the character because he's still pretty new. What's your thoughts on Akuma?
I think Akuma is a very good character, but he's a little volatile in tournaments as he does have lower health, so every decision you make on defense, you really have to make it the right one, and you don't want to throw any bad fireballs because one jump in, you feel like the round is ending for you. So you got to be very careful with Akuma, but the good thing with Akuma is even though he has the 9K health, he makes everyone else feel like they have 9K health. So like that's I feel like the good trade-off for the health is how much damage he does.
You know, we had Big Bird in the studio. We were watching your set together, and he said the exact same thing. Verbatim, by the way, verbatim.
That's how you know we best friends.
That's how I know y'all best friends. And I literally, so this kind of leads to my next question. I was like, all right, Big Bird, you win the tournament, and you have to melt down. They bend up your that's crazy to me. I would just leave. I'm telling you right now. You can't bend. I would take my key and leave. But let's just say you won. Who will be some of the people? Name anybody in the tournament. Who would you have put on that trophy?
Shanghai.
They got a little rivalry going, but who else? Shanghai.
Tokido.
Oh, yeah, I would too. I would 100%.
He beat me at Evo.
Yeah,
I didn't like that. And I think probably Kakaru. Yeah.
Okay.
Because he beat me last year here. Took a lot of money from me.
Yo, so, all right. Dang, I like how you remembered it. So, look, I asked Big Bird the same question. He said he put his friends. Yay or nay? Did he put you on there?
I'm sure he did. I beat him at Evo.
100%. He said he took his Evo. He said, you took his Evo, bro. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But obviously, you're out of the tournament.
Did he at least choose Bonchan too? Because he took Evo from him also.
Hey, look, I can't speak on that. I can't tell you how he feels about that. I only know what he talked about you. But obviously, once again, I know you're out of the tournament. I asked you a winning question, but let's just say, who are some of your favorites? Give me 2 or 3 players that you're looking at to be like, yo, these are the people that's going to make it far. I know you told me earlier that any player can win, but if you was a betting man and you said, hey, man, I'm going to put my faith, if I had to give my power to win to another player, who is that player?
I'm putting $1 million on Angry Bird.
Yeah. $1 million on Angry Bird, huh?
For me, every tournament that I think Angry Bird goes to, I always think he's going to win. No matter if I'm in the tournament or whoever else, I just think he is the best player in this game. And I just don't really feel like anyone really understands the game as well as him. Even though he might lose to people, I really believe that he just understands this game so much better than everyone else. And he has some killer instinct in him that really makes it very impossible to beat. You can have him on this much health, and Angry Bird, he will always find a way to make the comeback. It's so weird and crazy. I just don't understand it.
Well, look, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, I definitely agree. I talk about how well he plays all the time, and I feel like Street Fighter 6 is definitely a game he excels in because he's a little brash. He'll make you play the game even if you don't want to.
Yeah.
But that's how I feel about him. Yo, Punk, you know what it is. You're a good friend of mine, a brother even, and that is FlyQuest, Punk the God.
Punk the God, he did get got, unfortunately. Just quickly before we move on, what was your main takeaway there from the interview? Because I know you were saying to us, different energy coming out of Punk.
I mean, look, I feel like Punk has definitely grown up, and I mean that in a sense competitively.
Yeah.
A lot of times he would take these losses to heart, which you should, but you know, sometimes you go off or you go on Twitter. This Punk is a lot more collected. He's a lot more reserved, and he talks it out a lot more. I like this Punk. He's maturing a lot.
I think so too. We are going to interrupt this recap of Street Fighter 6 Day 1 with some breaking news that has just come in. Zeta Division has been eliminated from Team Fight Tactics. They went down 0-2 to GK. Explain this to me, Sam.
So from what I could see, it looks like, as we saw just a few minutes ago, Zeta were in a really great spot with 3 of their team members in that top 4. but I think they did some team damage here, because you can fight your own teammates, and I think they ended up taking each other out. I wonder whether that actually has hurt them in the long run, and some of those GK players held on just long enough to get the win.
Now, while we are watching the footage to find that answer, tell me what it means for the tournament, because wasn't Zeta Division supposed to be better than GK?
They very much were. They were the #1 scene out of APAC. They're knocked out now, having gone down in 2 series back-to-back. It keeps GK in, who are a team that people had kind of dismissed. They're still alive in the lower bracket. They'll play against the loser of the other match in this group to have another chance at qualifying towards those playoffs.
And I know for those of you who don't watch or play TFT, what we've actually just seen in the last couple rounds of those replays is exactly what Sam said. Reminder that the format is 4 versus 4. So it is a team of 4 players versus a team of 4, but you still fight rounds individually. So hypothetically, if we were team EWC Central, then Steve, when you and I fight each other, I would have to adjust my board, adjust my chess pieces, so I don't hurt you.
Yeah.
And you would need to adjust yours so you don't hurt me too much, because I'm still farming and providing. It looks like Zeta may have messed that up. So there we go. There's your breaking news. We are going to carry on. We'll check back in with the results later on. But it's a good teaching moment. Now, let's turn our attention to Group BB. There's no B's in this one, but there is a bird and there's a problem. Let's talk about the winners, champions, and maybe is Problem X the best European player?
I mean, look, if we're just going off the standings that you see here, yes, he absolutely is. I mean, it started a little rocky. He was going up against Lex, one of the newcomers here when it comes to Street Fighter. His brother JB, another strong competitor in Street Fighter, so it's really cool to see them make it this far. Goes down 3-2 to Lex. That's ridiculous. But you can see Angry Bird looking like an Evo champ. 3-0, 3-1, makes it out on the winner's side. Problem X started off a little rocky, goes down to that lower bracket, once again runs into Lex, but this time around, actually takes him out. And look how close it is. The first set was 3-2 in way of Lex. The second set was 3-1 in way of Problem X, and he just barely makes it out, I would like to say. But if you're asking me if he's the best in Europe, I would have to say yes.
Yes, that's what I like to hear. Makes it through as the second seed. I love seeing the runbacks. I hope they were salty. It makes it more enjoyable. Let's turn our attention to Group CC. This time, Noah the Prodigy and Kakuru advance. Before we talk about this specific match, I know Noah was your boy. You had a lot of expectations for him and kind of expected this result, right?
Look, this is why when I came in and you guys asked me what match are we looking at, it was Noah the Prodigy. Now, obviously, we didn't see him get started to the second game, but even more so, look at his route. 3-2, 3-2, and that's how he made it out. All really close matches. Me and Sam were going to get lunch, and he saw exactly how that was going to play out, but still even more so, Itabashi Zangief, another heavy threat that was about to make it out of there, and he didn't make it out past.
You know what I love? I'm actually going to say Noah the Prodigy is the reason Kakuru gets through, because look at Phenom's first round, 3-2 over Kakuru, then he gets 3-0'd in the salty run back, much like the previous group, because he just got smashed by Noah the Prodigy. That's what I'm thinking. That's not right. That's not fair.
There are no friends in fighting games.
There are no friends in fighting games. There are no friends.
Young man.
And that's exactly why it's beautiful to see the fact that, like, another match that came up that was something that I felt like Noah the Prodigy would have had problems with, Phenom. He played so sound that's something that could have stopped him. Did not, makes it out in winners anyway.
It's once we finish this and we get some more time, I want to discuss these upsets and like the strength of the field and competition, because we had an interesting conversation about this before the show began. Not right now though. Now I think we're going to turn our attention to something everybody loves to look at. Group Double D, Menor RD eliminated somebody that you and I spoke about extensively. I spent a lot of time with him earlier in the week in the hotel. I didn't anticipate the game, and it just didn't look like he had a read on his opponents.
Look, man, you can see right here, 3-2 versus Zen right there. That was a match that a lot of people was gearing up because of the rivalry. Did not ended up making it out, but also still the fact that you go down, the young Midwest from the States, dual Kevin, a tale of two Kevins, actually takes out Mena RD. And the thing is, just to switch back to Mena for a second, he's having a character crisis right now. He's playing Luke a little earlier, started with the Zangief, went to Japan to practice Zangief specifically, and we didn't get to see much of it, and dual Kevin still took him out. Went back to the Blanca of old, which got him his big championships, and still could not make it out of groups. That should tell you everything you need to know.
And of course, we heard from Rob TV earlier that dual Kevin running from the last chance qualifier all the way through to the top 16, if I recall correctly. We just saw a clip of him there playing Rashid. We also saw him playing Luke yesterday, so I want to keep a close eye on him because North America's running out of chances, guys. Woo!
Wow, that's the only reason, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yesterday, Tasty Steve caught up with Street Fighter veteran James Chen in the ALJ interview.
Esports World Cup continues. I'm standing here with another established talent, one of my inspirations for commentary, the legend himself, James Chen. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Steve. I mean, we're around the world. We're halfway around the world from our home right now, and it's amazing. So.
And we're talking about some Street Fighter. A thing that you're very much an expert at. You've been talking about Street Fighter for a very long time, man. A veteran in the game. Don't say that. I'm getting old too, all right? A very strong veteran in the game, but also one of the casting veterans in the game. Now, I want to call you out on something.
Okay.
I saw the player predictions from the casters, and I shed a little tear. You didn't have Punk in there. Talk to me. Why is that?
So
and you better convince me, James.
Look, it's really interesting. So the main reason why I didn't have Punk in there was kind of twofold, right?
Okay.
One, tournaments never go how we think they go. Right, I just feel like tournaments, like as soon as you have like this expectation, it just doesn't go that way. I don't know. Otherwise, everyone would have predicted Uma winning Capcom Cup, right?
That's true.
But also another thing is like, I don't know what it is. I tell people this all the time, but I feel like me and Punk are kind of like one. Like I feel like his mindset is something that's very similar to mine, and I just feel like. After winning Evo, I mean, you've accomplished this. I think maybe he was just kind of like, you know what, I can relax just a little bit.
Wow.
You know?
So you think he let off the gas a little bit when it comes to the competition?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, in the interview, he was saying he felt a little stiff, and, you know, and so I don't know. Like, I don't want to say that because Punk's gonna be like, "What are you talking about?" You know, like, but you know, it's one of those hard things to fight. I think in your
and you're not talking
stomach,
personally.
right?
You're talking competitively. It has
Yeah. And again, like, it's something that you can't help sometimes when your emotions and your brain are like stronger than you know than you know.
Well, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. What I mean, outside of that, we still got Punk is out of the tournament.
Yes.
Who was one of your favorites to make it out that is still in that you are 100%? You're doubling down on.
Honestly, I feel like right now I would probably double down on Big Bird.
Really?
Yeah, because he got second at Evo, and you know that was heartbreaking for him.
Obviously.
And you know we saw the wonderful picture by Vexney. Shout outs to Stephanie. You know, with Big Bird sitting there with the big Punk winner, you know, up there. And the last time I remember seeing someone that heartbroken and couldn't get up out of the chair was Kakeru after he lost Kimono Michi versus Tokido. And then what did he do? He went and won Evo. You know?
I mean, that's a very good point. You're bringing up very good points here. I mean, look, the fact that we do have like the best players in the world here for Esports World Cup trying to like get to this says like a lot about how far we've come. And just saying you've been around the scene for a very long time. How does it feel to be standing on the stage in Saudi Arabia commentating Street Fighter 6 with $1 million on the line?
I mean, look, you know, there's this one of the preview clips of Bang the Machine, you know, the documentary about Street Fighter from a long time ago, had Valle and the crew watching a Japanese tournament, and they were like in arenas, and like Valle's like, man, look at this. They're all in arenas and stuff, you know, and you can see the look on their faces like maybe one day, maybe, you know, and, you know, honestly, around that time, we had dreams of stuff like this happening. But honestly, like, I'm gonna be real with you, Steve.
Talk to me.
I thought I would be long dead and gone before we got to this point, you know. Honestly, like, I just didn't think it would happen. But you know, the fact that, you know, Evo's in Mandalay Bay Arena, and now we're here, and I mean, I'm traveling. I've been all over the world for this, and it makes no sense, you know, but it's incredible.
Well, look, James, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm happy you're not long and gone by this time, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to talk to you and enjoy this stadium spectacle that is Esports World Cup.
To be fair, Steve, if I was long gone, you would be too. So, you know, we're not that far apart.
You gonna put me in there too? Well, look, thank you for your time, James. You know it's always a pleasure.
You're like, get out of here, man.
Right, get this guy out of here. He's gonna take me with him. He's gonna take me with him. With that being said, Esports World Cup 2024, Street Fighter 6, we got more.
What a fantastic interview. Congratulations. Great conversation with James Chen as well as with Punk earlier on. What's your immediate reaction when you're listening back to that?
I mean, look, James is, like I said, he's one of my inspirations. Before I got into this, James was one of the people that promoted me. So to be here with him, talk to a legacy commentator that knows more about Street Fighter than me, it's heartwarming. And I'm just happy to be able to share the mic with him.
Is he older than you?
a lot older.
Yes! Okay, great. That's what I wanted to check. Just wanted to make sure. I will say this, though. I understand that sentiment, that feeling of like, it's wild that we're sitting here talking about video games on a scale of this with the amount of it. I understand what they're feeling. But you know what? That's what happens. Digitization of the future, ladies and gentlemen. That is what's going next. Okay, we've recapped yesterday. We covered 4 of the groups already. Let's turn our attention to today before I start waxing philosophical. Let's talk about the 4 groups. Steve, I'm going to ask you to maybe set up some favorites and give us some expectations. Bearing in mind, we had huge upsets yesterday. So Group E, we got Chris Wong, is that VX Bao, Hikaru, and DCQ.
So I'm going to tell you right now, DCQ means dubs come quick. A very big threat in this next bracket. Hikaru is definitely a big threat in this bracket. He plays the Gao, one of the few out there that's actually making big strides when it comes to tournaments. VX Bao is a long-time heavy hitter, but Chris Wong, I feel like, is definitely one of the people you want to look at. Capcom Cup this year, he was in that top 3, and that was a stacked bracket tournament, seemingly kind of coming out of nowhere, but that's just how good he is. And if anybody's going to make it out of this group, personally, if you ask me, it's going to be Chris Wong, it's going to be DCQ.
Super quick. So just, do you know what this means?
Falcons, baby.
This is Falcons Fly, okay? Minard, how do we say that?
Minardi.
What does it mean?
That's Mina RD.
Where's he right now? Eliminated. Let's look at this. The birds. What does NL stand for?
Never lose.
Oh, what happened yesterday?
He lost.
Okay. And then what does DCQ stand for?
Dubs come quick.
Let's find out. We're going to have to see. Will the third bird fly? I don't know. Turn our attention to Group FF. I can pop off just as much as you fighting kids. Oil King, Tachikawa, Kawano, and Nephew. Talk to me about this place.
So look, Oil King, also one of the Rashids we have here, and definitely a very strong competitor. Tachikawa, on the other hand, this guy is a problem. He's been a long-time standing competitor when it comes to Street Fighter. Very much born to fight in these games like this, especially considering he's been fighting some of the greats for a long time too. Kawano is another Evo top 6 player that did not get the win, but he's definitely strong enough to be up here with these players. Nephew, one of the strongest players from the west coast of the United States, and one of Punk's favorite and training partners. So you know this bracket itself is already looking super stacked.
The 2 hopes, Dual Kevin.
Yeah. Oh my God, this guy.
Let's take a look at the next group. We've got 2 more to run through. So let's take a look at Group G. Who are we focusing on here? Tuxedo has to be.
So we got another U.S. player with Knuckle Dude. And then we have Tokido. They call him the Murder Face. That guy, that's his nickname. I'm just telling you guys the facts. That's the Murder Face. And I'm going to tell you right now, Bonchan is a legend of fighting games as well. Tokido, Bonchan, 2 legends of fighting games. If there was a Mount Rushmore, these 2 would be on there. And of course, a new guy coming from another game, KOF, Lashar, is probably another heavy hitter.
Super quick about that. Lashar, KOF is king of fighters, just for the record.
Thank you.
I don't think a Murder Face is going on a Mount Rushmore.
I'm sorry, every other game has very normal nicknames for their characters. I mean, maybe you got like the Unkillable Demon King for Faker. That's a cool one, but most people don't get like Murder Face. Yeah. Where do you get a name like that?
Okay, well, hold up. Story time later.
Okay, sorry.
We got 1 more group to get through. Steve, Group H, let's find out.
All right, Higuchi, Moke, Big Bird, Pugeta. Now, we already talked to Big Bird. I actually met a Big Bird fan when we went to breakfast earlier, but Pugeta versus Big Bird is going to be a very big match. Big Bird coming in second at EVO this year, and on top of that, we were talking about his Red Bull Kumite win, CPT World Warrior East win.
He feels like this is his year.
It's really close. Like we said, we see how quick the tide changes in fighting games, so this could very much be his time. But Higuchi, you need to be very careful. A very strong player who, like I said, just coming from the region that he plays from, he has so much experience versus some of the best players out there. Moke, a longtime player, a Capcom Cup finalist, as well as a Street Fighter Japan Pro League player.
Something that I'm taking away from this, if I'm going to summarize all of these groups, it is the fact that these players are sincerely 16 of the best players, 32 of the best that we have seen in the world. It is gigantic. It is exceptional how talented they are, and that's why these upsets are not necessarily as surprising. Right, Street Fighter 6 is done for now. Those games will be starting later on in the broadcast. Before we continue looking at the other matches today, let's talk about the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. Now, of course, Falcons losing 2 of their 3 Street Fighter players hurts them. Now, the thing is, they are still likely to make points in Fortnite and TFT. Reminder, you have to make top 8 in the tournament to get points. In order to make it onto this board, you need more than 1,000 right now. Fnatic are sitting at 660 points, and they do have teams/players in all 3 of the games this weekend. We just heard about some of them from Street Fighter, and we've seen the brackets for TFT. The thing is, in TFT and in Fortnite, Fnatic have had very rocky starts. And as we said, we'll see Chris Wong's Street Fighter 6 group stage debut later on today. Will anybody be able to catch up to Team Falcons? Right now, it's looking unlikely. And if Team Falcons continue to have their wings clipped, maybe Team Liquid, Fnatic Gaming can catch up. That does it for this episode of our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Now, of course, we have already covered the Street Fighter 6 group breakdown. We're taking a quick live look into our teamfight tactics breakdown. So let's start by recapping what happened yesterday before we dive deeper into those games. Group A for TFT, what happened, Sam?
Quite a lot, honestly, because we had a few big upsets, namely, of course, Zeta Division falling down to the lower bracket. Just saw them fall moments ago at the beginning of the show, too.
This just happened.
Yeah, and Branching Out had a great showing up against GK. Of course, the Wolves versus Branching Out matchup is happening right now, guys. If you want to go watch it, that is currently 1-on-1. So we're in game 3 for that one as it stands. So still a lot to play for.
And as you mentioned, that graphic has just not been updated yet. Zeta Division were eliminated by GK, so they'll be waiting in that qualifying match. Let's work through the rest of the groups. Let's turn our attention to Group B. In terms of the surprises here, I think these are big names. Karmine Corp, Team Vitality, Twisted Minds are organizations that we see a lot, especially in the West. But are these upsets that TM and KC dropped down?
I think it is. There was a lot of hype coming in for both these rosters coming in here, and for both them to fall 2-0, to they go down to this lower bracket is a huge deal because one of those teams is going home now guaranteed. I'll shout out Vitality. They played exceptionally well, and I think some teams were a little bit nervous about how well they performed. So it's a really good showing on day 1.
And of course, again, we have to revise the pre-tournament expectations, right? And try to figure out, were those expectations misaligned, misinformed, or were the players just misrepresented? That's what we'll find out. We'll cover that and try to have some of those conversations. Let's look at Group C, though, because reminder, this format's very new. And again, gigantic organizations, gigantic clubs here with T1 and Zero Tenacity coming in on top.
Exactly, and 3 of those names, in some ways you could have expected to move forward. The T1 Weibo series being as close as it was expected. Fnatic, though, 2 of the reigning world champions from this year, falling down with the super team. You heard Ian talk about it earlier, made that a huge, huge deal. And actually, regarding that upset, I got to chat a little earlier to Travis from Zero Tenacity and about that upset when over in the ALJ interview. Hello everyone, I've managed to find Travis here, legend of the Polish TFT scene, and I have to start with an apology because I, like many others, doubted Zero Tenacity, and today they pulled off a monstrous upset against Fnatic of all teams. How do you feel having taken down one of the tournament favorites today?
I feel great. Like, I've seen the tier list. People put Fnatic at like the top or next after T1. I've heard that everyone says Fnatic is one of the strongest teams, so I feel good.
Yeah, I mean, from your experience, I guess at this point, where do you rate yourselves? Where do you rate Fnatic? It's a very new set, so I'm imagining maybe our thoughts aren't all that correct yet.
I actually think it's kind of dependent on who hits Syndra, but we surely aren't behind the others.
I love that you're saying that, because from what I was hearing, chatting to Panda and a few of the other casters, you've got a bit of a reputation, mate, for being a little bit of a villain when it comes to balance and being quite outspoken about stuff. Just for the record, great guy to listen to. What are your thoughts on the balance so far on the set? We've only got a week or so of live play. You're hearing Syndra already pretty busted?
I think if I said my honest thoughts about it, I would be in quite a bit of trouble, but it's one of the worst set starts I remember.
Ooh, that's some strong words. So I guess with that in mind, clearly you've got your own thoughts on what's working right now. We've seen a day or so of games. Any particular strategies that you think are going to be really dominant here at the tournament?
I mean, at this point, we're already seeing like 4 Syndras in some lobbies. And Syndra is so broken that you can play it 2-star, 3-star, even 1-star. Sometimes you go top 4.
Wow. So even things like the Cogmore just aren't the level of the Syndra right now.
Yeah, like other reroll comps are very conditional augments-wise. Like Cogmore needs to healthy or Sweet Tooth, and Syndra you just play Syndra and that's it.
It works. That's incredible to hear. Well, eyes on that Syndra then. I guess from your perspective now,
you're a two-time Polish champ, but never quite had that champs experience. Your team in general doesn't have a lot of world experience. I think it might even be the lowest here at the tournament. What does it mean for you and the rest of the team to step onto a stage this big, to show off on a stage like this to the rest of the world, and especially considering EU, never mind Poland, are often considered a little bit lower down the TFT pecking order? What does this opportunity mean to you?
I think it's a great experience. Honestly, I'm with the people that say EU is the worst region. Not gonna lie, I think NA is the best. But being here, it's very cool, especially start of set. I think we got a better chance than if it was at the end of it. Like, I think the Polish players like me, Lulush, Alan, we're all good at the starts of the set, so we can pull something crazy off.
Doesn't get more like the start of the set than a week into the set. So that's pretty crazy stuff. Last thoughts before I let you go then. Your matchup next is going to be against T1, who had a very close series against Weibo. How are you feeling going into that matchup?
It's I never played against APAC players, so that's something to look forward to. But it's kind of unlucky that we got the best team and the second best team, according to most people, in a row.
You heard it. Thank you so much, Travis. Best of luck going forward. I'm hoping for a few more upsets.
Dziękuję, Travis. Awesome to hear from that. You heard it there from the man himself. He's never been shy about chatting about the set balance. Syndra is the most broken champion in TFT ever, so he said.
Wow.
Pretty huge. Okay. And of course, they knocked out Fnatic. They're now down in the lower bracket. And I think my matchup to watch for today for TFT is starting at 4:20 p.m. Weibo versus Fnatic being set up right now in the STC arena. I think we're going to have a look in right now because those players are looking to be eliminated here. One of those teams is going home.
Sorry, what time does the game start again?
4:20 p.m.
Nice.
I knew.
Are Fnatic being eliminated in this series?
I don't think so.
Trust your gut now, because you came in telling me they're going to do well.
I have to stand by my position.
Didn't. Okay.
Stand by it. Fnatic are going forwards. They'll lower bracket.
All right. Going forwards. Okay, well, listen, let's carry on. I really like these live look-ins, so thank you to our production team. But let's take a look at Group D, the last group from yesterday that has played out the games. Talk to me about the results, because, again, a lot of big names and then on-set pass.
Yep, that means I don't know, literally,
lovely.
which is hilarious. But this was a bit more expected. Falcons and Toronto Ultra came in and played really well. I actually got to chat a little bit to Till, who's helping manage the team here. You chatted to him yesterday. He was saying part of the reason they think they're doing well is the coaching, teaching how players communicate in 4v4. What info you're giving has been so key, because TFT, lots of information as we've seen. Clean comms is how Toronto Ultra are winning.
Lots of information. Young Blake's brain is melting. I'm going to make you explain Syndra later on in the show, because I want to understand more. And also, I'll say this, when Till was sitting on the sofa, he actually explicitly said how excited the TFT teams and players were. They didn't have this jaded old man energy like some people on my show. But what's going to be your favorite set in TFT?
I think it's going to be Remix Rumble. And that's from an esports viewer perspective, because I watched Magic in that set. Malala from Fnatic pulled off the miracle season. He won nearly everything there was to in a game that is so based around RNG and average placement more than anything else. He won so much stuff.
He's here now again, isn't he?
He's on Fnatic.
He is, isn't he? So he's about to be eliminated, will he? We'll find out. Obviously, we'll keep you up to date on those results, but right now, talking about sets, let's check in what Robin Songs from Toronto Ultra blind ranking his favorite TFT sets.
Hi, I'm Counterfeit here for EWC with Robin Songs representing Toronto Ultra. We're going to play a little game here today. So we're going to ask him to rate the set from number 1, the best, to number 5, the worst, but he's only going to have a selection of 5 and he can't reuse a number. So we may end up with a slightly awkward situation towards the end. First up, it's Fates.
This is set 4?
Yes, would you like to choose this one as your number 1?
This is set 4. This is like one of the goated sets. Yeah, number 1.
All right, wow.
Insta one. Like, I think anyone can agree. I think that's the best set. Yeah, it's easy.
All right. Well, competition. Dragonlands. Are you a Dragon fan?
Dragonlands. Okay, so I was going to put this at 5, but like everyone hated it during then, but
it was divisive.
Now, when you watch the clips, it's kind of cool and kind of hype. I'm gonna put it at 4. Just there might be something worse than Dragonlands, I think, in my opinion.
Leaving your options open, I like it. All right, next up, from dragons to monsters.
Anima Squad. Do you remember what the mechanic was, or no?
It was the hero augments, I believe.
Hero augments?
Yeah. That's a big reaction.
Hero augments. Let's see. Yeah, hero augments. I mean, there's legends. Legends is probably worse than hero augments. I'm gonna put this at 3. Let's put that at 5 actually.
Right.
This is strategic. Yeah, I'm not gonna get legends.
All right. Next up, Runeterra Reforged.
Runeterra Reforged. Oh, this might be the this is the legends one. Is that 9?
No, I think you might be right actually.
Oh, this is probably number 3 for me. Yeah.
All right, smack dab in the middle. Okay.
Yeah.
So, without any choice at all, your second favorite set in TFT is going to be Iggy Fables.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think number 2 is good. But I think this list, I think it's Fate's number 1 and all of these at number 5.
All right, well, strong opinions. Thank you so much, Robin Songs, representing Toronto Ultra. I've been Counterfeit, representing the EWC. We'll see you guys again soon.
For the gents who don't follow TFT, you may now be realizing a lot of our players have very strong opinions on balance and how the game plays in terms of sets.
We got some opinions.
No, I'll rephrase this. Everyone does. The only difference is they say them
Oh
on
yeah, they
camera.
do. They're so
They say
vocal.
them on camera. Listen, let's take a look at what is happening in the team fight tactics live right now. We're going to head into the arena and take a look at the Fnatic matchup right now against Weibo.
Oh,
Give me an update. Who is looking in the lead right now?
So it's still very early on. We're only in stage 2, but it's looking like Fnatic have managed to get themselves a good start here at the very least. But it's still very early on in the game. Things can still change, and we're in game 1. I'm looking at this as well, and now maybe we've got some of these comps here. Ashe multi-strike could be pretty scary as well, so keep an eye on this guy here. It will be Kiyun having a good start.
Twin and Ace for CN, for Weibo. Being on that early loss streak, we might see some more of that style coming out of him.
And taking a look at the boards right here, we have Easy and Dish Soap both going for full loss streaks here, both holding a Syndra. They have made their stance very apparent going into this carousel.
Perfect. The open fort single Syndra.
Yeah, I will say, you know, for Dish Soap, he is definitely, he can't get away from this loss streak. You know, it's a little bit more important for him, given his augments. For Easy, he does have the TG early. That's more of a tempo comp. He can just go into win streak if he does find something good here. Preserving those streaks are going to be massively important, and I do want to also point out Kuds, he's playing Cluttered Mind right here, so an augment that we haven't really seen this entire tournament, but it could be a very good win-out augment with all the extra experience points going his way.
Yeah, we have to really look out for these streaks right now. As you said, Dish Soap really can't get away from this, and unfortunately for him, he did slam a tier, which could make the difference if he runs into a Syndra v Syndra fight with Easy, who does not have the tier currently. Dish Soap also now going to just field a board, it looks like. Not going to full... Okay, there it is. Keeps the Rumble, however. I still think Easy is likely to beat him, but he runs into Koza instead, who wants to be on the win streak, so Dish Soap will be able to get away from that. Slams the Ginsu now. Still going to have the danger of losing the streak to Easy. However, going to be able to continue this loss. Really, really good to have the what doesn't kill you. Has a lot more potential for Econ than Easy does, of course, having the sleight of hand, but a quicker transition from Easy, being able to slam that and get a lot of power instantly.
For sure, for sure. I think what Easy could do is actually, you know, the best case scenario for both of them is to find another Syndra that's not itemized and just throw her up there.
Yeah, 100%.
To kind of get the lose streak, the full loss streak away. On the other hand, we did see a Syndra too. You know, she's finally appearing on Kiyun's board, so it does look like there's a strong win-out potential that we're looking for. You know, Syndra with the Vanguard stats, 29% win rate yesterday.
Yeah, insanity from that composition. Really, unless you're playing Karma or Syndra or hitting a vertical, you're not really winning the game. It happens so few times with anything else. As we see, because level to 6, Malala doesn't get there because he can't. He's playing one cost reroll. Does not rotate into him, into Kiyun instead, but the two-star Syndra is actually kind of scary. Malala does not want to lose this streak to Kiyun right now, and it's possible that he could. Whereas on the other side, Kazuha just rotates into Hansing, and that's just going to be an easy victory. But that's also a Syndra 2 for Hansing, so we actually just have these Syndras all over the place right now, and the two lost streakers might not be able to go into that composition very easily.
And this is why Syndra can field so many different players. It's because you don't really need to reroll for the Syndra 3. You can just keep her Syndra 2. You can have Nami carry. You can have Karma carry. And in this instance, where we're seeing from Kiyun, Wukong 3 as a win condition is also very possible. We saw yesterday, I think, in the T1 games where there was an additional Vanguard from Bobe. You know, hitting that really made him just win the composition. And we'll see if Kiyun wants to tailor for it. You can tailor your board, throw in the Vanguard on 3-1, potentially get that win condition. He is keeping the Vanguards in check right there on his bench. And for Easy, both of these players went full loose streak, so that's very good for Dish Soap. He is going for the what doesn't kill you, so getting that extra gold, getting the extra Syndra as well. Big finds here.
Yeah, it's great. And, you know, I want to talk back about Kiyun here. You know, we had seen that flowchart on Twitter. I don't remember who posted it, but it was having, is Syndra contested? Okay, did you find Karma? Did you find Wukong 3? And we see the Wukong already on the board. Kiyun can try and push levels, look to play around the Wukong reroll rounds alongside a Syndra 2, and you can still find a lot of top 4s that way.
For sure, for sure. It is kind of funny, but I have to say it's very honest. That is actually what a lot of players are doing in these games here. We are going to still have that showdown with the 2 win streakers still on the board, 2 loss streakers on the board here. So a lot of tension in the air to see who can get that +3.
A lot of levels. Tries to get a little bit more power, not going to just full commit to re-rolling the 1 cost instead, just going to use the Scholars for the early win streaking, try and transition potentially later into something like the Karma.
And the tension builds, the streakers all stay here.
They're both safe. Looks like Kaza should be able to take out Kiyun, however that is Nasher's Shojin on the Syndra, it's a lot of power. Doesn't seem like the front line is enough, though, to hang on. This is a very tanky Jace for Kaza with the Sterix and the Bramble.
It looks like Malala is going to pivot away from the Scholar Bastion build that we were talking about. Just going to go with the more tried and true route down to Syndra. And we have Prismatic Augments coming in across the board here. A couple of the really powerful ones have been the generic ones, like giving you the Randuin's Omen, Mighty but Giant.
Now, you might have heard there a lot of the word Syndra. That's because I saw at least 3 comps there running the Syndra. And
Out of 8.
Yeah, that's just crazy for lobby, because a reminder, the way it works in TFT is you have a shared pool of champions that you're pulling from. So if everyone is trying to get the same character, there's just less to go around, and it just isn't mattering. People are still happy to try and play comps built.
I think it's one of those things where, like, the word shared pool is even... It's not clear. There are a limited number of pieces, right? A limited number. And it's like everyone's trying to build the same puzzle from the one pile of puzzle pieces, right? So who gets the biggest picture? Well, that means they're going to be closest to winning, closest to like finishing it, right?
So for exact numbers, there are 25 Syndras in any game. That's it.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah. But and even still, one of the things you pointed out was the fact that like it doesn't matter. They'll still continue to go for Syndra. She's that good.
And we'll explain why later on.
Exactly.
So stick around. Of course, you can continue watching that TFT over at twitch.tv/EWC_gold. We're getting to a break. And when we come back, we're going to recap all the action from Fortnite Day 1. And on the way there, let's hear from Sam and TFT caster Casanova in the ALJ interview.
Hey, I've managed to find the smoothest host in the business for today. It's Casanova. How have you been finding the tournament so far, mate?
I mean, it has been amazing, right? We don't get the 4v4 format too frequently. This is like kind of a brand new thing, and the games have delivered. Everybody's kind of doing all kinds of crazy things. The team play that we don't get out of Teamfight Tactics, which is normally a solo game, so it's been incredible.
Yeah, I suppose with that in mind, how's it been now we've actually gotten some footage of the 4v4? Any strategies, any kind of player calls that have been kind of spotted by you guys in the broadcast?
Constantly, players are being able to identify when they're going to play against their teammates and make sure they either don't hit them as hard or they even sacrifice the round for their teammate to try and preserve life, and being able to use that kind of pooled resources, as well as trying to play in the same cost of champion, because their champions are in bag sizes. So if you play the same cost, it's easier to hit the units you're trying to find.
Big deal. And I suppose with that in mind, speaking of units and things are a little bit busted, I was chatting with Travis earlier. He was saying this champion is the most busted unit in TFT possibly ever. Syndra, what is going on with Syndra? Why is she so busted?
So the way Syndra works is she ends up stacking up damage just through casting throughout the game. So she kind of like infinitely scales throughout the
more you cast, the more damage it is,
and
right?
So if you can find her early, even though she's a 2 cost, she's performing more like a 4 or 5 cost late in the game. So it's very, very powerful.
And basically from what we've been hearing, it doesn't matter even if you're not hitting the 3-star, 2 stars more than good enough, right?
Yeah, 2 stars plenty, and that's why we're seeing like 4 or 5 Syndras sometimes in these games. And and it's absolutely incredible. It's really important to just hit it. Oftentimes, if you see it that contested, you just take it and you tempo from there because it makes your board so stable.
I mean, with that in mind as well, we were chatting a little bit behind the scenes. You were saying, look, there's 1 or 2 champions that we were expecting to be good that are maybe a little bit fake, as you were saying. Any ones you're calling out saying maybe don't push as hard on those?
So I think with the Syndra reroll, we used to see people reroll Cassiopeia alongside. Rolling multiple 2 costs together is always very good. You have the same shot odds when you're trying to roll for these, and you're taking both out of the pool, which helps. However, the gold it costs to 3-star that Cassiopeia, even to 2-star it sometimes, not worth it when you need to hunt down these Syndras and you need to hunt down that front line.
Because everyone wants the Syndra, you're better off spending the gold, re-rolling to find that extra 1 copy rather than maxing the Cassiopeia out. That's actually super interesting to hear. Any other comps you've been kind of saying, that's one to keep your eye on?
Well, I think the fun at home is to watch when we get some verticals coming through, because we actually saw 9 Fairy twice today, and we saw 10 Portal, which coming into the event,
I was not expecting that.
Not expect verticals to make a big splash, but first place is so important as it is the tiebreaker if both teams end up tying the amount of points they score in the single game. So if you can find an angle, it's a great way to close it out for your team.
That's so much useful information. Thank you so much, mate. I'm not going to keep you because I know you've still got series to go back to. We've got a game on the background right now we're keeping our eye on. So I'll let you go, Cass. Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Thanks so much.
You might not even have the removers to make use of the new artifacts. Blighting Jewel is a good find because it does look like Kyun is going to go with the Karma composition. Right. You get the blue buff, you get Blighting Jewel. Don't build Morello if you already have Blighting Jewel, by the way. You're just griefing your damage. You're casting so often, you actually want something like the Archangels as the last item.
All right, and we're going to see Wei Jin level up to 8 as well here, using that tempo very well. Has kept his HP high alongside Malala.
Yep, gets both of his warriors here, just needs to get them 2-star, and the artifacts are a lot easier to use for melee carries for the most part. We already see him getting the mittens, so they can't be chilled. Everfrost is not going to matter, and they're also just going to move very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good hit as well. Finding the more important warrior, right? I think Fiora over Gwen for sure. Being able to get that pretty much immediately, get the itemization slam. There's the mittens to go down. And there's still plenty of items available that are going to work out for this Gwen, so Weijin definitely being able to put this together quite easily and should be a good way to play for a top 4.
I gotta say, Easy looks like he's going out in 8th. This is a free fall type of position for him. He didn't find any of the Syndras or the Karmas to put his Radiant items on. And now let's take a look at Dishsoap's board. Incredibly powerful with the Syndra 3 online already with so many Syndra players. I think Fnatic was able to coordinate a roll down where they probably got rid of the Syndras on the other boards and gave Dishsoap enough time to utilize this.
Yeah, maybe if they're holding extras, but Kyun's still playing with the Syndra too, so we at least know some of them are still in the pool. However, the fact that he was able to hit and was able to go to 7, I mean, that's just massive, right? He was able to kind of keep a lot of extra HP with that win streak after rolling down heavy on 6. He was just 3 copies away, able to get there very easily. He's got mentorship, he's got good combat from his augments by having these extra items, having a combat aug, even if it is just the silver. And now we're just looking at the HP, and the highest HP for the team of Weibo is going to be Kazuha, who does get a Nasus 2 here. It's going to be a huge pickup, Nasus 2 plus Kalista 2.
Yeah, but I will say his spot is still very weak at the moment. Just looking across the board right here, he doesn't have the Guinsoo's Rage Blade in order to power up this Kalista. That is the core item. Instead, he's having to slam Mittens, which is preferably better on the front line here. So I honestly feel like Fnatic's game plan from here is fairly simple. You know Easy is in free fall. He's not really climbing out of that ditch. All you need to do then is just target the player with the highest win-out potential on Weibo Gaming, and you have this unlocked.
Yeah, and it's looking very good, right? Because Fnatic having just a ton of spots that look very good for top 4. And we'll see if any of those spots can actually convert to a first, but they can still try and push as many of these Weibo players down further after the fact, especially, as you said, Easy is going to be grabbing this 8th.
And welcome back. Yes, Alice, she's the camel in the middle of the screen and has one hump. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup Week 6. Every time I see this footage, it just sings that song, Alice the Camel. Anyways, Teamfight Tactics is still live and ongoing. Fnatic and Weibo are about to dive into that series that is live. We haven't yet started the other tournaments, but I figure what we'll do is a quick roundup. Let's give some updates. What's been happening in TFT?
Well, I'm checking over my notes, and the answer seems to be Syndra. Syndra's happening in TFT.
You're just a one-trick pony now.
Zeta Division also burned out.
Okay, so Syndra and Zeta.
Yeah.
That's it. Syndra, Zeta. There's a song there somewhere.
There is.
Okay, well, do you know what? Let's make sure my other guys are awake here. Steve, what has been happening in Street Fighter 6?
Look, man, breaking news. Nothing's happened. We don't start till 5 p.m., bro. We haven't even done anything yet.
You know the funny thing is, he's not even wearing a watch. This that is a bracelet. What he's trying to tell me is it's freckled past the hair. Nonsense. Right, I'll move away from the jaded old man and let's come to the young guns. Blake, what has been happening in Fortnite?
Trevor, man, we still got 2 hours until we can watch Fortnite over on twitch.tv/EWC. They told me they were going to laugh at me.
Okay. Where do we watch it?
Twitch.tv/EWC_white.
He nailed it. Okay, do you know what? It was funny because I actually put in his head that he was going to fumble, and he did.
He put it in my head and made me do it.
Now, let's actually do a little bit of recap. Obviously, we got 2 hours until Fortnite starts, but before we dive into the live games later on in our broadcast, let's remind everyone what happened yesterday. Let's start with Group A and take a look at the 2 teams that are stepping up. I think crucially, when we look at the bracket from Group A, my boy Blake immediately highlighted and predicted Xset. The reason I say that is a lot of the other towns said Xset were good, but they had to readjust based on that Falcon set. So what's your takeaways, Blake?
Yeah, I mean, you know, my #1 prediction is Xset, and seeing them qualify for the playoffs up in their Group A upper bracket is just a relief. And I'm super excited to see them in the playoffs tomorrow. But seeing them 3-0 Falcons in a really close matchup, we can see it was 3-0, but these were hard-fought games the whole way through.
I mean, I love that. We were watching the Xset Falcons, right? And I think, Steve, you even called it out, like how close the points were.
It was actually crazy because we came in at the perfect time to see just how down to the wire it was. Once again, new eyes for Fortnite, but the way Blake made it seem, it made so much sense.
Yeah, and on that hardpoint game, it was 250 to like 240. We were down to the last point, the last 10 seconds. That was either one of their games, but Xset took it home.
Now, of course, we're watching Keeper here, just keeping a close eye on some of these last rounds. I mean, Xset, individual players looking good. Did they live up to your expectations, or was it closer against Falcons than even you were expecting?
Dude, Falcons is such a good team. So, I mean, they exceeded my expectations because a 3-0 on a team to this caliber is insane.
Okay, that's actually really good context, right? Because like when we were watching the score, you see the score on 3-0 and you just think it's a completely one-sided stomp. That's not the case, right? Those rounds were really close between Capture the Flag, Hardpoint, and Keeper. Obviously, we'll find out who's going to be qualifying alongside XSET later on today. Before that, though, let's hear from the victorious Ritual from XSET in the ALJ interview.
I'm here with Ritual, a member from XSET. Ritual, how are you feeling after 3-0ing Falcons to qualify for the playoffs?
I'm feeling really good, really confident, and I'm just really happy to be here.
Okay, so your roster was actually different 3 weeks ago. How has the changes been adapting with a new fourth player, Cold?
So we did change our roster, you know, and it really helped us. And now I think we're just really good, got that out of the way, and just here to lock in and win.
Perfect, and you defeated Falcons. They're a top team. Is there any other teams in this tournament you're scared of?
No, there's no other teams. You know, we took down the #1 team, and that put our confidence at an all-time high.
You know, you were my #1 pick going into this tournament, so I got high expectations. I'm excited to see the rest of your games this weekend. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you.
Man, Ritual, not exactly matching your energy, Blake. I felt like you were more excited for his win than
I was hyped, man. I was hyped. That's my #1 pick. You know, it's my first time on the show, and I need my predictions to pay off and give me a good reputation here.
Listen, trust me, you've already established yourself, man. Like the analysis, the predictions, you were ahead of the XSET curve before everybody else. What I'm just giggling at is how excited you are about the game, and Richard's just like, yeah man,
cool.
We did what we had to do.
Yeah, that was okay.
Fantastic.
You guys are ridiculous. Yeah, I'm all right.
About the talent, like their predictions, not many people had XSET. Like Oceantics was on the show yesterday. He predicted Falcons. He had to take that back and apologize.
Yes, he did. He still called you washed, though.
He did call me washed.
Very clean.
Let's talk about Group B. When we get the bracket up on screen, talk to me about Group B, the results that came through, and more importantly, like, is there any surprises here? Because like when I see XC, they made it, but you know, 3-0 and then 3-2 against Gaming. That again was a very hard-fought series.
Yeah, you know, this is a hard bracket because Gaming Gladiators is not an easy team, but Team Exceed, another NA team.
Hey,
come on. They're on my top 8 predictions. I'm not surprised that they're in the playoffs at all. They're one of the top teams here, and they came prepared. So we're going to see Power and Al Ula down in the elimination match later at 6 p.m. or 7:30.
7:30, nice.
And then Gaming Gladiators will play the winner of that.
By the way, I appreciate your prep. Your research is on point, even if you can't say a link right, but the rest of it's good.
Hey, I corrected the link.
Hey,
it's all good. It's all good.
And I think the other things, like always saying, like Gaming Gladiator, another one of those teams you expect to be top 4, probably. I mean, no surprise that matchup was close. I'm expecting to make it through the low bracket.
That was an insane series. 3-2 in these game modes is so close.
Well, listen, let's judge how much level of excitement we have from Quanti from Exceed as Blake caught up with him in the ALJ interview.
We're here in the Amazon Arena with Kwani. Kwani, you just 3-2'd Gaming Gladiators to qualify for the playoffs. How are you feeling?
Bro, I'm fired up, bro. I already knew we were the best team coming here, bro. Come on.
He's confident, man. So, I know you're the IGL of the team, right? How is do you feel the pressure?
Nah, there's really no pressure. You know, we've been here. My whole team's been at LANs before, you know, like, it's just normal stuff at this point.
Yeah, and that was the next question. You've been to LANs. How does this compare to the other LANs you've been to?
I mean, this LAN's definitely more like, you know, it's the first ever Esports World Cup tournament. So, like, you know, winning this, obviously, like, there's a lot on stake, you know what I'm saying? Like, winning this is 100%, like, a big thing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's talk about your roster. You have Peterbot on your team. Probably, if not, like, the best Fortnite player of all time. Not of all time, but right now. How is it like playing with Peterbot?
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Peterbot, that's like, he's a boost of confidence, bro. Once he starts screaming, you know the game's over. If he starts screaming, it's over. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and you guys actually do it at one point for FNCS. So how does it feel reuniting with him?
I'm not gonna lie, like, I've known Peter for years, bro. Like, I talk to him every single day as well, you know. Nothing awkward, you know what I'm saying? We're just boys, you know what I'm saying? We just play together, you know, do our thing and get out.
All right, so obviously you're in the playoffs. What teams are you looking forward to playing?
Obviously looking forward to playing Falcons, XSET, you know. But I'm not gonna lie, like, come on, we're the best team, so, you know, like, beating them is gonna be a good thing.
You mentioned Falcons and XSET, which are two very good teams. Are you that confident against them?
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, I'm max confident. You know, XSET coming into DreamHack Dallas as well, you know, they were like the favorites to win. Obviously didn't qual, do that as well. They had to qual through all lines. I mean, Falcons, I heard they fell off a little bit, you know, so we got that in the bag.
I mean, they did get 3-0'd by XSET. So let's talk about DreamHack Dallas. You were one of 2 NA teams to qualify out of there. How was that feeling?
I mean, I didn't look at it as like that, you know what I'm saying? I just looked at it as in, like, nobody wanted us to win, you know what I'm saying? And then we came in, did our best, you know, like, trash talks here and there, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it.
So is there no one you're scared of here?
No, there's nobody we're scared of at all.
I like the
Nobody.
confidence. I like the confidence. Well, Kwani, thank you so much for your time. See you back in the studio.
You know what I'm saying? These boys know exactly where they're at. You know, I mean, they're coming in there, and you know, I mean, they are, you know what I'm saying, not afraid of anyone. You know what I mean, Blake?
They are confident, man, and like to have teams like Xset and Falcons in this tournament, and they think they're just going to beat everyone. They have no doubt in their mind that they're going to win this.
Do you know what he's saying?
I completely get it. Look, we heard it last week. He's the man.
You know what I'm
He
saying?
is him. He is him.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? It's like.
Yeah, it's like Exceed are here to dominate. I am so old, and that just made me so.
I literally, I was like, man, he said I'm like, but he, you know, he was feeling himself. He was super comfortable. You're like,
I know.
It's like, I do know. Do you know?
I know.
It's like, you know, like.
Sorry. Let me apologize. I apologize. That was so unprofessional, you know. Let's move on to Group C. Talk about Carmine Core, I think, maybe, of course, R8. Carmine Core, Fnatic are big names in this bracket, but it's Fnatic that drop and it's Carmine Core that advance. Is that what you were expecting?
Yeah, I mean, Carmine Corp, another one of my top 8 predictions, but something crazy about them is they're the same as Xset in the way that they have a different roster than they qualified with. Okay. So they dropped Vino for Anas, and it's clearly paying off. I mean, they qualified through the upper bracket for the playoffs.
Now, KS7 taking on Fnatic later on. Are you scared for Fnatic because you also had them in your top 8?
You know, that's one of my NA teams. I need all the NA teams to make it through.
I do too, actually, now.
Right now.
Trevor.
Well, listen, what I want to do is actually take a closer look at the Carmine Core win as well. Obviously, we'll be hyping up some of the matches later on in Fortnite. But you talked about the players, you talked to substitutions. How did these games play out? Because I didn't get to actually catch the footage.
Yeah, I mean, it was 3-0 and then 3-1. And Carmine Corp is a team to be scared of. They have Malabuka and Merstash, one of the best European duos in the world, in Europe, obviously. But they're two of the craziest players, and they've came up crazy.
Now, of course, when we take a look at the players there, I mean, give me a little bit more of an insight here. We just saw like a sick headshot going on. The players are pretty hyped up, but 3-1, 3-0, you have to kind of feel like is their group weaker? Are they that much stronger? How do I interpret those results?
You know, I feel like their group, they got a little bit lucky. Obviously, all 16 of the teams competing in this tournament are crazy. They made it to the international stage, but, you know, they definitely had a good pathway through the playoffs.
Well, good pathway. Now the question is, who will be joining them later on in the group? And of course, we keep seeing it pretty much just looks like a KC highlight reel. I mean, over and over. You're seeing them on members of R8. They get a couple of kills here and there, but it's just all KC all day. Now, of course, we're going to turn the sunshine onto our fourth group here in Fortnite, Group D. So let's focus in and tell me about some of the results here from Group D and who you think was impressing you from yesterday.
Yeah, so Group D, Team Heroic. I'm 4 for 4 right now. You know, I'm going crazy on my prediction, but Team Heroic takes it. We have Thomas HD on that team. It's a team to be scared of as well. All these teams, all 4 of these teams that made it through to the playoffs already are just insane.
Okay, and of course, obviously, if you are still watching home, there may be some challenges there with technical difficulties. But I mean, Heroic as a team, you said 4 for 4 in terms of upper brackets. The question is, do you make the other 4? Because we talked about all of them coming through, you know, the top 8 out of the squads.
You know, some of them have a rough path, like Team Fnatic, they're starting in lower bracket round 1. So, I mean, I hope so, man.
And how are the players actually, now that we've got some game time on stage in a stage like this as well, it's a pretty intense environment, how are they looking in terms of that transition from the BR style towards that kind of 4v4 game mode style? Because I know there were some concerns about which players would actually turn up. You're saying like Peterbot, for example, phenomenal BR player, maybe not a 4v4 guy?
Peterbot was putting up numbers yesterday. Peterbot went crazy. I'm pretty sure they were down 1-0 in the series, and
all right, give me a quick moment. Obviously, we're going to work through some of those technical difficulties we just experienced. What we are going to do in the interim is take a hard look in the STC arena and find out what's been happening in TFT.
Roll deep enough for the Syndra too, because so many Syndras are out of the pool already, being held by the Fnatic players, as you were saying, and I think that just made the strategy a little bit too easy for Fnatic. It was very clear what their game plan was going to be. Everyone just tried to preserve HP. We're going for the 4 cost. You don't even need to worry about max caps. You know, in this meta, a lot of times rerolls have much higher caps than the 4 costs, but it's not necessary.
All right, and Hansing, you know, still playing around Syndra 2, able to find the win, but looks like might just be the end of this one. Very, very exciting to see Fnatic pull that stuff out as well, and Portal making a good showing once again. I just think, you know, Fnatic they had such a tough time yesterday closing out these games, losing out in just these big moments, and sticking to the strategy and having it work. We heard them in the interview when they talked to Ian. They wanted to stick to the strategy, make a few small adjustments. And we see this is how they wanted to play. This is what they wanted to do. It's working here. We'll see if Weibo can adapt in game 2. I mean, what are the main adjustments you'd want to see?
I think you need to start counting copies and be thinking about not going too far into the 2-cost reroll lines. Fnatic players are very clearly, they're not going to filter the pool for you. So if you get a 2-cost reroll and they're not matching it, it could be a big problem here. I would want to see the tempo slow down. Honestly, this is not a very super fast tempo game. There's not a lot of rerollers going around. So it's going to be interesting to, for my opinion, I want to see Honglin going back into his TFT magician credentials and play for big loss streak, big cap out.
All right, yeah, put Hong Lien in that zone instead of maybe Easy where he's been in before, because we can't see the 2 loss streaks. But Easy wasn't just playing from loss streak when he was having his success yesterday. A lot of it was from the win streak in the early game and then just being able to cap out from there. So Hong Lien, we know he is a legendary CN player for a reason. Give him a chance to shine, find that first place for his team in the subsequent game.
He's one of the biggest streamers, and what we call a Honglin 100 HP game is actually only a 15 HP game, where he goes 11 loss streak and then never loses again. That's kind of the meme that goes along with him.
1 HP is infinite HP. If
exactly.
You just win
HP is a resource. You got to use it.
Hansing able to at least get the morale victory, finding a first place in this one, it looks like. Weijin does buy the dragon here. Maybe you can actually win a round. It's been pretty tough. Hansing has just been winning everything, but Fiora's made it to the back line. Is going to jump away from the Karma and Syndra, though, and while the dragon is buying a lot of time, it looks like it is buying enough time. We will at least have one more fight here, Clement, but we'll see if the charms are still enough for Weijin to actually get the first place for Fnatic.
It could happen.
Make us a little bit happy.
Yeah, I do really like Weijin's board here. He does have the chill, the artifacts onto the warriors here.
Desperate plea by Hansing.
One more fight.
So maybe 2 more fights if Weijin's able to find this.
We have seen Prismatic Orb into Prismatic Orb before, in the championship. So
we have.
Anything could happen.
Well, and you even called out this Blighted Jewel Mittens being a pretty solid combination, especially with Blighted Jewel being able to go in the Karma. We have Mittens for the front line. I mean, it really does increase the cap of this board. It makes it pretty reasonable to be able to take out just the Syndra 2 instead of the Syndra 3.
And in terms of cap strength, I definitely favor Weijin's board right here. He also has great support items with the extra attack speed. However, it does look like his warrior on the left side just being completely wiped out by the damage. I wonder how many stacks we have on this Syndra. Going into 6-6, usually if you have like over 150 stacks, it's Desperate Plea wasn't even needed.
Well, without the dragon, Weijin not able to hold up on the front line against this composition, and that's going to be Hansing taking that one. But Fnatic will be taking the first game of our series. They just need one more to be safe for the time being, and Weibo.
And welcome back to EWC Central. My name is Quickshot, and we just saw Fnatic picking up at least one of the round wins there against Weibo. We'll continue tracking those results as the day plays out. For now, though, I have a very special guest joining me from an organization that I have a long and rich history with, T1 Esports. I was lucky enough to commentate their teams, kicking my team's ass for over a decade. And while that is a pretty dramatic introduction, I have Jade Kim from T1. I'm told you're the general manager for EWC. So first of all, yes, please can you say hello to our viewers? You can address the camera and tell us about your role.
Sure thing. Hi everyone, my name is Jade. I am the general manager for T1's EWC titles. It's very nice to meet you all.
That is fantastic. So Jade, just before we dive into the role and what that means, can you tell us a little bit more about your background, how long you've been with T1, your gaming or esports history?
Sure. So I started off as a manager for Misfits Overwatch team, the Florida Mayhem, and I eventually grew into a kind of assistant general manager role there until our very final season, which was luckily enough our championship season before the Overwatch League disbanded. And then, while I was, kind of figuring out what I wanted to do next in life, T1 approached me. They said, hey, like we're entering this new thing called the Esports World Cup. You might have never heard of it. Of course I did. But, and they were like, would you be interested? And I said, I'd love to.
That is amazing. Now, at your time at Mayhem, I presume obviously you work quite closely with Ben and maybe spend a little bit of time with Becca. Did you work with Becca at all by any chance?
Becca as in?
Becca Roberts?
Oh, yes.
She's my wife, so hi anyways.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry,
Hi, Becca.
just have a moment. As soon as you said Mayhem, very personal. I'm so sorry. We'll talk about that off air. Back to T1. General manager for your titles at EWC. So from what I understand, how I interpret that, T1 has picked up a general manager for all of the teams attending here. If that's true, how serious is T1 taking EWC?
I mean, right now we're very excited about, the EWC, the kind of infrastructure that they have set up, as well as the scope of everything that they have in plan, have in mind for us. So, we also want to kind of commit and see where this exciting journey leads us.
I have to be honest, I've had the pleasure of speaking to a lot of organizations, but to pick up a manager for just the titles, we'll bring up the titles on screen in just a moment. As you obviously have an Overwatch background, you obviously have been around esports, and I can appreciate you've seen esports organizations at different scales. We've got TFT, Tekken 8, PUBG Battlegrounds still to come. You've already won League of Legends. No one is surprised. But I mean, what does that signal to you as somebody who's been in the industry and seeing an organization committing to managing a group of teams at a tournament? To me, it's very new and fascinating.
It's also a new step for me from starting off managing only one team and focusing very deeply on each and every player, and then kind of growing into a role that's more, top down, like making sure I assist the managers who used to be in my shoes, the ones that, will be the more nitty gritty kind of managers. But at the same time, I feel like this is just a really exciting event for T1, and we really just wanted to make sure we make the most out of it. So then that's why we kind of fielded our own team of staff for this event.
Well, once again, I will congratulate your League of Legends team. It's a sentence I have said for many, many years. Let's talk one or two last questions about EWC. How valuable is an organization like this, something like the Club Championship, obviously individual tournaments, for an organization like T1? How important is it?
Well, obviously, we want each of our teams to excel, but overall, the Club Championship prize pool scope is just on a whole nother level, as well as being, as far as I'm aware, quite a new kind of own type of competition. So while it's been a very exciting new challenge for us to kind of both field teams that will do well in their own respective titles, as well as kind of trying to make calculations to see where we think we might place in that club championship standing.
I'll say this, I've been an avid watcher for at least 20 years. I can't think of a single tournament, a single event at this scale, especially this scale, that represents a single brand, a single club with multiple games. Out of interest, this is not to quote you, this is definitely not to make T1 scared. What would make T1 as an org, or make you as a general manager, decide to pick up more games? Because obviously EWC is coming back next year. You've only got a few teams competing. We look at Falcons, for example, they've got, 14, 15 teams. That's aspirational. So what would be some of the logic that we can help explain to general gamers about what maybe the thought process is? And again, I'm not asking you to make a commitment here. We're just ideating.
Well, kind of one of the main impressions I've had working with T1 so far has been that T1's really big kind of focus is being the best, or at least doing the best we can at whatever we decide we're going to do.
Yeah.
And for EWC this year, we kind of just, as soon as we got the news, we started to scope out teams and players and stuff like that. But, I think competitiveness is probably our highest goal. We'd rather keep our scope tighter, but make deeper runs with each team, rather than just casting a super wide net and hoping we get the jackpot on one or two. And that's been the way I've operated this year. And I hope we will be expanding in multiple more titles next year, but at the same time, I'm gonna make sure we're not, just kind of loosely
doing it for the sake of it. It's gotta be smart. And look, I know T1 fans. They are ravenous. They are hungry for success. Can you give me any insight? You've obviously got a bunch more teams and players coming to the tournament later on. I personally can't wait for Tekken. It's a game that I haven't had the opportunity to broadcast. I'm so excited. How are the teams and the players feeling as we look ahead to the last 3 weeks?
Well, for I'm just gonna put all our teams out there. You know, TFT, we have Pintum, who's, you know, made frequent World Championship appearances, so we have that kind of player already. And then for PUBG, we picked up a team that was already performing very strongly. Tekken was a kind of new one, was our first attempt at dipping our toes into new waters, where, you know, we wanted to pick up players where we think they'll do well, but we also think they'll do even better in the future.
Got it.
And so my main kind of focus with the 2 players we've picked up, so, only one of them is qualified so far, but our Pakistani player, Ashan Ali, he'll be here a week earlier to try and qualify through the LCQ tournament. And so for both of these players, we're really looking forward to kind of nourishing them and just growing them.
I will say this, the thing that blows my mind is as we were talking about Tekken, I was preparing a question, South Korea getting T1, and then you went Pakistani. I'm like, damn it, my whole question. How are you going to stop Arsenal Ash? For viewers at home that don't know, Pakistan is arguably the best Tekken region in the world. Pakistan is the best Tekken region in the world. I think that's fair to say. That's for me to say. I'm going to say thank you so much, Jade. What I will do is this. I want to quickly just let you know, we've just started something for the first time. We haven't practiced it. We have some EWC merch here, and I'll just quickly show that off. We still have the tag. Let's hide that. You can pick this up at the venue. I'm going to be getting Jade to sign this as well as the rest of the broadcast on his account. We're not going to do it on camera because we haven't practiced it yet, but I would like to say you have to sign it before you leave. And I'm going to ask you just to give a shout out to fans, to viewers, to the organization, and just, you know, say goodbye for and enjoy the rest of your day. To camera number 1.
Sure. Hi everyone. I know I'm quite a new face in the T1 organization, but I also know how, as you know, as Trevor mentioned, how fans are ravenous for good performances from every team that T1 does decide to field. So I will be doing my best to kind of make you guys proud and make the emotional investment worth it. I hope you can look forward to us.
I tell you what, I will just say thank you on behalf of the fans and the viewers. The move that T1 is doing, the fact that they have hygiene, it is a bold and inspirational decision. So I'm going to wish you all the best of luck. Sit there for just 1 second for me. We're going to move on with the broadcast because earlier today, we asked Robin Songs to tell us his favorite TFT sets. Now it's time for K3 Soju. Yes, my man, from Vitality to blind rank them.
All right, I'm Casanova. I'm here at the EWC with K3 Soju, and we're gonna do a blind ranking of 5 sets of TFT. 1 to 5, 1 being your favorite, 5 being your least favorite. And we're gonna start off with the beginning. Set 1, Teamfight Tactics, just classic.
How do you know that's set 1?
OG, because it's just Teamfight Tactics. There's no tagline.
I'll just put it at 2.
At 2? Okay, starting off.
Can I put it at 1? Because I don't think 6 will be in there, so.
You're gonna put it at 1?
Yeah, I'll put it at 1.
Set 1 at number 1, best set. All right, set 9, Runeterra Forged.
5.
5.
It was Legend. It was Legend.
It was
Earth Demacia.
Earth Demacia, yep, 100%.
Would you say it's 5 or?
Would I say it's 5? Well, it's actually my favorite set.
Oh, okay.
Dragonlance, set 7.
I feel bad ranking this one poorly because this is the set I went to Worlds.
Yeah.
But what do I have so far? 1 and 5?
1 and 5, yeah. Set 1 as 1.
I'll put it at 3. Only because I made it to Worlds.
Right in the middle? All right, that makes
Others
sense.
would probably be 4.
Yeah. Okay. It's another decent one. Monsters Attack, set 8.
Wait, I already have 5 gone, right?
Yeah. You put set 9 as 5. Easy 4.
This one's trash.
All right.
And 2. Is it good?
Inkborn Fables.
What was that?
This is the last set, set 11. How did you feel about that one?
I think when we were playing, me and Setsuko actually just a few days ago were like, oh, we low-key kind of miss encounters.
Yeah, okay.
I think we were complaining the entire time about encounters, but yeah, I mean, encounters weren't that great for the game, but it was kind of nice to just randomly have some extra resources.
How did you feel like the rankings went overall?
Oh,
right? You think you nailed it? This is like what you would want?
What did I put at 5?
Runeterra Reforged, set 9.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll take it.
I'll take it. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I got lucky though. So.
Well, of course. But thank you so much, Soju, for the interview, for working through all of these, and good luck in the EWC.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think to myself, what would the Fortnite equivalent be of ranking sets? I'm going to rack my brain and see if we can get young Blake to talk about it. I mean, he may not even play them all, he's so young. What we are going to do now, though, is as we've done a little bit of TFT focus, we've looked in at the live games, we've caught everybody up with the respective titles from yesterday and today. Let's do a deeper dive into Teamfight Tactics because I have heard Initialize say Syndra, 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 Syndra like 100 times. So, explain Syndra, please.
That is indeed the plan. Thank you very much, Trevor. We've got up on screen our 2 cost units here for Teamfight Tactics, among which, of course, is included Syndra. And normally in a meta like this, we'd be expected to talk about a few of these units. The Kassadin, the Kog'Maw, both really strong units. And that can't really happen today, unfortunately, because this character here, Syndra, is dominating everything. You can see she's called a 2 cost because she costs 2 gold. You go from 1 cost all the way up to 5 cost. And nominally a relatively cheap unit. Nominally a unit that you would try and play around, but maybe not exclusively. And that is because Syndra's ability is frankly busted. It is very, very strong. And as I move on over here so we can read it, her ability is called Transcendence. And what this basically means that whenever she casts this ability, it gets stronger. So once you hit the 15 damage, well, 15 cast mark, you get AoE, and you do a shred around enemies to do even more damage, and then you get to 30 it does more. And the important thing is, this is infinitely stacking. So the longer the game goes, the more you cast the ability, the stronger Syndra gets.
So just to make sure that I understand this correctly, right? Once you have cast this ability 15 times, you get AoE, and then you also get to shred their magic resistance, deals more damage. And then for every 30 costs after that, or once you hit 30, then plus 30, it adds an extra explosion.
Bingo.
Forever.
Yep.
How often,
That's cheap.
Roughly, how often will a Syndra actually cast her ability in a round?
So obviously it's a little dependent,
yes.
But early on in the game, so we're talking stages 1, stages 2, probably about 4 times around.
Up to about, I know it can scale,
yeah,
I'm aware.
So late game, on average 10 against tanky compositions, who knows, 20 if it's going really late, you could be getting an upgrade around.
So just for the record, by the time you get to the end of a game, you're talking 30 to 40 rounds of gameplay, and this thing can level up every 2 to 4 rounds, right? Okay,
that's a big deal.
I get it now, okay, right.
And what this basically means is that normally what you want to do is you want to get lots and lots of copies of the Syndra, which you can see down here. That's what she looks like, and that's what you'll be looking for. Because she'll be likely filling up the bench here, the reserves, because everyone will be trying to find that character, trying to build that character. And normally, you want to get 9 of a character, because that gets it to the max rank, that 3-star level of character, which makes them incredibly broken. Syndra doesn't need that. Syndra can work just as a 2-star, only need 3 copies of her, and she's still incredibly busted.
So which one's Syndra?
This one right here.
Okay.
And this is a max rank Syndra. This is a 3-star Syndra. Someone's found 9 copies of the Syndra, and they've kitted them out with all of these items. Watch all the big purple explosions as this blue bar maxes, and there's the purple explosions.
Bang, bang, bang. Okay.
Yep.
Is there a Syndra on the other team as well?
There is, in the back. It's a 2-star Syndra.
Okay, so what we're looking, all of the purple explosions is all the AoE from both opponent Syndras.
That's just exactly it. And the thing is, you are looking at all of those purple explosions.
I mean, keep it looping. Sorry to cut you off, but obviously, if we can just see this one more time for production, do you see those bursts of damage over and over and over? Those are the bursts that keep getting added every 30 costs.
Yeah, and if you can see that bottom Syndra there, the one I pointed out, that little green spear, it's called a Spear of Shojin. And that item is also incredibly strong, because what it means is every time you auto-attack, you get more mana. You know what happens when you get more mana? You cast more abilities.
Yep, I was just about to say, you cast more.
Just to explain, if you look at the blue mana bar under the unit's health, once that hits max, it casts a spell. Yeah. So it's not about cooldowns, it's about how quickly you charge your mana. Yeah.
He was telling me there's characters there that actually give you more mana, so you literally could just use it with Syndra. And that's why I was like, wait a minute, that sounds kind of broken, dude.
It very much is.
Well, listen, I think actually what we are going to do now is take a closer look at Teamfight Tactics. We've actually focused quite a lot on Fortnite Street Fighter yesterday. So if we're going to do a coach stream, what are we going to look at? Which game we're going to focus on?
So it looks like we're going to be going into game 2 of T1, Weibo or,
Fnatic versus Weibo.
Well, that's what I misread the prompter. Thank you, Trevor. You rescued me there, and that'll be a big one. This game is an elimination match. Fnatic obviously have got that first game we called a little bit of earlier. We're going into game 2. If Fnatic win, they move forward, and Weibo will be going home.
Okay, so take a look at the board state. Sam, take a few seconds to look at it. Right now, Weibo in 1 and 4. Fnatic have got 2 and 3. And now, whenever we jump to this board, look, I play this game, and I'm not bad. I struggle to really understand which sides are fighting. So for me, it's always the single screen's a little easier. But what you can do is if you can find those little hovering chibi-looking things, you'll be able to see the clan tag, the club tag on those respective
I
ones.
see, right on the left, right?
WBG on the left. Exactly.
So one of the trickier things that might happen with that split screen, though, is you can move that character. So if someone moves them off screen, you can lose track of that. And it's like that's a very micro thing that sometimes happens, because what it means is that when the damage is flying at the end of the round, it takes longer to hit you. So if things are getting really tight, people move as far away as they can to try and delay the end of their life, basically.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And just sorry to interrupt you there as well, Blake. If you look at the HP bars on the far right-hand side, we're in stage 2, round 7, and you see it's 100, 95, 90, 82. The longer the game goes, the more damage that you do deal to your opponents.
Okay.
Give me the quick stakes for this one. Losers eliminated, right?
Yeah, losers eliminated, they go home. So basically the way it works is it's the top 2 from each group goes forward, but to do that you need to win 2 best-of-3s. If you lose 2 best-of-3s, you're out. So very similar to what we're seeing in Street Fighter and all those style of brackets. And obviously from what I've been hearing about a little bit behind the scenes as well, it's a very fresh set, it's a very fresh format. So there was always a little bit of discussion. But as I was saying, it feels like one of the big difference makers has been the backroom staff, because communications has been such a key thing to teach these players, because for the most part, you play by yourself. You don't have to tell anybody anything.
In the traditional game.
Yeah, exactly that. You're normally just playing as an 8-person free-for-all, and you yourself are the one that gets you as far as you go. But obviously, I just spent however long breaking down a single unit and why that's important. Imagine 4 people who love the game, who know the game, were very vocal about the game, communicating absolutely everything. How much of that is going to be useful? How quickly is that getting done?
How much experience do you have?
Exactly, and you've got a limited time to give this up before the next round starts, the next fight starting. That's a big, big deal.
So whenever these next rounds start, do you reset your board every single time?
Yeah, exactly that. And again, we're going to have to keep our eyes on it. The other things you can sort of see in this one is we've got a match going on. All the traits coming on up. You'll be having those discussions a little bit as well, saying, okay, I've rolled this, I want to focus this. I've rolled the Syndra, excellent. Everyone, we need to make sure this guy gets all the resources he can. We want him to be as far up in the lobby as we can make it.
Okay, so they play these rounds and then they go into the next ones, and then they try and counter what happened in the previous one?
Big time, exactly that. And part of it as well will be deciding, like, at the moment we're seeing where augments getting chosen. This is like a permanent buff that you get 3 times a game, depending on if you survive there, and they'll spawn at 3-2, 4-2, and earlier on at 2-1 as well. That'll be at the top of your screen, right at that top there.
Do they get better as they go on?
They generally do. It's slightly randomized, but on the whole, you start slightly worse, you get a lot better as it goes.
Okay.
Only ADHD brain starts at 3, goes 4, and then goes back to 2.
I know. It's because it was on screen. That's why, honestly.
Definitely starting to understand.
Sorry about that one.
One of the things that you have to apologize. I'm making fun of you. I apologize for making fun of you in a live broadcast.
It's fair.
He loves it. He loves making fun of all of us.
The thing that's crucial about this game, right, is like I think you're starting to grasp the idea of like building a composition. You have random units, you have random items, you have random passive buffs, right? So you have to be able to build your single board from that randomization.
Yeah.
But the format of this game being 4v4, there are very, very few legitimate and scalable tournaments in this format with these types of players and player skill. So it is quite possibly the first time that you've had meaningful competition. The reason I give all that context, I think a lot of the pre-tournament expectations and assumptions have already started to fall flat in the first couple of series.
Yeah, so do these teams have any reason to like damage their own teammates, or they need your teammates to do good to move on?
So this is the difficult one, because you don't get to choose. You will fight your teammates.
Yes.
You don't choose your opponent. If you look at the top of your screen, can you see those little icons? That's basically saying, generally speaking, you have 7 rounds to a stage. And you'll be able to hover over that icon. You sort of have an idea about who you're fighting. But you don't get to choose. It's chosen for you by the game. So that means at some point, you'll be fighting a teammate. Maybe that teammate is close to getting knocked out of the game. Maybe that teammate is on a win streak, and you want to make sure they keep that up. That can be very, very key to make sure you don't knock someone out. You don't cake out a win
I'd like to reframe the answer to that, because the context is great. But this is a free-for-all game in which 4 players are colluding to win the lobby.
Okay. So
right.
That's great phrasing.
So can you, is it common to accidentally grief your team, and that's why
right now, that was how Zeta Division got eliminated.
Yeah, they said that's how they lost.
Yeah. So again, one of those things we're saying about coaching, one of the big things they're teaching is, okay, so you've got 60 seconds. How on earth are you setting up to fight your teammate?
I mean, not being funny, Blake. Players at this level, because you can see at the top, Weibo's got 1 and 3 right now. Fnatic's 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? Yep. So the players that are in 3, 4, 5 for Fnatic have to throw their rounds intentionally. But the player that's in second that's winning, because when Fnatic plays Fnatic, right, I've got to set up my boards that I win, but I don't hurt you too much. But also, if I move my entire chessboard, next time I fight Blake, who's my enemy, I have to rebuild my entire chessboard. There is a lot of mental fatigue. It is a very, this format is not the game that you're playing at home.
I was going to say, I'm glad that you pointed out that, like, they have a team of people that help them go through all the scenarios.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was like, they must have a team of writers back there as coaches. So you saying them getting the best coaches from, like, China and making sure that they're able to do it says a lot about how they want to win.
Exactly did. And I do want to just briefly talk about what happened on screen there. We saw something that was called the carousel, and that's a pause in the fighting. And what basically happens is you'll see there's a little carousel of champions, units walking around, and they'll have a little item above their head. What happens is the players who are doing the worst get first choice, and they go through, and you get basically to select one of those units, and only one, and you go back. And it's kind of a way of balancing the game. Maybe you want one of the units on there. Maybe you need one of those items to make one of your characters stronger. But it happens once a stage.
And the thing I love about how well Sam explained that, it's a comeback mechanic, because the last player in the lobby gets to go first, which then means you get to pick. You get to, there's no random, there's no luck of the draw.
That's a big thing.
Very
huge. And also, if you have, in this case, Weibo will play 8, player 7, player 6. They get 3 picks for 3 units or 3 Syndras that they can feed to their player number 1. Okay, so this is almost as complex as watching Overwatch in terms of the challenge, because there you go. You can see Weibo, player 8, player 7, right? So they get the first 2 picks in a carousel. You can't donate items to your teammates, but you can donate characters. So it's just, there's a lot going on. Right, Sam, look at the state of the game now. From what I can see, it's still Weibo 1 and 4, and then Fnatic 2, 3, 5, 6. So it hasn't changed in at least the last stage. But can we tell anything from board states? Are you able to make any informed guesses?
I very much like Wasian's comp here. So he's got the Syndra with nearly perfect items there. If you look at the bottom left of his board, there's the Syndra with that green spear I told you about, the Spear of Shojin, which gives you the mana on attack. Also got a Nash's Tooth, which does similarly but kind of inverted, where that's the little purple sword-looking thing.
And can you explain like the portal? Like they're going back and forth from this green map to the blue map.
Yeah, so that's actually a really good call. So what this basically is when you play the game, you get to spruce up your board by adding a skin to it. And when you're portaling, you're jumping to another player's board, basically. So you go and fight, and your side goes on the other side of their chessboard.
I'll translate this again, simplified even more. It's like stages in Street Fighter, right?
Great
You
call.
pick your stage. Okay. So Blake, what does your home look like? Is it a dragon? Is it a lion's den? Is it a cave? Or is it the moon, right? We each have one of those. And
home and away game.
randomly, if you're going to be fighting Steve, it'll decide we're either going to go to your house or his house. And you're just taking a portal to one another's house to fight.
Nice.
Yeah.
I really love these graphics too they're bringing up, because what this is basically tracking players' positions in the lobby and what they've done on various rounds. So you see there's the HP on the left of the little dot, so you can see what level they're at, and then also how many times they did what's called re-rolling the store. So if you look at the...
I think that's quite high.
It is quite expensive.
But
basically what that means is every round, your shop is random. And you can decide, well, I want another roll of the dice. I want another selection of champions.
So you re-roll.
So you re-roll, and it costs you gold. It's one of the big uses of your gold is rolling the dice again. So one of the major arts of TFT is knowing when to roll and how to balance the odds of when you do that.
If you look at the stores on the bottom of each of the player screens, you can see some of the units are highlighted, and they've got little glows. So when it's highlighted like that, it's telling you that you've got one of those units. And when you have an active border flying around the frame, it means you can level up. Nice. 3 of the same unit gets it from a 1-star to a 2-star. And then you need 3 2-stars to be able to upgrade it to a 3-star. So I think you need a total of 12, don't you?
9, I think.
3. Okay, got it.
Yes, it's 3, 3, 3.
3, 3, 3. Got it.
So that's the reason I say, like, obviously Syndra, one of the reasons she's so strong, she doesn't need to get 9 copies. 3 will work just fine because her ability scales so strongly. Exactly. And one of the general things we've seen in sets past is you'll often find one particular champion will want to try and fight for those 9 copies. That hasn't been happening.
Okay, I can't quite see. Weibo is still in 8th place, but a member of Fnatic has dropped down. I think crucially, if you look, is that Honglian, who's on a 10-game loss streak.
Ooh, yeah.
But has 127 gold banked. So this individual player now is at 5. Watch the gold for Honglian, right?
Yeah.
140. I think they're going to start rolling. Selling and rolling, 156.
He's going fast 8, right.
So, right, explain that.
Fast 8 means he's just leveled up. You see on the screen that 8, that means he's hit level 8, and he's been saving up for this point as long as he can, holding on to as much HP as he can to get to this point.
Because what level 8 out there?
Yeah, so what level 8 does, it changes the odds in the shop. So as we said, Syndra was a 2-cost unit.
Okay.
4-cost units only turn up once you hit a certain level. At level 8, you have a 20% chance to have a 4-star turn up in your shop. Hitting level 8 means you can start building a board like that.
Very quickly, when you say building a board like that, I need you to look at the units.
Yep.
He's just upgraded. I see a bunch of Ari, Zillion.
Got Emilio in there,
as well. The reason I want to pay attention, so this is against another Weibo Gaming player, okay? So Honglian, who went down to 5 hit points, spent 150 gold, which is a lot in this game. He should win this round because his teammate should not accidentally grief him. So that's what we're looking for. I'll come to you just a second, Blake, because the reason I want to ask Sam is, let's look at the units on the board. Can Honglian now start to turn this around? He went from an 11-game losing streak to he should win this round and then start building up. There's a possibility you can go from 8th to 1st if he gets a lot of powerful units.
Yeah, exactly. And he rolled pretty well there, because what he was looking for was lots of gold to play those odds the best he can, and he got some good 4-stars, because you could see on the left-hand side, unfortunately the screen's moved away, but he'd gotten that silver preserver, that preserver 4, which is often what in this current set you look towards when you do that fast 8, that level 8 really quickly style composition. So he's rolled really well. And the thing is, he's not competing with anybody else for those units right now. He got there earlier, so his odds were better, and no one else has got those units yet. So the pool is still full of the characters he's looking for. The only thing is, he went down to very low HP to get that. So if one round goes wrong, that risk doesn't pay off.
That's kind of what I was about to say. Like, he waited till level 8 to get all these and
really
like saved
scary.
all of his gold. Is that, like, being conservative, is that scary?
Just to confirm, when you save your gold, you have to pay to get experience.
Yep.
The game gives you 2 points of experience per stage, per round.
Okay.
So you save up your money, and if you look at on the next to player names, you can see 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 6, 8. Only one player's not there yet. Honglian got there a couple rounds before a few other level 8s, just for the record. But you generate income, you spend your money. You have to decide, do I spend my money on units? Do I spend money on randomizing it, rerolling? Do I spend my money on experience? Like, this is an economy game, and it's why I keep going back to, like, real-time strategy.
So is it bad that he's the only one that's level 6?
I mean, the level 6 player is the player that's in 7th. It's a Fnatic member.
Okay.
And I'm guessing this animation means somebody's just been knocked.
Carousel.
Oh,
it's a carousel. Yeah, the scene's a little carousel.
Oh, it's so cool.
So it's really fun.
Okay, so is it a bad thing that Weishan from Fnatic is level 6? Is it a bad thing that you have an army that's made of weaker units? The answer is maybe.
So why is he the one?
Okay.
Let's look at his board. If he's playing Syndra, I'm going to make an assumption. Can you look at the board?
Yes.
I'm going to actually point to the screen as soon as this little thing drops away.
Yeah.
I'm just going to jump up and show this. I apologize to production. If you look at this screen here, just above the Kassadin and the Warwick, next to the thing that says level 6, you can see 5 little dots. A gray that says 30%, a green that says 40%, a blue that says 25%. Those are the percentage chances that 1-cost units will drop, 2-cost units will drop, 3-cost units.
Okay. So that acts. Go.
Go for it.
So I was going to say, that means you're paying attention to that, and when you re-rack or re-roll or get your gold, that's when you're going to make the decision when to re-roll.
So if his comp is built around Syndra, who is a 2-cost unit, he has a 40% drop rate. If he doesn't hit multiple 3-star 2-cost units, meaning these 9 of them, your comp is a lot weaker. We are throwing so much information out.
It's a lot.
I'm really thankful that we've got this whole game, though, because unless we get to monologue it, you need to understand
Exactly.
But you're making this make a lot more sense for me, too. So keep going. And for me, keep going. Sorry for the chat if you guys are like, please, but this is helping me a lot.
Brilliant. So, like, for example, we've got someone here who's actually run for a very different composition. So you say easy on the left there. I'm hoping we still get him on screen for a little bit. You see, you've got Preserver 3. Unfortunate.
I think reading the text is not
going to be
easy,
it's a bit. But basically, he was running for a little bit of a different style of composition. So he's running for a slightly later spiking comp, where basically he's got something called Preserver, which is a trait. Do you remember that? Like, those are kind of abilities that are shared between you.
Yes.
Like a suit in a deck of cards. Right?
There it is there. Preserver,
exactly.
Chrono, Front.
Yeah, exactly. And Preserver, what it does is it gives you percentage P, which is a really big deal, because what it means is, and mana, actually, for that matter as well, because what it means is when you pair that up with a couple other traits, you can end up just stacking lots of HP, lots of healing, and tanking your way through and trying to deal with the Syndra by having tankiness.
Very quickly as well, if you look at the top 8 rankings, because the logos are very similar, Fnatic were sitting at 1-3-5, but now they've actually just taken control of the lobby. They're 1 and 2, and then they've got 6 and 7, right? Weibo's got 3 and 4. Yes, that's right. So 3-4-5 for Weibo, and then Honglian is down in 8. The thing that's going to be interesting to track is whether or not those 3 hit point pools, 42 for Easy, 41 for Hangxing, and then KZZ, whatever it is, around 32. The higher you place in this ladder, the more points you get for your team. You need to win the lobby for your squad. So Fnatic have the lead, but there's 3 members bunched up behind them.
And the thing is, you'll often see this in TFT. So, like, obviously, Honglian is currently at the bottom of that leaderboard. He was also the guy who went for that fast 8, who went rolling all of that gold.
He's on a 4-game.
You are in it until you die. So he's on as well, exactly as Trevor said, still on a win streak. Because one of the things, the 2 metrics you really need to track are the HP pool, how close you are to dying, but also how many wins or losses in a row you've been getting. So if you look just to that left-hand side of that kind of bar of names on that right-hand column, right?
The little red fire.
Yeah, the little red fire means on a win streak. He's won 4 maps in a row. Whereas you're seeing Fnatic, their Wasian, on a 5-game loss streak, the blue fire, which is okay earlier on in the game because you can use it to generate more gold. At this stage, though, that's pretty rare.
We're going to start to see players being eliminated.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned, we're now at stage 5, round 1. At the top middle of the screen, you can see that. There's 2 little swords, so it's telling you it's a player fighting around, okay? There are real chances that Wasian and Honglian will be eliminated in the next round or 2. The observers will almost certainly highlight it. So this is a Fnatic versus Fnatic board, I think, on the left. I didn't quite see the players. So take a look at, what were you going all for? What comp?
Because I just saw someone hit level 9 really early, which is a lot of champions. Because one of the other big things, right, is as you get to this stage in the game, having 9 characters, especially if they've been upgraded, is just so much power.
That's a lot no matter what it feels like. Even if it's not a Syndra on the team.
2 players for Fnatic just got eliminated. Okay, so I am very happy because the left-hand screen was for certain Fnatic versus Weibo, and both of them eliminated. Honglian, we saw him roll down. He was on 5 hit points. He's on a 5-round win streak, and he was one of the players. I think he eliminated Milala.
I think so, yes. And one of the big things here as well, as I do want to give some break points for people watching at home as well, the way it works is if 2 of your team members end up in 1 and 2, you guaranteed to win a round, because just the way the points difference works, even if your other 2 players finish dead last, you still win the lobby. The other thing to keep an eye on is 3 of your players are in top 4, you win. If 3 of your players are in bottom 4, even if you get that number 1 spot, you still lose. So one of the things that is still very different between this and the standards form of TFT is average placement is normally the big metric you track to see how well someone's doing. You know, 4th place is normally considered pretty good. It doesn't work that well here because it has to be better as a team.
Okay, gonna keep throwing even more at you here.
Let's go.
Now, we just saw the Easy taking on Honglian. No, it was Hangxing, sorry. Easy versus Hangxing. I can tell, finally, you can look at the play cameras. That's how we know who's who. Once we see those 2 guys playing each other, as I mentioned, you have to collude to your teammates. You need to reduce the units on your board so that you don't hit them too hard, because you take damage per round, and you take damage per surviving unit.
It's a big deal.
So you are guaranteed to take a certain amount of damage, which means I think that Honglian and Easy are almost certainly going to die, even if they face their own teammates, if they are the sacrificial ones in the next round, because you're going to take more than 10 damage per stage, right?
Exactly that. And one of the big things here as well is sometimes you'll see if the bench is full, you've got no way to take units off the board. You can't take them off. So you can get to a position like, well, I can't make my board weaker. So they're just stuck on. So this could be a really big deal.
Oh, this is huge. Okay, Fnatic versus Weibo here. Easy is on the bottom right. We are watching, I believe, his units. Yes, his units are the green. He's dying. Fnatic are wrecking his board.
It's
the red HP bars are melting him. So Easy, after the huge investment, has now been eliminated. I'm 100% sure of that.
Oh, it's very close. It was a team kill as well. It was a Weibo team kill. They've decided to
I don't think so, because it's Kazay.
It was Kezi's on Weibo.
Kezi's on Weibo. It's a team kill!
I told you!
Oh,
wow.
I knew it was going to be a team. Why? Okay, but now...
With a guarantee... Oh, my days. Okay, so we need to keep our eyes on Dish Soap here in particular. Kyun is doing well. The problem is, Dish Soap here has got to survive to stay in top 4, because remember, if Weibo get 3 in top 4, they win.
Pause. We're going to quickly look at the secondary stage, live action from the secondary stream of Teamfight Tactics. T1 is currently up 1-0 in the series, and if they win this, do they win the series? I think that's what's happening.
I think it is. I think we're about to see the end of it.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so this is their attempt to pick up a win here.
Okay.
They are melting. 2 T1 members focusing on Alan's EQ.
And that looks like it's done. So they'll play out, but it's a victory lap now. Top 1 and 2 in the lobby guarantees the win. By the looks of it, still in first.
And also, look at this. Bobby is at level 10. He's done so well. It is incredibly hard to hit level 10 and to do it by stage 6 too.
It's very early.
He has dumpstered this lobby.
He's got 10
Just take my word for it. He's dumpstered this lobby. But great job, production, bringing us that second shot. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Okay, we come back in here. Thank you for catching that for me, by the way. As Kezi, as you mentioned, took out his teammate. That's something, I don't know the exact amount of damage you do at each stage, because now it's stage 5-5. Every stage is 5-5, then 6-1, 7-1. Whenever that first number's higher, you deal more damage per stage to your opponents. And that's something you have to mitigate. So that also means when you play with your teammates, you have to use your teammates' HP pools as a resource
It's crazy. And of course, especially if your bench is full because you're trying to hold on to units, you can't necessarily make it weak. It can be a whole thing. I also want to call out there as well, not only did that player have 10 units on the board, he had Portal 10. That means he had maxed out Portal, which I have never seen before in this set. It is mental. Getting a trait that high is insane.
Okay, listen. Yeah, no more teaching. You and me casting.
Okay, I'm with you.
Right,
let's go.
Fnatic, Dish Soap, 2 hit points, right? Honglian 5, Kezi 14, and Hangxing is 25. So Kiyun at the moment has got a significant advantage at a 45 hit point total. But as we're hitting 5-6, we're about to go to the final PvE rounds, right? You have to assume that Kiyun has the advantage to win this lobby. He's got the hit points. And the likelihood is there's going to be more team kills from Weibo.
And that's the big deal. You've got to hope that Weibo kills each other. And beyond that, Dish Soap holds on. Kiyun's in a solid position, but if Dish Soap falls early, it doesn't matter.
He has just fallen early. He has just fallen. Dish Soap just dropped.
And that's the round to Weibo.
I didn't see who won this. So they've won the round over... Wait.
We're still alive just about. It's just the damage going across.
So, but how did he get 1 hit point back? Because it went to 0.
I must have been an augment. I didn't see.
There's an augment that brings you back from the dead?
So, yeah.
Wait.
Okay, apologies to headphone users and my control room. I just screamed in your headsets. Obviously, this set just dropped literally 7 days ago. I haven't had the chance to personally play all of the augments. Dish Soap definitely dropped out of hit points and then came back. I saw that animation for sure.
I did just get a heads up from production.
Yes.
It was a glitch, not an augment.
No!
Because the thing was, there are so many new augments. For the record, 262 augments.
No, you told him you got a pack of
125 odd new, so I was like, must be a new augment.
Show me, when we finish this, I want you to show me notes, okay?
Yeah.
So that explains why I screamed. I didn't think that was real. But we are very close to ending. Now, that previous game pretty much wrapped up at 6-2. I believe the T1 needs to do the victory lap. They had 2 players alive, but they'd already won it. We are now at 6-1, and we're going to be keeping our eyes on those bottom HP pools. For Blake, I'm sure you're starting to get a feel for it, but when we look at the boards, the players that have the green, or the characters that have the green hit bars, that's one team. And that's who we're watching. This is Dish Soap.
Yeah.
He's got the green hit points. His opponent is another Fnatic member, so in the red hit points.
So Kiyun needs to not lose.
Kiyun needs to lose.
He needs to lose it.
If Kiyun does not lose and sacrifice his hit point lead, he will kill his teammate Dish Soap.
But that guarantees that Weibo have, in fact, got a team fight on their own end. If they mess that one up, it could get really scary. That's got to be the
I like the picture-in-picture. That's OD.
That is amazing.
The picture-in-picture is tight.
The question is, so Kiyun has sacrificed 29 of his hit points. It's dropped. Weibo had a team kill. Again, it may not be down to griefing. It may just be on mathematics. Their hit point totals are so low, even if all the units go flat, like you kill them. But it does mean that Kiyun's advantage, 11-5-5-1. My word, we could have 2 double team kills.
Yeah.
We could have 2 double team kills.
Also, consider Honglian, that guy we saw go down to 5 HP was dead last. Look where he is right now. 10 win streak, still in the lobby. The terror on this lobby right now.
I apologize if I'm getting very excited, but I haven't had the chance to actually shout.
It's fun, isn't it?
It's really cool. I'm so into this. Steve, Blake, how are you feeling now? Because we're about to wrap up this lobby.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm not 100% caught up, but I get the gist of it, especially when it comes to the team balance of making sure two of your players get up in this top so you can actually get the room, sacrificing sometimes to make sure that you don't take enough HP. Personally, this is actually getting really, really interesting right now.
And I guess the hard thing is it's really difficult because I don't even understand the compositions because now Kiyun has been taken out, just for the record.
Yeah.
And we are watching Dish Soap, who looks like he's about to lose as well.
Oh,
I think he's out. I don't think he can beat that Nasus.
Oh, that Nasus is terrifying.
That Nasus is huge.
It's done.
He's done. Both Fnatic members just got eliminated in the same round.
Going to game 3.
In the same round. So near identical finish to what we just saw from T1. T1 pick up the last kill in 6-2. Fnatic were eliminated in 6-2, and now it's a victory lap. Although,
yeah.
Hang on. 1 and 2 for Weibo, 5 and 6 for Weibo, 3 and 4 Fnatic, 7 and 8 for Fnatic.
7 and 8
Who wins the round?
7 and 8 Fnatic lose it. And again, if you get 1 and 2, you guarantee win a lobby.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, listen, thank you so much for letting us break that all down for you. If you would like to keep watching Teamfight Tactics and try to apply some of what we just taught you, twitch.tv/EWC_gold. The games are continuing. The series are not completed. With Weibo winning this, it is going to match number 3. Very quickly, get your notes ready.
Yes.
I believe as we're watching these last couple of rounds here, I actually will ask to show this because what we will be doing once this game is fully completed, we will be going to a break. And of course, we'll be back with some more gameplay, more action. And that should be it right there. Weibo with the 1 and 2. And it is the Chibi Gwen celebrating. Oh, I love her contact lenses. Yeah, do a little dance. Woohoo!
Oh, that was adorable.
Can you just quickly highlight, show the camera actually some of the notes, because what is this? Yeah.
So this was from Clement, who's one of the TFT casters, and he got printouts.
I said show the camera, not show them.
Sorry. Yeah, there you go, camera. So this is all of the new augments. That is all of the new augments, basically, together. That is how many pages just for the new augments. Clement got that for all the
Final thoughts.
How long do these players have to prepare for this? Because this is a new set that's been out for 7 days. Obviously, the players probably had a little bit more time, but that's a lot of information.
So I know for a fact they had Tournament Realm PBE access, but even then, with a
couple of weeks.
Exactly, you're looking at like 3 weeks, I think, was the
you saw
total.
3 weeks practice. Look, fundamentally, this is a brand new type of concept. Yes, it's been done before. It doesn't matter. Not like this. It hasn't, not at the scale. TFT, that is continuing. EWC_gold. As I mentioned, we will be going to a break. Just before we do, what we are seeing for Tasty Steve, my man.
Let's go.
This is the opening ceremony for the next day of groups here at Street Fighter 6. Steve, sell it to me, tell me, and tell the viewers why they need to tune in.
First and foremost, you got to understand, it goes year to year, day to day, month to month when it comes to these competitions where we just crowned a champion, that champion out of the tournament, a previous champion out of the tournament, years champions out of the tournament. It's a new game. It's a new year. We need a new champion for EWC. We're going to crown it, and it's going to start today.
We are going to find out, and we will be able to keep up with those games. Twitch.tv, EWC_fighters for Street Fighter 6. When we come back, it is time for some Pepsi cold takes and all of the Street Fighter 6 action that you can dream of. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Ready, set, go.
That's pretty unfortunate. All right, there it is.
All right, and look at this damage over here.
Word. Man, you know, VX Bao got this look like he's having so much fun. I don't even see no stress. Man, hell, hold on. I don't even see no gray hairs.
I know,
That's
right?
great hair.
He's chilling over here. VX Bao looking strong here at the start. Let's see how this goes here. Oh, okay, VX Bao right away with the perfect parry on the projectile and then rushing right in. Look at this.
Oh my God, that is a fabulous combo. That is all for the EX scissors as well, which is crazy.
Oh, you're dead. I think you might be dead.
Yeah, love Fierce. Not even. Oh, you know, I'm loving VX Bao's approach. You know, Chris Long is one of those cool, calm, collective players. Like, he is asking for those type of players that are playing slow, right? However, VX Bao is taking it to him. He's rushing that ass down.
That was an execution error. Had to have been an execution error. I can't imagine why you would want to throw out that super right there.
Yeah, man, he is looking a little shaky, right? This is not prime Chris Wong. Wow, I respect that, taking the gamble once again, showing VX Bao he is not scared. So hopefully VX Bao is a little more worried next time for the punishment.
I mean, I would say that Chris Wong looks really worried right now, except Chris Wong always looks worried, let's be honest. So, mine is still on there. Oh, we got him! And the bomb is gonna explode, and VX Bao 2-0, just like that, in almost record time here. Remember yesterday, our first game started going to final round.
Yeah, seriously.
And here, right away, we got VX Bao with some whooping here.
Ass whooping at that, James. To be very honest with you, I'm gonna have to say, I don't know if Chris Wong still got that Luke in the pocket, but man, we need something to slow him down. Actually, he's gonna kick to the Akuma, but I actually respect he's going back to the character select screen.
Yeah, just give himself a little bit of time, you know, try to gather himself over here.
Yep.
Let yourself think. Sometimes you jump a little bit too fast in there, and it just doesn't work out. All right, here we go.
There we go, slow it down. All right, the approach, love it. He's looking a little more lively now. I feel like he didn't even get like a dry rush pressure or anything like the last 2 rounds. He was getting walls for sure, but here we go though. Remember, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Exactly. A lot of times, I mean, especially in the 3 out of 5 format, we've had a lot of times where we're like, oh, this is a whooping over here. You know, it's 2-0, and then all of a sudden the other guy just makes the adjustment and makes the comeback. But it's not, doesn't seem like it's going too well for Chris here. He is burned out. He has life lead, but he is burned out.
Yes,
so he's got to make sure. Be careful.
What a check. Loving it. Chris Wong still looking alive. Going for the... Are we actually going to react this time? Oh, grabs the drive impact. I figured he'd do like a button into a drive impact, but then again, there's not that much block, so you can still grab it. But man, that was great reactions right there from Chris Wong.
Trade right there, but I mean, it's good. It's good for Chris Wong to get. It's like a basketball player feeling like you get that hoop. See the ball go through the hoop.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, where 2 of my 3 games are live. Teamfight Tactics is in the group stage as Fnatic and Weibo even out that series 1-1, EWC Gold. Street Fighter 6 has just started. It's EWC Fighters. I'm not quite sure how VP's got 2-0 over Fnatic. We'll come back to that a little bit later. And then Fortnite, of course, will be starting at 6 p.m. local, which is in 55 minutes. If I look at my freckle pasta hair machine. Welcome back. Quick shot initialized. Blake PlayStation and Tasty.
Okay, well, you're the one with the Twitter title. It's a horrible name, bro. I made it like 10 years ago. I just go by Blake, all right?
Okay.
No, you don't.
I like Gentlemen, we're starting things off a bit hot and spicy because we're about to dive into the Pepsi cold takes. Now, if you've watched this a few times, you know how this works. We're going to queue up a clip. We're going to get a take. We're going to get a soundbite. We're going to get somebody saying something that is either hot or cold. Let's listen in to our first Pepsi take.
Hey, I'm Casanova. I'm a caster and host for Teamfight Tactics, and I think that Z10 might be the most underrated team at the event. They just took down the tournament favorites Fnatic, and I think they can make a serious deep run behind Alan ZQ as their leader, a former Legends of Runeterra world champion, now in Teamfight Tactics.
Cass, I love you. I think you're very smart about Teamfight Tactics. But one upset does not a trend make. You're wrong.
Bruh! How many upsets have happened in the whole tournament?
Okay, he's fair. That's fair.
Okay. So while I acknowledge one team being with one result? No. But I think when so many of the tournament favorites from the tournament experts are wrong, I think that's a cold take.
The only thing I'll say is it's up against T1, right? And we've just chatted to their general manager. They are coming in with the big-time coaching staff. And I just said, I think that's a hot take.
Oh, I think he's wrong, but you are the expert.
That will be a hot take in about 30 tomorrow by the time we're done, I know.
Okay, so the first one we've got hot, even though I disagree. Nevertheless, it's time to continue our little mini game. Let's find out what our second Pepsi take is.
My name is EWC Yipes, your commentator's favorite commentator, and my spicy take is, no matter what, I feel like a Ken Masters is going to win this tournament. Desk, how you feel about that?
Steve, come on, react. You've got to tell me if this is hot or not.
Listen, I'm not going to say that's a bad take. That's actually a pretty cold take because you got Angry Bird still alive. Ryu Kenchi already took out Punk.
So just so I understand correctly, he's talking about whoever plays Ken the best will win this tournament.
He's saying no matter what, a Ken Masters, that one character will win this tournament with the remaining players. And I think that is a pretty hot take. We got some crazy players.
Hot take, okay.
I think that is a hot take because we still got some crazy players in there. And two, one of them is Angry Bird, who is a very strong player, but Ryu Kichi is alive.
I tell you this,
but we got some heavy hitters.
I haven't heard anybody else talk about it, so even I think that's hot, and I'm like a noob in this space. I believe we have at least one more Pepsi take to take a look at, so let's hear it.
Yo, it's 11-2K from Fortnite here. I'll be honest, Falcons have been dominating everything so far at EWC, and a lot of people think that here in Fortnite, it's gonna be the same. They won the DreamHack qualifier, everything was looking smooth, nice, but 11-2K thinks it's not gonna end well for Falcons here at EWC in Fortnite. They're doing well elsewhere, but in Fortnite, I think that it's gonna surprise a lot of people. I don't think they'll be the dominant team they have been leading up to this tournament.
11, my boy. I like that. I like that. XSET's on top. I don't think Falcons gonna have the same run.
So is this hot or cold? It's cold.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It's cold. 100%.
It's like, yeah, that's fact. You've been spitting it. You've been saying XSET.
Look, it's cold for everyone who's not you two who've got the eye in. Everyone else,
Right. You. Come back to me on Sunday whenever XSET takes it.
On behalf of Blake, the PlayStation Master. Cold take. That is a cold take.
Wow.
Listen,
this
bro,
is unbelievable.
if it's still in your socials, I'm going to call it to you. Okay, so listen to this now. There is a pitch for one of the other mini games that we'd like to play here. Obviously, that Pepsi take segment is one we find out some spicy stuff. But young Sam Hapgood pitched an idea to me, which I then have made Steve do. So, Steve, you're going to help me on this one.
Okay.
We're going to bring up a game of Street Fighter 6. Neither myself, nor Blake, nor Sam have seen this clip. The clip will come up paused, and this is what we're looking at. So, gentlemen, take a look at it. Now, Steve, you're not going to be speaking just yet, okay? Or are we going to pause it from here? Are we frozen? Playing it from here? And just to clarify for the viewers, once Steve gives us the brief setup, it's going to be up to me, Blake, and Sam to predict what's going to come next, who's going to land a hit, who's going to win, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and this is the freeze frame. We're going from here?
This is the freeze frame. So what we're going to do is, just to give you a little preface, what we're going to do here, we're going to start the clip, and we're going to put the situation to ask you guys what happens afterwards.
Okay.
That's all it takes. And it could
this.
be anything. It could be an attack. It could be a jump.
Just to make sure that I can explain this very clearly as well, the character on the right, the big fella looks like a wrestler, that's Zangief. The guy on the left, that's Luke. Okay,
Yep,
so we
that's
can see,
Luke.
and you see the HP bars a little bit more, right?
I'm also knowing the player's called Itabashi Zangief, so
Correct.
I'm guessing
This
he
is
plays.
the
Yeah,
guy
okay.
This is the Zangief, right?
Okay, so listen, are you play pausing it to production? No?
Production does know. Production does know. We do have a stop point.
Okay.
And it's once it starts, and we could even still try to cue it to my voice if you would like. But I already try to talk to them.
Trust them. If they know
they got it, okay. If they got it, then I'm trusting production right now.
So we're watching closely. Oh, we're pausing right there.
Okay. Now look, I'll give you guys a little context. We've already talked about the fact that no other prodigy is a rebel. He likes to go crazy. He does not care about the situation most times. Now, will he go on the defensive? Will he jump?
Oh.
Or will...
I have something to say. Okay, wait, you stop. Go, Blake.
I think he's about to jump, counterattack him, knock him out.
Okay,
what about you?
Okay, I'm seeing Noah with more HP, more drive gauge, and Zangief on the defensive. He's going up for like a drive impact.
The thing is,
I like that.
I actually think that Zangief is, I don't think he's on the defensive. I want Steve to correct me. I think Zangief either just landed a hit or it was dodged by no, because you see that kick coming out. So it either whiffed or dodged. I kind of missed that frame.
So what happened is he tried to do a crouching medium kick. Zangief. Luke parried it.
He parried it.
He parried the attack. So look, he parries it, right?
Okay. I thank you for the. So you see that I missed one frame, and my word, production, you guys are on fire. I think Sam and Luke have nailed it. I reckon it's going to be something drive related, either drive rush or drive impact, and then Zangief gets done.
He's going for the kill.
Yes, I think so too. He's got the beater, he's got a special bar, it's low HP, and he's got 4 bars in drive gauge.
I saw this guy's interview, man. Like, this guy is not here to play around. He's about to knock him out.
Okay. So do we play the clip out, and then Steve, you tell us what we got right and what we got wrong?
I'll tell you what you got right, you got wrong. Roll the clip. My man spent the drive rush to go in. He burnt himself out. He used drive. That was pretty. You said drive impact, which is I will give you get points for that. Listen, Sam, you get mad points for that because I'm gonna tell you one of the things that we talked about is the fact that Noah the Prodigy, he's a rebel. He'll fight in burnout better than most people out there, the pros out there. He's in a dangerous situation versus a player like Zangief. Zangief can take a lot of life in a short amount of time, regardless how short his life bar is.
If we've got a second, because I know we're mid-game, why the rush and not the impact?
See, that's the thing. It is still a guess, and you could have put yourself in a dangerous situation by parrying it, by drive impacting it, right? Because you have to make sure you have enough life to eat the damage from the drive impact, not hit the wall, and still not get that combo. The fact that Noah did this, he was like, you know what? I know you're probably looking for that drive impact, so I'm going to close the distance, do a safer move, which is not going to put me in as much danger, and keep the pressure going.
Can I say thank you so much? That was fantastic. I think as a proof of concept for a game mode, I think that worked out.
That was
So
good.
I'm making this public for everyone at home to know. Steve is now liable for delivering homework segments for us.
I got it. It's cool.
So,
say less.
Saturday,
I got you.
Sunday, let's try to do a few more of these because I think it really helps learn what to look for. Like I missed that one parry frame, like literally half a second, and it's out. Quick updates for you. We are going to be taking a look at Street Fighter 6 live in just a moment. But earlier today, in the first series, Chris Wong actually lost 3-1 to VX Bao. So Chris Wong is down in that lower brackets. We are going to hopefully taking a look in at Hikaru versus Dubs Come Quick. DCQ.
Yo, DCQ, that's even better.
I'm trying to remember. Now, you mentioned Hikaru DCQ. Give me your expectations on who's going to be sort of the favorite in this matchup because, again, much like TFT, there's a lot of upsets coming in.
So look, I can tell you right now, the fact that Chris Wong is in that lower bracket already, not the biggest thing. VX Bao is a dangerous individual. But DCQ is a big name when it comes to the offensive pressure when it comes to Street Fighter 6. He's one of those guys going to take it and he's going to bulldoze you most of the time. I want to see how the offense is going to be played to stop him. But I got to give it to Dubs Come Quick. My boy DCQ is looking pretty good out there. But Hikaru I think this is his first time really getting to play to some of these player standards. It's going to be a dicey.
Can I say something as well? Like after seeing Angry Bird, after listening to Big Bird, after hearing about Murder Face.
That's so cool.
These two guys look really pleasant.
Yeah. And also also Hikaru literally means light or radiant in Japanese. He's got a very nice light name to go with it all.
And it's crazy because the character he uses, Aki, she does nothing but poison you and is like, yeah, you're going to enjoy this.
Now, Aki's a player or a character that I don't see a lot of, right? So is this something that I'm just not watching enough? Or how popular is this character?
So I know we were just talking about in TFT how they update the game, right? One of my references to that is that they just recently updated and gave this character better buffs. They made some of her attacks better, more positive, where she can get more follow-up attacks. And like I said, that poison trait is something that's pretty new, but you see that purple life bar? Yeah. That means it's slowly ticking down your life. And until you hit that character again, it's going to continue to do that. Wow. You can't die from the poison, but it will continue to go.
I'm going to try my best to explain what you mean when you say going positive. I think this is a little bit more for Blake. I know that Sam and I have discussed this, our broadcast team have. Whenever you commit to an animation, you start throwing a move. You're going to throw a punch, throw a kick. It takes a certain amount of time. It takes a certain amount of frames. So if you throw a move and you put yourself at a disadvantage, they can be whiffed, they can be blocked. It allows your opponent to counterattack.
Yeah.
So when Steve is saying that Aki has a move set that allows her to be positive, it means there's more opportunities for a player piloting Aki to land a hit, to do something different, and take advantage of their opponent.
And that's a good explanation, right? So like, let's just say typically if I do a heavier move, right? If I do one of my heavier button moves, a heavy kick or a heavy punch, that move is slower. It might not have as much, like it's not gonna be as positive. So I'm not gonna be able to do a follow-up attack unless I can cancel it into another special move. That's why it's important.
So sorry, you go first.
So they're easier to hit them because you're poisoning the enemy and they need more chances to hit you or else they're gonna keep ticking down.
Exactly, but see, part of the player's thing that you need to recognize is that like you have to stay calm. If you get really anxious, like I'm poisoned, I gotta run in and hit him, that's where Aki's like, got him. I wanted you to do that, and now she gets the opportunity to go off.
Wow, look at that damage in the
Exactly. And then another setup into poison. So now you're taking damage and the force to try to drive rush out. This level 2 actually keeps you in block stun, and you have to hold a mix-up where they can either throw you, they can hit you with a high or a low, but you got to be able to survive it.
With the mix-up, by the way, one of the best nudges I've ever heard is, as a defending player dealing with the mix-up, you have to go rock, paper, scissors. Is this person going to do a jump? Are they going to go low? Or are they going to go in your face? If you pick the wrong, they smack you and you're down.
You have a 33% chance, basically.
Oh, look how close this is.
Yes. Oh, the poison.
Oh my gosh!
That was sick!
Let me tell you guys something.
Okay.
She's one of the few characters that has a clear call out to projectiles, and she has a very special one. She goes into stance, goes through the projectile, goes for a command throw, which is better than a normal throw because it takes away more damage.
And I'm looking at the other character, and I can't quite catch his name, but I'm seeing a lot of projectiles with the portal, so I'm assuming that makes it quite a good matchup then?
JP is a character who's more based on range. He has portals where he can get out of danger. He also has these spikes that he can send full screen. So he can literally be like, oh, you're over there? Spike comes out of the ground.
I mean, it feels like Aki's doing very well to deny space, though, because it is, at least from what I've seen in the last couple of rounds, JP hasn't had a lot of breathing room and time until a little bit of this round, because it's always been feeling defensive.
And here's into the level 3. No, that's absolutely true, but look at Aki. Aki is in burnout, but she gets to level 3. That's going to give your drive bar a little more time to recover. So now the situation is in favor of Hikaru, but the big jump in once again. Oh, wow. Hikaru with this first game, and it's because he was willing to play this patient game.
I'm so glad you said that Aki is really good into projectiles, because my thought was, well, if you're poisoned, you need to hit to stop the poison, then the fact you can hit from the other side of the screen should be good, right?
Also remember that if you're good into if you're Aki and you've landed a poison ability and somebody needs to hit those projectiles, players of this caliber are not going to be surprised by the angles. They anticipate them. In my head, a projectile character is at a disadvantage against a poison character if that player can either dodge or play protective. And I felt like Aki was in control of that series.
Oh yeah,
game.
She has this. So that same stance that she uses to go through projectiles literally makes it so she crouches super low to the ground. She's like, oh, you want to throw something? She'll slither on the ground. And if she can react to your projectile.
To poison, love.
Yes, right? So you really put you in this situation. It's like, well, hey, do I take the chance of rushing in, spending drive rush, jumping? But what if I get hit again in the follow-up? So now I've already got poison on you, and now I got you in block stun, where you really have to hold these attacks until you find an opening.
Also, look at the tempo that JP's playing with at this point in time. As the map opened and they were close and there wasn't a lot of neutral space between them, JP had a lot stronger impact. Now the moment Aki gets in, JP's like, please, love, please, just give me some room.
And I'm going to tell you guys right now, JP has the opportunity where he literally can wake up and do a reversal that will catch any physical attack. So you really need to be careful.
And of course, the wake up, for those of you who don't know, is when you get up from the ground. You react from something traditionally from being prone down. One of my favorite phrases, it's not going to be in any of these games, but when you have any tag team fighters or anime fighters, if you connect as the attacking player, 2 players, like you call it an assist and they're both on screen, it's called a happy birthday, because you've just been given a gift. Listening to Steve go, happy birthday! At EVO back in Dragon Ball FighterZ Day, a lot of joy.
And you can see this right now, right? Like now you see DCQ trying to slow down the game. That's a perfect parry. Now, once again, if you get a perfect parry, you're not going to get a lot of damage from it, but it's a way to take the momentum back and get the swing of the game back in your favor.
This combo needs to keep going. Look at the hit HP pull for DCQ.
Oh,
3 bars a meter and the drive. But he needs to get out of the corner.
You're
He
dead.
can't
Level 3.
use a drive bar. He's just getting knocked out. He's
unreal.
And right now, like I said before, this character is so annoying to deal with. She has these small pokes. She has a poison projectile. She can drop one on the ground, and she's like, yo, if you want to come over here and get poison, by all means do
it. And just one last question. I'm actually going to ask you to broadcast around, actually commentate around.
Oh, okay.
Out of interest, could JP, DCQ have done anything in the corner there? Because I didn't see if he missed a mix-up or if there was a block opportunity.
So what happened was there was poison there, and he could have done something, but it was more on the defensive side. It was more in favor of Hikaru to take that offense.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm going to give you the opportunity to actually commentate this best of 3, Steve. I'm mostly just going to sit back and watch.
All right.
The floor's yours.
Just for you guys. All right, gets the drive rush in right there, trying to take advantage. I like the jump back here to stop the pressure from Aki. And now you can see those projectiles starting to come into play. JP, one of these characters with a fake projectile, just to get you to jump, react to it. He can feint it, make it with you, and then go for a throw, maybe another mix-up. Uh-oh.
You're solo casting this, bro. I wish I could help you, but I just
all right.
don't
It's
know the
cool.
combos.
And they're playing
Pretend
back
this is
quite a
Evo
little
with
bit.
3 people.
Oh, they're playing back a little bit. Now, if you use the OD version of that move, you get 2 portals, and you can send a spike, or you can teleport out of yourself. Aki in burnout, and now taking a lot of chip, crouching medium kick over and over. It seems like it's so simple, but the thing is, you don't want to take chip damage, so you're gonna back up. And once burnout, like we found out yesterday, once you're in burnout, that's when you take chip damage.
Oh my
Nice.
word. Okay, JP once again.
Oh, what a challenge. Challenges up close, sets up that departure. That departure, once again, you can either send an attack or yourself. Dashes forward to get it off the screen.
Rushes, man.
Because once you get that projectile off the screen, it's inactive, so you can't get hit anymore.
Where's the wake up? Where's the wake up?
Has to hold
Into
poison.
the grab. So good for Hikaru.
That was so smart to go for the grab. Once again, drive rush. You got to be careful. It's getting pretty low. Punish, counter, throw into the corner. You got so little drive. Goes out of the corner. He stands.
But in
goes for the
burnout.
jump in. Still in burnout into the 1-hit level 3. And I'm not sure if this is gonna kill. In the words of James Chin, my magnum opus, and they're dead. Wow.
Okay, there's still one more round.
It's
If
still one more.
Hikaru wins this round, Hikaru advances, DCQ drops. If DCQ wins, we'll go there.
Big jump in with the roundhouse heavy kick, and here comes DCQ. He's probably going to set up a departure. That way you're going to stay back because you're not sure if he's going to teleport or he's going to let the projectile rock.
DCQ's got the HP pull advantage. He's got the drive bar. He's got the meter. This is DCQ's round to lose.
It really is. This is really something that could actually turn the tide. This will be the end of the game if Hikaru actually gets what he wants. But DCQ with the life lead, he actually calls out the drive rush into the level 3. This is definitely dead. You know how this ends? In ruin. Taps her on the chest. That's going to be the game. DCQ 2-1 in this instance.
Wicked. Okay, so listen, who do you think's going to win this set now? It's 2-1 in favor of Hikaru.
I'm going to tell you right now, if I was outside watching, I would have told you DCQ. Right now, Hikaru is looking like he's about to take it. Once again, Hikaru is one of these players that does not get to travel as much coming from that region, so kind of a little bit of advantage for him.
All right, Sam, you're going to have one last moment, then we're actually going to listen to the main broadcast for the final round. Sam, final comment.
I just saw, is that the leveler stuff that we were talking about yesterday from Hikaru there as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh man, that's cool.
That is awesome. Blake, are you enjoying this? Are you learning a little bit from the game?
This game's a lot easier to understand for me than teamfight tactics, but I'm definitely enjoying it.
Listen, philosophically as well, it's 1v1 on the side.
Yeah.
You don't have to know hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of variables. Now, Steve, this is your last chance. If this were even, you were going to give a pre-match and you were on stage, what would you say to the audience before we head to the casters?
I would tell the entire audience to get ready. Dubs Come Quick has a JP, a threat that has always been there. This is the new and improved Aki. Can you stop the poison? Can you stop DCQ? We're about to find out. Game number 4. Let's get into it.
Here we go.
That netcode is allowed to parity across the world now.
Facts. I mean, you could train with your homies, which is cool. Okay, here we go. Looking for that counter hit, no dice. Hikaru staying solid, stone cold. Like the defense, no snipe on the walk back there from Hikaru. We reset the neutral once again. Man, good times. But you notice how the anti-air is that whack. You don't see JP's using them more. That's crazy.
Yeah. Also, I mean, obviously Aki's jumping heavy punch is really good as well, but yeah, the nerf on JP is
Angle.
a big deal.
Yeah, on the jump fierce.
Oh, okay, perfect parry. How? No really way to get a side switch here. So yeah, he's just going for the push away from the corner.
Here. Man.
Yeah, you saw him throw the trigger off, the ground spike a little bit in the front, trying to predict Hikaru coming forward. Again, JP, oh, what a perfect parry run. That was so sick.
That is the proper punish, by the way, but just didn't reach it. Maybe did a little too late or whatever the case may be, but that is the proper punish for now on the spikes.
Burnout is a problem, but then Hikaru has the throw here. He has the corner position. Oh, see, there's that trade. Again, her jump heavy punch is a good jump button.
I mean, I feel like Hikaru could avoid that. He can afford that trade all day, right?
Oh, yeah.
If he trades every single time, right?
Oh, no, he burned himself out, but doesn't even matter. The jump down heavy punch, gonna take it for Hikaru. He's back at match point.
The annoying stuff. Oh, yeah. As my man Steve likes to call it, that is the Tetris block. What is that, the L block? The jump roundhouse? We don't jack bars over here, James. Here we go. Set up.
For JP?
Yeah, the JP roundhouse.
That's like the eyepiece, right? I mean, it's just a giant line, right?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. Yeah. The line piece.
Oh, man.
Okay. Oh, I could have sworn it would have been an air grab. That would have been so clutch for DCQ, but now he is paying the price in the corner.
Yeah, he's stuck. Oh, that was his opportunity right there on the whiff, but he didn't believe it was going to whiff. Oh, and then he got out of the corner, but Hikaru threw him right back in there. Drive rush overhead. He has a level 3. Can this kill? Is this going to kill?
Let's see. I think survey says it will, James. Let me see. No, not yet. Ow! I was wrong.
Ow! It almost looked like Hikaru.
Dubs come quick, not this time around. Hikaru takes the set. You heard what Quickshot said before. It's not going to be that way for a lot of the champions here. He's hit me with the flying and then the down Falcon.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say, is that Falcon's last player?
Fly.
You got to hit the fly.
You gotta get them up. You gotta get them up. Do you know what happens? Do you know what happens when birds get their wings clipped? I formally apologize to Team Falcons as the club.
But they've
to
done
the
so much
players,
winning.
I'm sorry, bros. What can I say? Listen, the games are continuing. You can continue to watch Street Fighter 6, the main event, twitch.tv/EWC_fighters. I thought that was a ton of fun. It was a pleasure to hear you and watch you live in person, Steve.
That was awesome.
Yeah. Yo, I'm telling you, it was really fun to do that. I mean, in all honesty, it's just been good to sit here. And you guys have been doing the same. When you guys were casting TFT, just the same. Hearing you pop off and like teach me like Fortnite, that's actually amazing. So it's an exchange, you know?
You know what I love so much is that when the respective games and you got that knowledge on it comes up, there's a certain energy that comes out of everybody's voice.
It really is. Everybody goes, we're like watching you guys are like, what the, everybody moves. I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what I want. This is what fighting games are.
I'll tell you this, I think the intensity of the games, especially from Fortnite Street Fighter, and then the overwhelming information TFT, we're running out of time. We've only got like an hour and a half left.
Really? This show goes by quick.
This show goes so fast.
What I love is that we always get to do casting switching, right? So we get the opportunity to use our game's terminology to shoutcast somebody else's game on the sofa. Now, this is going to be particularly fun because Blake has no shoutcasting experience whatsoever. Okay. Now, please just give me a brief moment because we are going to be obviously getting clips from TFT, from Fortnite, from Street Fighter 6. The first action is going to be TFT. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to make Steve broadcast TFT using Street Fighter terminology.
Thank you.
My best advice to you, Steve, pick one or two of the units that you can see and just pretend they're Street Fighter characters.
Oh, man.
All right? So are you ready for this?
No, but yeah.
Okay. So on 3, we're going to go. All right. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
All right, here we go. Setting up. All right, we're going to see the units here.
Okay, what unit should we follow, man?
I gotta get closer. I can't see this. All right, gold spent. What is happening? This is not the beginning of the game. There's no way. They're already on a loser streak. You can see the two. You can see that they're actually.
Use Street Fighter terms.
Oh, Street Fighter terms. Come on. All right, this is crazy. There's a blitz of things are happening. I really did. There's no Street Fighter terminology that matches. That's a super move. I'm not.
Okay.
There was no fighting game, anything. There was nothing I could do with that.
Okay. I'm going to request, once we do the next 2 clips, I would like that one again for me. Steve.
That was the what?
Just to make it clear, we're going to do Fortnite, we're going to do Street Fighter 6. I'd like to do that, and I'm going to do it with Street Fighter 6.
Please, show me the way.
Show him how it's done.
Please.
Now, the next one's going to be Fortnite. I'm going to make you cast Fortnite using TFT terminology.
God. Okay.
All right, so on 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
As we can see here, towards the end of the game, this is going to be looking like stage 6 later on. The Fast 8 comp from Falcons, getting them an advantage here against Zeta Division, who went for that one-cost reroll, holding on to the end of the board here as best they can. That Zoe with a few items being really obnoxious, but if they can kill this key character, holding that item for key, which is very much in teamfight tactics, they might be able to find a way back into this and break that win streak. Come around the corner, and they do get into the back line. This map getting a little bit tricky here. The fight still continuing, no one quite down. If they can deal with the person holding that key item, no pun intended, then maybe, just maybe, they can break this down. Gonna find another one here. Still looks like Falcons in the advantage, and they just about close it out.
That was good.
That was hella good. That's not fair.
Not bad at all. That really wasn't bad at all. You know, and also, to be fair, the way a round ends in TFT, you captured that in it. Okay, now, what's going to be beautiful is, using Fortnite terminology, you are going to shoutcast Street Fighter 6.
Let's do it. I've never casted anything. I'm excited.
All right, let's go, Blake, in 1, 2, 3.
All right, we're on the last hard point here. End of the game. Team Falcons, W King. I don't even know what teams are playing. We got what? Like, this is hard. I don't even know how to compare Fortnite to this, but it looks fun. It looks good.
Where's the grenades?
The grenade. Venom throws out the grenade. They take the point. They're about to win the whole game.
There's no
Venom goes down. Kakuri captures the flag. I don't even know. The engineer, he throws the shield bubble down.
Look at the Panther in the background.
W.
Point is there.
Full box.
Oh my God. Being on the other side of this is amazing.
Yeah, that's how I felt watching you, bro.
Man,
I was
what a
watching you.
headshot. Look at this. Headshot off the headshot.
200 pumped. It's over. The game is over.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
All right.
That
See,
was good.
Dennis.
That was good. That was good. Right. Because I've added a clip that wasn't part of the plan, I'm just going to dive straight into this. Now, I'm going to run TFT, a game that I don't cast, with Street Fighter 6, a game that I don't cast, and I'm going to show these rookies how it's done. Let's roll the clip in 1, 2, 3. All right, all of a sudden we're playing one of these game modes in Street Fighter 6. This is Tag Team. The drive meters are charging up. We're waiting for the specials. The Ryus in the back line. Fireball after fireball. But Guile, he throws out the whirlwinds. And Rashid is flying through the middle of the map. Look at those leg kicks. DJ coming from the backup. Oh my word! The drive impact, it parries. The mix-up's coming in from the back line. Look at that Aki. Poison spray off the poison spray. The tag comes forward and it's the knockout!
Wow. I gotta give you props
for that one.
I'm gonna give you props. I saw what you did there.
I'll be honest.
I'm gonna give you props.
I'll be honest. There was no actual commentating happening there.
That was not. That's what I'm saying. I was like, I saw what you did. Hold on. Production telling me they own me.
Sorry, can I just get breaking news? Quickshot owns the noobs. That's correct.
You didn't even catch what was going on screen.
That was awesome. If you heard correctly, I called Camille the Guile, right? Okay. And whoever was a Callista in the back line, that was Aki spitting poison. I can break down my logic.
Oh, wow.
We're going to move on with the show. I've been here for 6 weeks. I've had practice. These guys have no idea.
That's not fair.
I've learned how to cheat at the game. Let's start by talking about Fortnite. We're actually going to do a Dignitas team breakdown. And their coach, 50, will be joining us in a bit. Steve is broken. We've completely gone. Now, what I am going to do is I'm going to come to Blake. And once again, I'm going to ask you to teach us a little bit about Fortnite. One of the challenges that we had from you from the broadcast side was to break down one of the teams.
Yep.
You mentioned you wanted to focus on Dignitas. Tell us why. Why is this a team and what do we need to know about them?
Yeah, so Dignitas is one of the top teams in Fortnite. You'll look at any leaderboard of FNCS, any Cash Cups, just any normal Fortnite tournament, someone from Dignitas is always at the top. And on their roster is Booga. Not competing here today, but they have Booga, if you know who that is.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, everyone knows Booga.
Clicks as well for a while ago, I think, a long time.
He throws in the clicks, Sam. He throws in the clicks. But yeah, this is the best, one of the best teams in Fortnite. So seeing them here today is no surprise, but I have high expectations for them. They actually picked up Pilkey and TK, who are in the Fortnite scene for this event specifically. So let's take a deeper look down into Kanata. He's qualified for every single FNCS Grand Finals there has ever been. He's won one of them, countless top 5 placements. He has over $600,000 earned.
Okay, now take a breath for me. Take a breath for me. You are hype and you're attacking this. The information's great. One of the things that I definitely find fascinating is because of the fact that Fortnite is 100 players and you can place in, let's say, top 8, top 10, it actually means more to be a top 8 player in a Fortnite final than it does to be a top 8 player in a EWC one, because it's just a small pool, right?
Yeah.
Played every single Fortnite Championship Series finals.
Holy moly.
That is impressive. Okay.
I think he's one of 2 people in the world to have that stat.
Okay, now that was why I wanted to zone in on that for a second.
Incredible.
Okay. Don't get me wrong, the passion's great, but we gotta let these guys know how good these players are. So the next one, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but where does the acorn fall?
The Acorn, man. Acorn, one of the best IGLs in the game. He's been competing for a while now. He's been competing at the top for a while now. He's the IGL of the team, a 3-time FNCS champion, and he's competed at Gamers 8 the past 2 years, placing 6th last year in 2023, 7th in the 2022 Zero Build, and 8th in the 2022 Battle Royale.
Okay, now that's impressive to me as well, right? So when you do go Zero Build for Fortnite, it actually is predominantly more on your movement, your aim. It's a more shooter style of game mode. The building one, I think, is more tactical. I think you have to be smarter. It's a different style of play, right? I want to talk a little bit more about these individual players now, because how many of these skills are transferable? Yesterday, you were spot on your predictions. You've watched some of these games. You're still expecting these boys, these multi-time champions, to pop off?
So word on the street, Dignitas, you know, they qualified for EWC, they were grinding for the qualifiers, and I've heard they haven't put in as much work as some of these other teams. So I put them in my top 8 because I believe in the players on the team, but it all comes down to how prepared you are, and we'll see what happens tonight.
Well, okay, we're going to have to find out how that's going to work out. What time do your games start?
My games start in 22 minutes at twitch.tv/EWC_white.
I'm so proud of you. I sincerely am. I know that sounds a little disingenuous, but it's true. What I do want to do very quickly, we're going to just pause on the Fortnite conversation as the games haven't started just yet. Fnatic, who were expected to do well in teamfight tactics, might be eliminated.
Oh, that's not a good place.
I'm going to give you a quick catch up here. If you look at the scoreboard, Weibo Gaming have lost 1 in Hunching, and then Dish Soap and Milala. Isn't Milala supposed to be like a multi-time world champ that's supposed to be awesome, that's supposed to be like popping off?
Yeah, him and Dish Soap are the 2 most recent world champs. They're out in 6th and 7th. That is not good. And Fnatic, this is supposed to be a super team. They came in with an incredible coaching staff, the best players from North America, the best region. This is poor.
If I remember correctly, if one more member of Fnatic drops now, they've lost this lobby, they've lost this series, they're eliminated from the tournament.
Oh yeah, and wow. Wade's on a 4 loss streak.
Blake, how many hit points do the 2 remaining Fnatic members have?
How many hit points?
Yes.
Let's take a closer look at this. They have one. They have 1 hit point remaining.
And 4.
And 4 hit points remaining.
Yes!
Oh my word. Is this actually the game?
This could well be it,
This could be it.
Oh my god.
So Weibo's on the bottom right. I can't see. Weibo versus Fnatic and Weibo versus Fnatic.
Okay, I think this is it. They've lost
That's
players.
1 member down.
It's over.
They're done. They're done.
Fnatic are going home.
Bodied.
Yes, they indeed got bodied.
I am genuinely in shock because that is, you have to understand that North America is right up there as the best region in TFT. China's number 2, but this is a huge statement because it was the hopes and dreams of the North American fans in this team. A catastrophic tournament from them.
And where did Fnatic fall on your tier list?
S tier, right?
Can I also say this as well? This is not a slight on neither Sam nor the rest of the things. This format, this game mode, it frankly hasn't existed. There will be TFT diehards that will look at me and go, but there was this community cup. It doesn't count. I'm sorry. Until you're sitting on the SDC arena in front of hundreds of other players, in front of screaming fans, in a game format that is the most competitive clubs in the world, nothing like this has existed before. So I think it's really difficult to make those assumptions. And I think what's been amazing to me is the teams that are surprising are probably the ones that have had a different approach.
Yes.
We haven't been able to watch it closely enough to fully understand it, but like, do you have a sacrificial board? Do you have sacrificial health pools? Who's farming resources? How do you do, like, there are so many things that are hard to understand.
It's funny because like we talked about how this is a brand new set where they do have to do this. That you have to have a whole team of people behind you to kind of figure out every route you will want to take, especially when we know how strong some of these main units are.
Look, from a broadcast perspective, to give you some examples, I was sat down for breakfast with some of the other TFT casters, and they were literally like, well, we don't have terminology for how these for these different playstyles. We don't actually know what to call someone when they're being a disruptor to take away from an enemy comp, or when someone is deliberately being thrown under the bus by their own team. That kind of thing's just not been decided or created yet.
All right, now obviously we just had the breaking news that Fnatic have now been eliminated from TFT. While this lobby does still need to be officially concluded, the way that the rounds work, the way the scoring works, Fnatic will ultimately lose this. And you can see by the smiles on the Weibo Gaming faces. If you would like to continue watching the death of Fnatic and celebrate Weibo, you can do so. Twitch.tv/EWC_gold. Now we do have a serious update, which means no bird jokes, people. Coming from Street Fighter, Chris Wong has 3-0'd DCQ. And Falcons? The entirety of Falcons, all 3 fighters, are out of Street Fighter.
Oh.
Steve, that is a big upset, even in a competitive field.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Like, you have, like, the best players in the world here trying to make it to this main bracket. And Chris Wong barely making it out. We saw him lose that first set to VX Bao, and Dubs come quick. You called it out. I got to blame you, Trevor. This dude is actually just cursing all the players now. He's like, they're going to lose. He's going to lose.
This is not because this is experience and understanding of sports, young man. I know how this works. I will say this, though. When you look at Chris Wong, I really like looking at the players' faces to see what sort of mentality. This looks squeamish. I think Chris looks a little uncomfortable. I don't know if he's going to enjoy this. I mean, I'm sure that he will. But he's crushing the key of DCQ and Falcons.
I'm going to tell you right now, Chris always looks like that. Okay. He's a salary man. He's always going through life. Street Fighter is the second part of it. But the fact that he's the competitor here and he actually stayed alive in this bracket says a lot.
Look, all I'm saying is that C's getting changed to an N because it's a did not qualify.
Yo, that was even harder.
Why are you swinging like that?
I'm sorry to cut you out. Come back to Chris. Like, honestly, did you see the little squirming, like, oh man, that is wild.
Wow.
He looks sad.
No, he always looks like that. I'm telling you guys.
Again, you have just eliminated a fighter that you've stared in the eyes, right? We had a Counter-Strike team from Mongolia. They called the Mongols. They won the eliminated team. And the captain, the IGL, literally said, I don't want to do it. Someone else can do it. He passed response and then stood there going, oh. You can imagine what that's like. A team from Mongolia coming to represent, and they're competitive. They eliminate somebody. Anyways, thank you for those updates. And of course, don't forget, you can continue watching Street Fighter 6 at
twitch.tv/EWC_fighters with an S.
Yes. Oh my, yes.
We're all nailing it today.
Yes,
production we even got the graphic. That's awesome. We've had one slip up from Mr. PlayStation, and that's it.
I got my last one.
By the way, but they are sponsor of the tournament, so that's also why I'm having some.
Yeah, I know. Right?
I know.
Look, let's continue with some of the game modes here. So while we don't have any live action just yet, we're still waiting for Fortnite, and obviously we're waiting for those next games to set up. We're going to teach our teams, our individuals, slang from our games. So the first word is going to come from Team Fight Tactics, and the word is vertical. I think I have an idea, but I'm actually not certain. I want to come to the one who's spoken the least about it. Blake, what do you think in TFT the word vertical means?
Oh, I know exactly what vertical is.
That's a
vertical is whenever you place your chess pieces vertical on the board.
Ooh, that's good thinking.
Do you want to add to it? Because we can work together on this.
So, I was thinking kind of the same thing. I'm gonna be real. I was thinking that's exactly. That's why I was like, oh.
That's the only thought that came to my mind.
That's all I was thinking. That's all I got. All right, that's it. That's all I got.
The only thing I can think of is that it would be like unit types, like in previous years, like assassins that would jump, so they have verticality to them, and it's about moving higher up on the board. So.
I love the thought process. It's a really good idea. Slightly wrong, because it's about the traits. It's taking one of the traits as far as you can. So it's a composition around taking as many units from one trait and stacking that one trait. So rather than having lots of traits, which would be horizontal, you have one trait as far as you can take.
Can I double check? When you track traits, do they count bottom up or left right?
I'm not convinced. You take this up in the TFT community.
I pick fights with developers all the time, and I'm picking it with TFT right now. Traits count left to right. This is horizontal, not vertical. But I don't know if it's a game thing or a broadcast thing.
You know what? I'll take it. You know, I'll ask that question for you.
I like that you've explained it based on taking a single trait as far as you can. Vertical. It counts sideways.
Sorry, man.
That doesn't even make sense.
We're going to come to Blake again for this one. Street Fighter 6. What do you think neutral means?
So I know exactly what neutral is. Neutral is whenever you throw a punch and it's just a neutral punch, and you guys both throw it at the same time, so they collide and then no one hits, so it's neutral.
Ooh. Steve, are you excited? Did you get it right?
No, but
With that look, I thought I got it right.
I'm sorry, that was my fault. I shouldn't have done that.
Okay, so this is, it's one of two things. It's either that neutral space, that kind of space between players that's just not controlled by anybody. But is this, so it might be that. Is it just when you're not adding any directional inputs and you're just attacking standing still?
You had it right the first time.
I thought so too. Neutral space, the empty space, if you spam projectiles to just keep control, it's just the waiting zone.
It's the give and go, right? It's like, hey, I want to control this range. I know what my character's attacks do, and I know what your character's attacks do. So I'm going to play in that range where if you whiff a move, I can react to it. The neutral space. Who has control of it? Do you have control of it because you're closer to where your buttons are going to hit? Or do I have control of it because I'm closer to where my button's going to hit? Who controls the neutral?
Yeah, close thoughts.
Yeah, so I was pretty close.
Yeah, that's what I said. You're pretty close.
Nice. Okay.
Pretty close.
Do you know what I love so much? Blake is coming with confidence.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, I got 1 day under my belt. Okay, so now this one I'm going to start with because I haven't got a clue. So the term is 200 from Fortnite.
I think I might know this.
Okay, so me and Steve will go first. My instinct is it's HP and either shield or armor. And if it's a stack, 150-50 or 100-100, I think it's 200. So that's my guess.
I was just thinking about how we were talking about having like the extra life on when you do the different kits, right? I was like, oh, I'm thinking that it's more life on top of your base life. But that's all I got.
So I saw 200 pop up when someone got headshot with a sniper.
No.
I think it might be 200 being the damage to kill somebody.
If that's what it is, I'm picking a
No, because I think that's max life. I think that's what it is.
So 200 is a very common term in Fortnite. When you 200 pump someone to the head, you snipe him in the head, you say 200, that's a sign for saying
wow,
dead.
that was OD. Yeah, that was really good.
Sorry. I'm
So
sorry.
in these game modes specifically, like capture the flag and stuff, there's no shotgun, so you can't 200 pump someone in the head. So normally it's just
It's
a sniper.
called a headshot.
Yeah.
The word exists.
No, it's not just
He
a
said
headshot.
no.
You can shoot someone in the head and you won't take 200 because it's not a kill. It's whenever you get the
Can I
elimination.
tell you something? It is only you Zoomers that invent a word that already exists.
I didn't invent it. I just
Skippity toilet 200.
All I'm saying is, if Michael Bay's making
my
a movie
word.
about it, and I am right. I mean, thank you, Blake. I'm there with you. That's a great word.
Again, this is long going. This is my 6th week on the show. Every time we play this, I get taught a word from a community that already exists, like counting sideways, and we call it a vertical. That one's headshot. That is universally accepted. What is the 0-second rule in Rocket League? Rocket League will be coming in week 8. And I actually do not know this. I'm going to go from right to left. Steve, give me your guess.
All right, my guess is that the 0-second rule has to do with time left on the clock to score, but if you score with 0 seconds on the clock, it still counts. That's all I got.
Okay, look, that's your guess. We're going to read.
Guess.
Let's go through one by one and then fire them off. So, Blake, quick first guess.
Yeah, so I know exactly what the 0-second rule is.
Talk to me, Blake. Talk to me, Blake.
I don't even know if I have a guess on this. he said pretty much what I was going to say.
Honestly, can you look at the camera and do that again?
Yeah.
Okay. Just the line, your opening line. I know exactly.
I know exactly what the 0-point rule is.
And I'm lying. Thank you for my producer for that. My producer gave me that line. I just acted it.
So I actually think Steve is half right, because I think what it is the ball is in play as long as it is in the air, and that means even if the timer says 0, you can keep going until the ball touches the ground and they can score with that.
I'm chipping at that because it's a similar rule in rugby that once the timer runs out, as long as the ball or the play is live, the round continues. So in order to win the game in rugby, you have to get the ball ejected. What is the 0-second rule in Rocket League? When the game clock reaches 0, the game will continue as long as...
You were spot on.
That was awesome.
Spot on.
Jeez, you are on fire.
Have you played Rocket League?
No, I've cast a little bit of it there.
Okay.
Okay, that's a lie. I've watched people play it briefly.
Also, I also want to say this as well. Huge kudos to our production team, to our producers, and to one very specific gentleman who I have given the biggest amount of grief for this game mode because he picked terrible words in the past. You've gotten great. You've gotten great. Good job, Marcus. We're going to take a quick look again at Street Fighter. So let's head into the arena, take a look at exactly who's matching up. Now, if you remember correctly, Falcons, as the club, was eliminated. And remind me, Steve, this should be the upper bracket between Hikaru and VX Bao, right?
Yeah, this is upper bracket action right here. We saw Hikaru actually play amazing with the Aki, but VX Bao, once again, like I said before, one of the well-versed players. He was there at Capcom Cup. You really can't count him out. And just recently switched to the returning M. Bison character, who a lot of people have not really confided in to play there as their main character, but he is a powerhouse of damage, and VX Bao is making it count.
Does the winner of this move on to the next round?
To the playoffs.
To the playoffs?
They actually go to the top 16.
There are 8 groups, and 2 players from each group will advance top 16. Yes.
Okay,
I keep saying quarterfinals because that's in my head how playoffs start.
Yeah.
It's not. It's round 16, then it's the round of 8, right?
One day we'll get top 16 for all the games.
So we're watching Hikaru now, and he's on the Aki again. We've not seen a lot of M. Bison on our stream.
Yeah.
For anybody that has been a fan of Street Fighter, this is the most different looking Bison that I remember.
Yeah.
He's like lost his home. COVID was rough.
This is definitely pandemic M. Bison, right?
Yes.
He lost his memory. Like they all thought, story-wise, they all thought he was dead.
So, wasn't he? Didn't he used to be the big villain or whatever? That's my memory of Street Fighter.
Yes, Jean-Claude Van Damme beat him in one of the most epic action scenes of all time.
Yo, shout out to Raul Julia, the legend.
Yeah.
But yes, of course, like this is definitely a different looking Bison, but man, does he hurt, and you can tell right now. Yo, VX Bao is actually on the ropes.
Steve, how often do you get a perfect KO in SF6?
I mean, it can definitely happen quite frequently depending on the levels of the players, but
that's a valid point. Like pools? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of them. You're gonna see a lot of them. But even still, that's gonna hit. Knee press nightmare. I mean, even still though, you get those rounds, especially in fighting games where you get perfected, but it's also about being on tilt. Like, you're gonna get perfected sometimes. You can't wait, you can't like let that stop you from going to the next round and playing confident like it never happened.
Oh man. Okay, so we're watching this one. Hikaru is still up, got the hit point pull, but down on that drive gauge, and not gonna be able to stick it in the corner here. If Hikaru goes into burnout, is it tickets?
Oh, yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is gonna be tough. If Hikaru goes into burnout, but he actually has a pretty decent life lead, so it's gonna be okay. But if
look at the
VX
meter.
Bao,
You look at the meter. Three bars for Aki, 3 bars, 2 bars for
perfect parry. Goes for the crouching medium punch.
Oh man.
Okay. Not going to be able to do anything there. No poison. And that bomb. So one of the new traits for M. Bison that carried over from Street Fighter V, he kind of plants a bomb on you. And you literally cannot be hitting an attack, moving, or jumping, or else it detonates and he gets a follow-up combo for free.
This is 2-1 in favor of Hikari's series score, by the way.
Burnout. This is not good. Yo, you got to stay away from the corner. And drive impact will get the stun. Gets the throw. That's a command throw out of stance. It takes away a lot of damage. That's going to be death. Hikaru. Oh my gosh.
Can I tell you something? I find it uncomfortable to watch Aki.
She is quite
She
disturbing.
just moves in a weirdly gross way.
There are no joints.
No, that's literally what it is. And since she's like, her whole thing is like one of the previous characters from 5 was a poison master, and she like looks up to him, and she's like a contortionist. So she legit like freaks out and like spins around.
Hikaru looks like she belongs in Mortal Kombat.
Yes. Yeah.
Got that vibe. Okay, so obviously we just caught a glimpse of Hikaru picking up the series win. That will push VX Bow down to the lower bracket. We'll give you an update on how that match will play in just a moment. I have another big breaking news update for you, and this will keep validating our TFT story around pre-tournament expectations versus teams that are performing. Zero Tenacity has tied the series versus T1. They are at 1-1 in series score. And the question that I have is, are they still considered underdogs, or do we need to rewrite what our expectations were for this?
How did you do that thing with the camera again earlier, mate? Was it the lean forward? I'm going to go right. So here's what I know. I'm lying straight out of my teeth. I think, honestly, T1 should still be favored here. And, you know, for all the memes and stuff around, they should still be better here. That said, Zero Tenacity have clearly come in prep. They've clearly come in ready. And there's enough randomness, enough volatility in TFT, especially with who gets the Syndra. It can still go wrong.
But no, you don't.
I do stand firm on T1. They're still taking it.
Hold up. I actually think we're going to bring this game up. You do not get to bail on my predictions were gone.
Right.
No, you do not.
I heard that. I heard that.
And I want to make something clear here. I want to make something clear, right? When you prepare for a game, no matter what game you're preparing for, you interview players, you interview broadcast members, you interview journalists, streamers, content creators. You gather those opinions. Now, I think there are very few examples where potentially those pre-tournament opinions have been so drastically different to the results. But it is not fair for me to say you have bad predictions because this game doesn't exist. There's no history for it, right? So I just think it's fascinating. I will still keep making fun of you.
Of course, as you should.
Don't you dare blame Rain.
I mean, look. From my perspective, we came into this tournament knowing that TFT in general has a certain amount of volatility to it. But you add in new format, new set. And honestly, some of these players, like Zero Tenacity, you've not had the opportunity to show off at a stage like this. And you do get these wonderful moments of expectations being broken. If you want to see all of that, then just keep watching live, right?
Where do you watch them?
twitch.tv/EWC_go.
I really appreciate, by the way, the slow pace on that. And again, broadcast team nailing it with the graphic. The thing that I'll also highlight is this. I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat for a second. In my head, if many of the world champions, the people who have won single events, ended up struggling in this event, I think there is an argument to be made that adapting to a team format requires less experience. Because I think if you do get set in your ways a little bit, I think it can be more challenging to adapt literal years of play style. It's like, Steve, if you all of a sudden were playing Dragon Ball FighterZ and you have your 3 characters to choose from, but tomorrow for the next tournament, character 2, character 3 is played by Blake and Sam, right?
It's completely different.
Completely. Yes, you still are doing the same combo, but you have to give up your decision. You don't get to push the assist button. He has to push the assist button. You know what I mean?
It's one of the things that like I want to like talk to both of you guys about, and I'm sure all of us have kind of experienced it. Like when you put in you introduce brand new game modes, even with established players who have to kind of adjust their game. Like we were talking about in TFT, you have to make sure you either hit your opponent, your teammate, or not hit your teammate. Same thing goes for these new hard points and all these new keeper and all these things. These established players will still have a hard time adjusting to it. And I actually think that's some of my most exciting times to either learn a game or just watch it.
Well, right now, all I'm learning is about Grimace Shakes, Fortnite, Skibbity Toilets, and 200s. We are going to a break. When we come back, it is an interview special. We're going to be speaking to 50 from Dignitas, and that will be followed by Danny Engels from Vitality. Of course, we'll keep you up to date on the results, and Fortnite is starting in just a few minutes. We'll see you on the other end of this ad.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Forward throw, drive rush, there it is.
Ow, what were you doing? You just ate that knee.
Hell no. 100%. They didn't even say counter hit. Get off of me. You think I don't? You think I won't?
Oh, I thought that was gonna hit him. Fortunate to get hit out of the air that time for the air reset situation.
Let's stay in medium kick. Come on, man.
I think he was scared that he was gonna empty jump in the button real fast or something like that.
They go set the tone. It got a little kickback too on a standing medium kick, so I like that choice. I would like to see random well, nah, actually don't do it on Chris Wong. He'll react. I was gonna say random drive rush into low, crouch short, but not on Chris Wong.
Yeah, he was DPing some of those earlier. Oh, okay. Goes and burns himself out on his own accord.
On his own terms. That's literally what I was saying in the back of my mind. Oh man, we gotta see those baits, the empty teleport. That would have been a jump strong finish.
Right. Oh, I don't know what he saw, but he actually swung after the drive impact started, it looked like. Chris Wong now up 2-0 over VX Bao.
Love the delay crouching jab, just to see if he's anticipating a wake up CA, right? In case that VX Bao decided to use that option. But man, I'm loving the offense. See the confidence is staying in pace with VX Bao.
And again, even though the players said they don't mind playing the back-to-back, I'm telling you, it affects you in ways that you're not aware of. There's a little bit of discouragement, and it's just the adrenaline, the endorphins aren't there because you're coming off of a loss. So.
Yo, I love that Akuma in the background on the stage. It looked like he was looking at Chris Wong. Like, yes, let the Satsu no Hado take over. Hey. Come over here. Plus frames. The bottom brick. I want the bottom one.
Wow, still the punish counter in time. I thought he was going to recover by then.
Bao, I'm going to need you to be a little more aggressive here. All right, this is a great start. Oh, man, you're going to pay. Well, it's not going to hurt that much.
Spin some meter on that, and then gets the bomb planted, so there we go. Oh,
jump.
There it is. Oh, wait, no, what? It didn't launch him.
Yeah, no, it doesn't launch too hard. It's with the EX back fist. Get a little more right, and then you can do another jab back fist.
Right, gotcha. Okay, there you go. But VX Bao with a great start there.
Love this song. Hey. There you go, the sweep. He kind of sound like he said a sweep. Back throw, wow. Very necessary for VX Bao. Now we back to the wall as usual. Chris Wong, great defense, but how's he gonna get out of here? I feel like a sweep or a DP. Let's see.
So glad they gave him that back throw. That originated in Street Fighter EX, dude.
Woo, that hit max distance to hell attack. Shit.
Okay.
Oh, don't spin it. Spin it.
Yeah, just do it. Dead.
It's unscaled.
D-E-A-T, dead.
And welcome back to EWC Central. My name is Quickshot, and as we always do throughout the course of our broadcasts, we bring on very special guests. We've had CEOs, we have influencers, we have professional players, but today it is my absolute pleasure to introduce a head coach from an organization that I have known for a very long time in Dignitas, and the gentleman's nickname is 50. First of all, welcome to the sofa. I will say thank you very much. You mentioned a very brief story about how we have a touch point in the past. I just want to say safe everyone at home. Thank you, 250. Can you please tell the viewers, who are you, where are you from, and what do you do for Fortnite?
Yeah, of course. So my name is Tarun50 Christian. I've been in Fortnite quite literally since 2017. So I actually came from H1Z1, a different Battle Royale game, but I was 14, 15 years old when the H1Z1 Pro League came out. So Fortnite came out, I formed the first ever official Fortnite squad actually in 2017. And years later, here I am at the Esports World Cup.
That is wild to me. How long have you been with Dignitas, and how different is Battle Royale to the event that you're playing now?
Yeah, I've been with Dignitas for, I want to say 2-3 years now. Battle Royale, it's incredible. I mean, the reason I love it, it's less preparation, more adaptability. And that's kind of the biggest thing I've prided myself on, that Hunger Games style of just like pure chaos and not knowing what's next. This game mode's quite literally the opposite of that, exact opposite of that. And it's definitely been interesting because especially with Fortnite, we're dealing with younger kids.
Yes.
Right? So it's not preparation. It's like you tell a kid to do their homework. No, I don't want to do the homework.
Trust me, I understand.
Yeah, right. And so for me, it's been super, super interesting to just see how every team's prepared, especially with the difference in regions, because North Americans especially, our average age, I want to say, is like 15, 16, 17.
Wow.
Where we see like teams like Bloomy, who's representing Europe in their upper 20s. So it's like, they're a lot more like regimented, where we're just full gun skill and everything like that.
Now, explain to me a little bit, so I'm not misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Is your core coaching responsibilities for Battle Royale, and now you have to adapt to this, right?
Yes.
How much different is then the regiment for the players? I mean, you still have to have adaptability, especially in a game like Hardpoint, especially in a game like Keeper, once the spawn points start moving around.
Yeah.
I come from a Call of Duty background. I come from an Unreal Tournament Quake background. So these game modes, to me, are very familiar.
Yeah.
This is very comfortable.
Yes.
But as a coach, how does it differ?
It differs a lot. I retired from Battle Royale coaching actually 2 years ago, and I came back just for this because I wanted something more structured, something more of a team dynamic, because we've been in duos for, I would say, 3 years now.
Yeah.
And I love the team environments, right? And I've always considered myself more of like a conceptual coach, working on personalities and cohesiveness and things of that nature. But for something like this, it's been night and day versus to like what I'm usually accustomed to. So for me, it's kind of been, hey, Kanata, who's the most vocal, he's notorious for just being loud and blatantly harsh straight up to his teammates. So it's been like managing different personalities, and Acorn's actually our IGL. He's the leader, but it's like, hey, Kanata, learn to be quiet, learn to trust your teammates, because in the regular Battle Royale, they're IGL.
If I can recommend to somebody, a member who's on the Counter-Strike broadcast team, his nickname is Pimp. He is a reformed angry communicator.
Yeah.
And he has a fantastic video series around how you need to learn to communicate, because that passion and that information, the information is important.
Exactly.
But the method with which you deliver it is arguably even more impactful, right?
Exactly.
Okay, first of all, I could spend the next half hour talking to you about philosophy, coaching, things like that. I also know you have a game later tonight. So before we talk about your specific game, you've already seen a couple series. We've seen some teams performing. Let's talk, what is your interpretation of the level of quality, level of games?
Yeah.
And who are your 3 biggest opponents that will get in your way of lifting the trophy?
For sure. So definitely the quality of games has been super interesting. I think Group A and B specifically, they have been absolutely incredible to watch. I think the Gaming Gladiators Agent series yesterday was phenomenal. Same with the XSET Falcon series. But I want to say it's been super, super interesting because for Fortnite, creative replays are public.
Yeah.
So we can see the overhead views, so you can't keep the same strat 2 days in a row. That's what happened with us. Actually, to qualify to this tournament, we lost to Man City 0-3. Day 1, they went to upper bracket, and then we actually faced them for the win and the qualification to come to Esports World Cup. And then it was quite literally the inverse. We 3-0'd them, and we ended up being here. So
wow. So okay, I want to ask you about the replays in just a second. Who are the 3 biggest threats to Dignitas?
So in Dignitas, it's difficult because we have our path to the final, I think, is going to be Falcons, the way the groups are shaken up. So definitely them. XSET, of course. If we manage to make it to finals, they're probably going to be our biggest opponent. And then GG. GG is a team that's emerged definitely on light recently. I'm not too scared of Agent, to be honest.
I'll tell you this. I've heard GG, but they are lower on the totem pole in terms of power rankings and things like that. I know, again, you do have games to prepare for. So I want to ask this, right? Let's talk about those replays very quickly. You mentioned the creator codes. If you have watched our broadcast, we have those map codes. We mentioned that you can log into the game. You can play the game modes on the maps. So those replays, you as a coach can just download. We can look at yesterday's matches. You can review movement paths, transitions, rotations, and then make informed choices, right?
Exactly that. Exactly exactly that.
Wow. Okay, that's actually super crazy. I will let you know this right now. 50, we're not going to be commentating this. I'm not asking you to analyze. I just want fans and viewers to know that Power versus Al Ula is live right now. So this is taking place over at twitch.tv, EWC/_white. That's it. Blake's just off camera for a second. So let me just ask you a couple more questions now. You're playing against W7M, WCHM later this evening. They managed to place the finals in Rainbow Six Siege. What do you think of the team, the players, and how badly are you going to smash them by?
W7M, actually, like, to be honest, I'm someone who, before this tournament even started, I was like, oh, the minor regions aren't really going to do much. And then I saw W7M yesterday make it very tight with Heroic.
Yep.
And immediately I went to my team and I said, hey, guys, we cannot underestimate this. I'm more concerned for us with a team like W7M, where you don't really know what's going on because they only can practice against other Brazilian teams.
Yes.
So it's a lot more chaotic, a lot more gun skill, and their strats are not things you've seen otherwise.
Correct.
But for us, I still think it's going to be a 3-0 in our favor. We actually scrimmed Team Dragons today, the other Brazilian team, in preparation for that. So I'm feeling very good.
Can I tell you how valuable that's going to be for you?
Yeah.
As somebody that has several years of experience on you and experienced Brazilian fans in a multitude of games, that passion is the word I'm going to use. That passion that they have and aggression, it seeps through into everything. Obviously, you can see on your screen at the moment, there's your bracket. WCHM, the Brazilian squad. Following that is a potential rematch with Big. So I'm assuming you're feeling confident. If you can take down W7M, you're going to have those rematches. You've been watching those replays. You feeling good?
Big might be the worst team in this tournament. I can say that wholeheartedly. We lost to them 2-3, but that's honestly, like, I will say this.
Wow.
It was a fluke. Like, it was a full-on fluke. If you go and watch our games, the majority of the games, we were dominating for 80% of it, and we can close it out, right? Those are small mistakes, but you can have good losses and bad wins, right? That's the mindset behind all of this. So I do think as well, for us, this was the first time for two of our players playing on the stage as well. I think as we got into the latter part of that series, we dominated them. And then going into map 5, which was kind of... it's currently at 100% win rate for a red side on map 5 right now.
Oh, that's fascinating. We need to keep track of that one and take a look at it. Okay, I'm just going to give you two last things very quickly. When we came into the day, Blake, I mentioned, you and him go way back. Blake PlayStation is my favorite name of saying. That's what the PS stands for. And he hates that I say it. He also didn't even put Dignitas in his top 8. He didn't predict you guys at all. He said XSET, Xseed, and Team Falcons. Like, your name hasn't come up once. So can you tell me a story about him that he'd hate to say?
You know what?
There's no love there, man.
I would love to, actually. Okay. If I remember, the first thing that comes to my head, Stark Industry season, he was streaming with Cease and Furious, I believe, in FNCS, and these guys were getting absolutely decimated off spawn to the fact where his entire team on stream started bickering, yelling at each other, everything like that. On stream.
Like petulant children.
It was genuinely like a public humiliation, I would quite literally say. So,
do you know what I'm going to ask you to do? After your series later, can you send me the link? I want to dig up that VOD. All right, I'll give you some feedback on that one. Okay, very last moment. If you can just address camera number 1, give a shout out to Dignitas, to the Fortnite viewers, to your fans at home.
Of course. No, all the Dignitas fans, appreciate you guys supporting us. We love you guys. It's actually been dope to see all the Middle Eastern fans here as well. We actually gave away some jerseys, and I haven't seen that many people swarm our Fortnite fans in a minute. So thank you guys so much. Make sure to keep an eye on our YouTube channel as well. We're going to upload our vlog and documentary from this weekend, so it's going to be dope.
I'm looking forward to it as well. 50, I will once again say thank you so much on a personal level. You mentioned we met at a previous event years ago, and it was a heartwarming story. For everybody who was watching, I brought this product up just a little bit earlier. This is actually exclusive. This is here just for us, for our team. This is not something anybody can get. I've managed to add my little signature to it. We also had that from Jade Chen from earlier today from T1, the EWC content manager. I'm going to ask you, 50, put that microphone down on the table for me. Can you start giving me just a little signature there? And we're going to figure out how we're going to give that away. So we pull the t-shirt nice and tight. While he's doing that, we are going to check in on Power versus Al Ula. It is an elimination match from Group B. So make sure you give me a nice hand signature here. That's perfect. That's what I like, 50. All right, we're going to go to Fortnite. We'll see you back in just a minute.
knowing, of course, their life is on the line in terms of the elimination bracket being underfold here for the day. But still, the comms sounded good. They're picking up on what Alaula are trying to do, and they're holding their lead nicely.
Yeah, most importantly, holding on to that lead for sure. When you have a 2 advantage on capture the flag, you can just sit back a little bit. You can force your opposition to try and do something, try and get creative. But it doesn't look like Alaula have found a way through this Power defense right now.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Power have taken kind of a beat back, just kind of looking to lean towards their defensive efforts, especially with only 2:20 on the clock. Whatever Alaula do here, it needs to be efficient, and Hero is already establishing a threat over the backside of the truck. Gets out of the corner. Looter, EMP, does take care of the shields. Worthy tagged down low. Looter really feeling the pressure, but here comes the pinch from Alex. Watching the cross, it's just Fahid, last one left alive on the backside of the play, and no, will not be able to find any more eliminations, and now Power can again move right back up the map.
Looter has been so good as that anchor just at the back every single time, taking the initial damage, but also a great output of damage to make sure his teammates can clean up the pieces as they push forward. And speaking of pushing forward, Power now taking a little bit of control on the cave side.
The Cling Grenade does come through, though. Stops the play through cave side. Alaula respond with 2 eliminations of their own. Alex sneaking through, but Hero's got a beat on him. Nice shot from Alex, does connect, follows up with a pistol, trying to get the trade. Is one more, and no, it doesn't happen, at least not initially. Eventually, there is elimination that comes through from Ansauer, but it takes a lot of damage, and it takes, even more importantly, a lot of time off the clock as Alaula are now dealing with their backs against the wall.
Good news, Alex still isn't too old at 16. It's still hitting shots, hasn't lost the mechanical ability of some of these youngsters. Crazy, by the way, to be competing on your birthday for your share, of course, of $1 million in this tournament. And Power would love to be able to progress further into those quarterfinals, but at the moment, it's looking pretty good. 1 minute, 8 seconds left on the clock, so Alaula need to do something quickly, and they need back-to-back flags.
All right, you hit this perfectly, though, Dan, talking about how Looter has been such a great anchor for Power on this defense. He reads that whole play through that backside Hotel Chalet. And that's enough to at least allow an opportunity for Power to keep their defensive numbers in control. And even though there is a small moment of pull, it doesn't really turn into too much. Now we're down to the final 45. This would have to be a convoy of full for flag pulls if Alaula were to pull this one back.
Yeah, getting close to impossible at this point. Around 20 seconds-ish to get a flag all the way back to your base. So it is going to be a Power victory here in this first map. And I think they have deserved it, especially when you look across the board on eliminations. Alex up to 25 now at this point. And on the flip side, you're looking at around 10 to 15 for a lot of the Alaula players. So it has been very much them being outslated here.
Definitely feels that way. Volts in a little bit of trouble backside hedges. Maybe a chance here for Alaula to pull their numbers for maybe one final pull, throw a number on the scoreboard, but it does feel like it's a little bit too far gone, especially to force any sort of an overtime. So Power are going to take map number 1. The CTF looking a lot more controlled. And I think just generally listening to their comms, it feels like they've really got a concentrated effort in the mix.
Yeah, very blessed that we get the listen-ins, and look at the movement we're seeing on the main stage as well. Some dance moves, some confidence coming out of Power, which is good to see after what they would say was a disappointing performance to start things off yesterday. But now they have the chance to try and take this momentum, go into maps 2 and 3, and try and progress with a 3-0 victory. Because if they can 3-0 themselves,
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world, and welcome back to EWC Central. My name is Quickshot, and we have just finished one interview to run back into another very special one. I have a member of Team Vitality with us, one of my favorite organizations around the world, one that I'm incredibly familiar with. I've had the pleasure of broadcasting their content for a long time, and I get to introduce Danny Engels, who has technically 2 portions to this interview. We're going to save the personal one for later, but Danny, could I ask you to introduce yourself to our viewers, to our audience, and remember, we've got Fortnite kiddies here. But what do you do for Vitality?
Yeah, my name is Danny Engels. I'm officially the Global Operations Director in Vitality, and obviously you had already Anne Banschbach here, our fantastic esports director.
Yes.
And I'm basically the add-on to that. So Anne has always been leading the pre-existing teams that Vitality always had, winning World Championship titles, right? And then I came in to basically find new opportunities, especially globally speaking. So you see that on purpose, we will have like an American TFT team right now here.
Yes.
Now the last hope of America, actually.
Yes.
And we will have like a Korean StarCraft team here. We had the legendary MLBB women's from Indonesia. So you see a lot of global presence now for Team Vitality.
Now, Danny, while the story and the legend is cannot be taken away, formally on top for that team. It's actually been fascinating for me to see, because whenever I have thought of Vitality, especially coming from Europe, especially coming predominantly from League of Legends and Counter-Strike understanding, it's always been French in my mind. Now, again, I've been a fan of the org since its inception, right, and aware of it. Let's talk about the games. Let's talk about this bold strategy. I wish to commend you, as I said to Anna, on that exact same sofa. As a club and as an organization going out and picking up these games, MLBB blew my mind. You can actually see, for viewers at home, the games and the placements. We will discuss those, and as well as looking ahead in just a second. But I mean, has it been overwhelming? Has it been exciting? What's your background prior to Vitality and esports? Because this is not an easy challenge to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy that we now have the first time that we speak to each other, because my background is actually from G2. So 2019 league breaks my heart still, right? And I had flashbacks when the MLBB team went through the very exact thing, going into a grand final that they hopefully were winning, but lost at the final stretch. So I come from G2, background there, head of esports for 4 or 5 years, went on to Evil Geniuses, so I've seen the North American business firsthand as well, and then recently joined Team Vitality to build a strategy dedicated to the Esports World Cup. So that's exactly where I then came from, and wanted to put a lineup together that boosts us into at least top 5 of the club championship. Right now it looks kind of rough, but there's still a lot of games left on the agenda.
Actually, you know what? Let's pull up those games on the agenda just so we can see. So we obviously 9th in Warzone, 5th to 8th in Counter-Strike, 2nd for MLBB Women's Invitational, which, by the way, just for fans and viewers at home, I just like to drop this. The Vitality Women's roster had won every tournament they had entered for 1,000 days. It was 22 consecutive tournaments and trophies hoisted, until unfortunately the weight of those expectations came crashing down. Honor of Kings, 11th to 12th, was a little bit of a surprise. But now let's look ahead. TFT, StarCraft, Tekken, Rocket League. Danny, I'm going to ask you to channel some of that sassy energy, because both G2, both EG have had those brands. Vitality has the edginess. How well are you going to do in those games? Oh, it's a tough question.
I'm already positively surprised by the Americans, to be honest. Like, what they have shown yesterday against Common Corp, I mean, that's Vitality. I mean, that's perfect, right? Like, flattening Common Corp any day, any day. So I'm happy with that. I'm nervous because they slowly get the feeling that they may be able to take it all, so I want to be careful. I was hoping initially for a top 8 finish for the TFT team, knowing that we had a big task with Carmine Corp. Today, obviously, chance to get the top 8 already. So I think Teamfight Tactics, I will still be happy with the top 8 finish. StarCraft, I mean, we have Maru, such a legend, finishing 2nd place, 1st place every single tournament this year. So it would almost be a disappointment to not get a 2nd place or grand final appearance here in Riyadh. Tekken, we have such a cool guy with Jion Ding. Like, he's so funny, and you should definitely talk to him as well.
I hope so.
He is amazing.
Help me hook it up. All right, so I can see the coordinators back there. Yeah, we'll see if we can get you on the street.
And I'm hoping also top 8 finish for him. So collecting points is the real goal here, and then the heavy hitters come last. So Rocket
Danny,
League.
can I just commend you, by the way? The amount of information that you share in such a concise way, it's fantastic.
Thank you.
I know about the org. I know about the ambitions. It's also the 2nd interview I've had today from one of the clubs partnered with EWC that has a dedicated focused plan for EWC. Can we just speak on behalf of the club and looking at EWC, looking at the tournament coming back next year, looking at club champion, looking at what the future could look like as club championships? How important is it for Vitality?
It's important for us. I mean, DNA of Vitality is winning World Championship titles, right? So we have done so in Counter-Strike and Rocket League last year. We hope to also raise some trophies here as well, eventually, since it hasn't worked out with the girls, unfortunately. But that also means if you want a World Championship titles, the overall Esports World Cup also has to be a goal eventually. We knew this year that we would not be able to rival a Team Falcons that invested so much. So we really wanted to build it mindfully for the future and find these key pillars for the future. So really having a long-term target with the MLBB team, with the StarCraft team, with Maru, with obviously also the Rocket League team, Counter-Strike team. They're so good as well. And the Sim Racing team should not estimate their performance as well. So we have so many strong teams that we can really build into the future with. And then eventually, I want to see us lift the overall trophy.
Can I tell you, I just want to commend you. I've been fortunate enough to be here for the entire run. I've seen every club, every game, every tournament firsthand. And outside of Team Falcons, I personally believe that the Vitality approach has been the most aspirational and inspirational.
Thank you. I still want to say Team Liquid, I respect them a lot. I think they also had a very great plan. And then Fnatic, the same, but it's so crazy to see how things can change on a dime, because they literally have 3 teams here right now, all favorites, and we see them
at the risk not to play favorites and not to try pit clubs together, right? Honestly, it's great everyone's getting involved. The reason I commend Vitality is I think historically, I think the focus, the breadth of scope, as far as my experience is concerned, I've seen Fnatic jerseys on Asian teams and South Americans. I have seen Team Liquid started in South Korea. I mean, like, let's not kid ourselves, right? So that's why I applaud the effort and the specifically on that, like globalization of the brand. And again, I'm an old man. I've seen a lot of these things. Okay, before we move on to just some personal things, I just want to again say thank you so much for chatting. What would the message you'd want to send to Vitality fans, to Vitality hopefuls? I run a graphic regularly looking at club championship points. I broke Anna's heart when I had to remove the logo from it. So, what is your message to those fans, to those hopefuls that want to bring them up there? Yes, yes! By the way, my producers did. Sorry, I shouldn't have celebrated. I'm very sorry that your logo's not on this.
Don't worry, it will be there.
Yeah. But obviously we can see them. That was fantastic. What is the message you'd like to send to Vitality fans, to hopefuls, to everyone competing? Camera number one, my man.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're still above FaZe Clan, so shout out to Eric, right? So we still have that battle ongoing. But no, don't be nervous. I think we have so many good teams coming up, especially Rocket League team, the Sim Racing team, Maru, maybe the TFT guys already make us proud right now. Like, there's so many points already that I see coming at us that I want to be in a top 10 at least. Amazing. Ideally top 5 by the end of the competition.
Okay, amazing. I just have 2 more questions. These will have to be a little bit quicker. I've used up too much of my time, unfortunately. I'm going to slide over the couch here. If we can just go to the right. Let me hold your microphone. Okay. Now, what I'm about to do is I'm going to ask Danny to just show me a piece of equipment that he has with him, and then briefly explain as you take it out of range. So if you can put that up on there, we'll point it at this middle camera. So what is this?
That is something that has confused security here, because it's actually an ice hockey goalie mask.
Okay.
And I was so honored to have the chance here in Riyadh to actually practice with the local ice hockey team. And I've never imagined that there's even ice hockey in Saudi.
You told me that there's an esports Easter egg. We can track, if the camera goes to the helmet, you can track where it is. So turn this for me and show me, where is the esports thing?
People already see it. Do you see it?
Wait, hang on.
When you look at the Husky head.
The Husky head
has a logo.
That's an SK logo hidden in the fur.
There you go.
Oh my word.
The best SK representation here in Riyadh.
Okay, that's for you, my friend. That may be a joke that'll go over the Fortnite kiddies' heads, but I loved it. Okay, very, very last thing. You mentioned to us, you volunteered that you're doing this here. I did some digging, and you have some serious ice hockey coaching credentials. I am asking you to not be humble at all. Tell me about that, and how the hell you do that and get into the position like you do in esports.
I mean, that's also where my nickname is coming from. Originally, I was called Husky Goalie, so I was the goalie for the Huskies in my local town.
Come from South Africa. I don't know what the Huskies are.
That's that's fair.
Ice hockey team.
That's very fair. But I am from Trier, Germany, so we had a local hockey club there. I always played hockey all my life, and then I balanced with esports. But when I moved over to Seattle, Washington, I had the chance to actually get together with the Seattle Kraken, the NHL team, and was able to coach a few of the kids and the goalies there in every single week's goalie clinic. And it was so amazing, such an amazing experience. And that's why I'm so happy to now be here.
And you're coaching the women's team here, is that correct?
Correct. It's like,
which team again, sorry?
It's the Riyadh Wings. They have the ice rink literally next door.
At the cool arena, right?
Correct.
It looks awesome. We drive past it quite a few times. I will tell you this, Danny, I would like to get dinner with you and talk more, because this is fascinating. I'm going to say thank you so much for your time. Just quickly for the viewers at home, I'm going to show this same thing again. I'm going to get Danny to sign our special piece of merch that you can only get here. Very special. I'm going to get the rest of the broadcast team to sign this as well. You keep a seat there for me, Danny. I'm going to say thank you so much for your time. We're going to move on with the broadcast. It's entering the last half hour or so for us. Earlier today, Fnatic got eliminated from the TFT tournament. He's smiling ear to ear. Let's hear from Dish Soap as he says goodbye in the ALJ interview.
Commiserations to yourself and the Fnatic boys, but I gotta say, you guys fought a good fight, especially when it came to game 1, but where do you feel like it started to kind of get away from you boys heading into second and then third game?
I feel like the second game, it's just, we feel like if, I forgot who had it, but the player who had the Golden Quest, we feel like if it was kind of likely that he went 8th, but Diana and a couple other ones were the ones that stabilized them, but we felt like if he had rolled like Smolder or Amelia, we had a good chance of sending him. In game 3, I hate to be like so dismissive because there's definitely something stuff we could do, but it just felt like the power of the prismatics like comparison was just way too much. Especially like Shimmer Scale with Syndra, and then that support golem would help the multi-striker a lot. I just didn't feel like we had enough power to compete. Yeah.
Well, I feel like with the new set, there's been a lot of talk surrounding Syndra and how incredibly OP she is at the moment, but how do you continue to see this meta kind of evolve with the new set as well? Where do you see it kind of going from here?
It's just up to Riot Games to see how they're going to change it. There's going to be a new patch in like a week or so. Definitely not a fan of the current meta, but it is what it is. We have to play on it, so that's all we can do.
And how would you kind of sum up the EWC experience that you've had so far for you and the team as well?
It's been really cool. Just like it's just been really nice, all the accommodations. The venue is really, really sick as well. So it's been a pleasure to be here.
And what's next for you and the team? What is the kind of plans moving on from here?
I think the rest of the team is just going to focus on solo tournaments coming up in a couple weeks. I myself might take a small break from competing, maybe like a month or so, and just like focus on like streaming and stuff instead.
I like that. And have you got any words that you want to give to the fans that have been cheering on Fnatic or anybody else that's watching right now?
Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just variance. Like, we don't suck. You guys can still root for us. We're gonna be performing in the next set. I'm pretty much guaranteed the next world, so go and root for us then.
Now's your chance. Go ahead and plug your Twitch channel.
Oh yeah, twitch.tv/Dishope, and also check out tftacademy.com for the best comps.
There we go. You heard it here first. Thank you so much for joining me. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that interview, Veracity. I also know for a fact that your first name is Jasmine. We work together in the Esports Worlds, and I totally did not forget that we worked together and then reintroduce myself to you. Sam, let's talk about that. I do like the very last comment. It's just variance.
Yeah.
I actually don't mind that word because I think there has to be variance in expectations, variance in predictions, variance in this game modes.
Yeah, exactly that. TFT, more than nearly any other esport, is inevitably affected by RNG. You can weight the dice as much as you like. Sometimes you're going to roll that nat 1 regardless. And it's the reason why average placement, a longer look at a player's history, will always be a bigger tell than a single.
I love that. Average placement in a game that specifically tracks average placement.
I know.
Yes, nicely done. Right, we have another breaking news update for you. Zero Tenacity have lost to T1.
Wow.
T1 went 2-1 up over Zero Tenacity, securing their spot in the quarterfinals. So T1 are now eligible for the club championship. Reminder, you need to have 2 top 8 placements, and T1 won the League of Legends tournament earlier in the event, and now they have at least placed top 8. And of course, they've pushed Zero Tenacity down. Now, of course, we'll discuss this a little bit later. TFT is still ongoing all throughout the evening. And I think because of the fact that we've had Fortnite interviews, we've also heard about how toxic Blake can be in professional environments from a friend.
That's rough.
Wow. He might have over-exaggerated.
I don't think he has. I've worked behind the scenes, guys.
Watch this firsthand now, Blake. What I will say is, Blake, where you have definitely exceeded is teaching us about the game, right? And one of the topics that I don't think we've covered, we've talked about the game modes, we've looked at the maps, we've talked about the teams, we've talked about the players. So now talk to me about the classes, the specialists, the operators, the legends, the champions, the heroes. These are all the words that every other game uses. What are they in your game?
Yeah, so with these new game modes comes 6 different classes that you can customize.
Okay.
I guess specialist is the
proper term.
There we go.
You can customize these with attachments on all your guns, but we're going to start off with the marksman class, and this is a class that every single team will have. The base power, it's a sniper rifle. It's OP, one shot to the head, so you need to have someone with really good aim on your team.
That doesn't make it OP.
But is it a 200 headshot?
It is a 200.
There we go!
200.
So out of interest, when it says base power, unique sniper loader, so that means no one else can have that sniper rifle, and that's kind of the kit's, the specialist power.
The marksman is the only specialist with the sniper rifle, and it is the only gun in these game modes that can one shot to the head.
Interesting. Okay, right.
It's a lot of good impacts.
So they give me the next specialist, young man.
The next specialist is the engineer, and normally you'll have the guy on the team with the best aim because this Thunderburst SMG is crazy. But I want to specifically look at these equipment. You get 2 equipment. Most classes only get 1.
Okay.
The shield bubble. It's huge for making pushes, huge for covering yourself on the hard point, capture the flag, keeper, all of that. And then you also have that grenade that you can toss up.
Was it Halo Reach
Bubble
or something?
shield.
With the
It was
bubble
Halo
shield?
3 originally.
I know, but specifically the CG trailer when it announced.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was Halo 3. I remember I was so hyped.
Yeah, drop that thing down. That's the bubble we've seen.
Yeah, that's the bubble that we've seen in these games that we've already watched, and this is obviously the only specialist with
That
this.
has those two.
That's
Okay,
really
got it.
powerful.
Got
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Okay, right. So what's the next one?
Next, we're going to move on to the Jug. Normally, this is your best player overall on the team. So, for example, Xset's Cold, he's the Jug. You have 200 HP over the 150, but you move 25% slower. It's crazy.
Can the marksman still one-shot a Juggernaut?
Yes, a sniper rifle.
So it's 200 still enough, right? I'm with you. Yeah.
I think the sniper rifle does like 270 to the head.
Okay, yeah, I see.
So
Definitely.
So it's called a 200 and it does more than 200 damage. You see my problem,
sense.
right?
Well,
by the way, I will say this. I know I've heard Cluster Klinger quite a few times. It's obviously a cluster grenade. It sticks to things. I just didn't realize that it was a the
plunger.
The plunger.
There you go. He was doing the motions like, Trevor, are you okay, mate?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You know what I'm talking
Plunger.
about.
Yeah, okay. Right. So now the interesting thing that I remember is like under the rule set, you need to have each of these 3 classes, right?
Yeah. So every single team will have these 3 classes: the engineer, the marksman, and the Jug. And then the next 3 that we're about to go over are called the fills.
Okay.
Because depending on the game mode, capture the flag, hardpoint, the 4th person will normally pick these. Normally this is your IGL.
Okay, normally IGL. So what's going to be the first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is going to be the assault. And the assault comes with the EMP grenade, which is very good on hardpoint because these shield bubbles on the point, you need something to break these, to make these pushes.
What else does an EMP shield destroy? Does it get rid of shields?
Yeah, it's called also a shield breaker. So
Okay,
if you
got
throw
it.
it, it'll do like 50 damage to the shields.
And what does health siphon on Elim mean? So this is the only class that gets HP back?
Well, no, every single elimination from any class will get 50 siphon. Siphon in Fortnite, you get 50 health or shield on elimination, but the assault gets 80, so it's a little bit of a boost. But I want to point out that they have the Ranger pistol, and normally this is used more than the Striker AR. Pretty much like only use the pistol because it's just so good.
What makes it so good? Because that does not make sense at all to any other third-person shooter or first-person shooter.
Yeah, so in these game modes, it's a lot of like close combat. So these ARs aren't normally used as much because the pistol is way better up close.
Because it's tooled for like BR and open maps.
Exactly. So obviously in BR, you're going to take the Striker AR over the Ranger pistol. But in these game modes, you're so close to your enemies, you need that pistol. It reloads quicker, shoots quicker. It's just.
I will say this again, as Captain Old Man here, if any team is able to find some level of coordination or control, all of a sudden those ARs will be more powerful if you're able to. The maps are small, I understand that, but it's just like, it's something to keep tabs of when we do the co-streams.
100%. And the next class we're going to look at, though, is the Infiltrator. This is actually the last class, and it has the drum gun. Actually, there's one more after this. Sorry about that. There's a drum gun, Ranger pistol. You get the Klinger again, but you also get 25% movement speed. And I want to point out, that's huge on capture the flag.
Yeah.
If you get the flag, your teammate will most likely, if you're in the position to, drop it to your Infiltrator because they can return it faster.
Now that actually makes a lot of sense. And then similarly, like if you're on Keeper, hypothetically, if you do have this type of class, you use it,
run away,
try to stay away. If everyone's using pistols anyway, you can get out of their range. No, I'm kidding. Okay, right, so there's one more class, right?
Yep, and the last class we have is the Medic. This is also a good one because you have that slap splash. So you can throw down, it was like yesterday, I talked about the chug splash. You throw it down at the ground, anyone in the radius near you, it'll give you 20 HP to everybody, and then the slap splash gives you longer sprint effect.
Look, I've been prepped for this. I've been playing Baldur's Gate. I throw potions at my friends all the time in that game. Healing by throwing potions at them. It's brilliant.
I somehow think the intensity is going to be
slightly different. So true.
Turn-based combat with no threat and not millions of dollars.
You hitting that end turn button, man. It scares me.
I will say this though, because Fortnite did start about half an hour ago, we are going to take a live look into how these different classes, or specialists rather, are going to be impacted in the game. Blake, I'll ask you, do you have any instinct, like in terms of these fill classes, which ones are going to be seen more? Like, I know there may not be exact stats just yet, but like, do you have preferences?
We can already see the first 2 people we see are both of the assault. So it looks like Keeper, assault is the priority.
How do I see when I look at the character model? Like, is there a logo that tells me?
There's no logo, but we saw that both of them had the EMP grenade, and that's the only class with the EMP.
So what if they've thrown the grenade and it's not in their stock anymore? Like
whenever you respawn, you get all of this stuff back.
Okay, so you're literally looking at the gear or the loadout.
Yeah, you got to look at the gear. Like right here, we just watched both of the engineers because they have that Thunderburst SMG.
Okay.
Okay, so this look, this will be something for us to send a little note to Epic and be like, hey guys, let us know the classes. Maybe obviously you can see from the gear as well, right? From the weapons. That's probably how I'm going to end up learning it.
Honestly, I'm just glad we've got Blake here because he can point it out. I think it's when he can go yes or no.
If you guys saw that was the Klinger grenade. He actually stuck it on his head. So
nice.
if you hit the enemy with it, it'll stick to you. And if you run away, you're still going to get damaged.
The thing is, we need to teach viewers how to see this stuff too.
So true.
We have a Blake for 2 more days. They don't.
But I've got the Blake. I'm using it.
Can we stick 2 of the same on the same team?
No, 1 person per team.
Yeah.
That's why you get 3 and then there's a fill. Because like if you could put the same, like I'm sure we'd see a lot of duplicates in classes.
Oh, that's true. I was about to say, because like if you go into these different ones and you want to like keeper and whatnot, et cetera, having them more would be, but I guess that would make sense.
Yeah. So this map, we're actually looking at powers up 2-0 on Al Ula, and the winner of this will go on to play Falcons to qualify for the playoffs.
I'm also looking at the weapon usage as
Gaming
well.
Gladiator,
SMG.
sorry.
The SMG is huge. Also, it's starting to get end of the night. Don't you stress about that. I'm sure we'll do a catch up and look at the brackets just a little bit later. But I mean, Power versus Al Ula, this is kind of the expected result, I would have assumed, right?
I mean, you could say that, but OC, like Power's from the Oceania region, and we have 4 of the top OCE players on the roster, but OCE in Fortnite is a very disrespected region. They don't get any respect. And yeah.
Listen, this is true across many games. In Counter-Strike scene, there is some players that do well. In Apex, on the flip side, Apex is basically carrying North America. Australia is carrying North America in Apex because their player base is that good.
Wow.
So, yes.
Big deal. Yeah.
Significant number of North American organizations feature predominantly Australian players. So, and somebody comes from South Africa, Australia, like there's a lot of small region esports stuff that's there, which is why I guess maybe I had my priorities of be like, yeah, Power, go on, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
But I do want to add that Al Ula, they're from the Middle East, and they have the best Middle East players. So like we're talking like FNCS champions on both teams. FHD actually, I'm pretty sure you got top 3 last Gamers 8. So they're not.
And also, they're winning this game, by the way. So they're up in points, 99-77. But they did just lose hold of the queue with 90 seconds to go.
That's a pretty big deal. And first of all, we've got that little bit of time before things start getting scary. One of the things that Trev noticed, actually, we're using not the BR weapons, right? It's the side arms, it's the shorter range stuff. Has that affected people's abilities? Because obviously we see a lot of those shooter games. People get really specialized at particular styles of shooting. Being an AWPer in CSGO or an AK player.
I was going to answer that one because when you play Battle Royale, you cannot guarantee the type of gear you get.
And Fortnite, have to be like let's talk about like you dropping in off spawn fights. Yeah. You might get a pistol, you might get an AR. You got to be ready to use either of those. So these players are specialized in all of these guns, and obviously they've been practicing these game modes for months now.
Yeah, and I think as well, like when you do see this, it's actually crazy to me just how much action is around almost exclusively the engineer class, and I understand it a little more now that I've watched it because like you've done a really good job of highlighting how important that class is and the burst from that.
Like we just saw Volks just fry that guy with the burst against a pistol, and like that's a gun battle. If you're a burst and you go against someone that has a pistol, you should win majority of the time.
The other thing that I think what I'd love to put a request in for you is like, so we've got a request for Steve to do those like gameplay segments for Street Fighter, right?
Yep.
I think we need to look at the equipment because when you look at the pistols that are in the hands of these red and blue skin characters, I can see drum magazines, I can see scopes, I can see what looks like heat things. Like the attachment game changes it completely because I've seen drum barrel magazines, I've seen like thermal type scopes, I've seen red dot scopes. So it definitely is more than the surface, more than meets the eye.
Yeah. Looks like Power wins.
Sorry, I was
talking. I wasn't even paying attention.
I was about to say, okay, it looks like somebody closed
They're about to go into the next round. Now. I'm pretty sure that was only first round of Keeper.
Okay.
So it's not over yet.
By the way, look at the crowd.
Wow. That's that home field advantage right there.
How does that feel? When you are sitting there on stage and you know for a fact,
I feel like
in the lobby there are like hundreds of people in jerseys.
I feel like that adds pressure. Like Power, they're from Oceania. Like they obviously probably have a couple people from the org here, but like they don't have that crowd that Al Ula has. So, I don't know, I feel like they're feeling a lot more pressure.
For context, when we were doing some recordings yesterday for interviews and stuff, I was in the arena when these guys were playing, and the crowd was absolutely mental. We were getting call and response Arabic singing in full harmony. It was madness.
We weren't even watching a Middle Eastern team, and Falcons was cheering for Falcons. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the kind of passion, especially because you have got that home crowd advantage.
I was about to say.
And like these are big stages, guys. These are not small 50-meter rooms. It is a big, big space.
I'll say this as well. It's like it's something that as a viewer, especially when you watch a lot of games, you do hear broadcasters talk a lot about energy, electricity. It's so loud. And regardless of how you feel about it, I will say this, that I have been surprised every single week because of the number of people that are here and the amount of noise they have made for games. There are games I did not know existed prior to applying for this job, right? Okay. and then when you start digging, and then you see like Mobile Legends Bang Bang is a perfect example of it. There is a large Filipino workforce here, and they came out to support the men's and the women's tournament, and they went wild for it. See what I mean? Steve's like, I didn't know what this game was. I didn't know the Philippines were big in it.
I did not know the Philippines was big in this game at all.
And I will say one thing as well, for anybody who knows Free Fire, booyah! We're going to move on. It's time for the EWC catch-up, powered by STC. Now, of course, the game that has had the most series played out throughout the course of the last 4 hours has been Teamfight Tactics. So, it is my pleasure to once again introduce Ian Chambers for the breakdown.
We're about at the halfway point of Day 2, TFT live at the Esports World Cup. And here are the big talking points. Wolves secured that first spot in the playoffs. They had a lot of doubters coming into this tournament. They're the first team to lock it in. They will compete in the quarterfinals. Probably the biggest talking point, the biggest upset of this entire thing so far, Fnatic. They were dubbed the super team, the favorites to win it all. They have been dropped out early doors by Weibo. They did something really risky as well. Everyone's talking about the golden quest. They did it, it was a risk, and it came off. The result, Fnatic no longer competing in TFT here at EWC. Also, Dish Soap, one of their big players, said on stage there that he'll be taking a little bit of time out from competitive play, do a bit of streaming. Hopefully, fans of him will get to see him again. We hope he comes back, but for now, no more Fnatic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chambers. Steve's new best friend, and definitely, I love the walk and talks outside, but I think, Sam, immediate takeaways here. We can see T1 celebrating. That win happened just moments ago. Weibo, the squad that eliminated Fnatic as well. I mean, big results.
Very much so, and I was having a bit of a chat with some of the people as well, and they're saying, look, the Chinese teams, the Chinese players have come in beyond prepped. For the longest time, they have been individuals. They've not talked to each other. They've come into this tournament for the first time ever in TFT. They are working together as a unit to get like all of the info together, and it's showing up on stages like this.
That's right. We're going to move on to Street Fighter 6. I was going to ask something about, there's a lot of math involved, right?
Yes.
So the Chinese team's doing well in math. It's just fantastic. Street Fighter 6. Let's find out. We've got a couple of results locking in right now. So let's head to Ryan Hart for his update.
So that wraps up Group E here at the Esports World Cup. Started out with Chris Wong taking on VX Bao, two guys that know each other extremely well. In fact, Chris Wong decided not to go for the Luke and went for the Akuma pick, but it wasn't enough to stop VX Bao's M. Bison. He took the W. And then in the second opener for Group E, it was none other than Hikaru versus DCQ. And DCQ hasn't had too long with M. Bison, and as well as that issue, he doesn't know as much about the Aki matchup at that level. He fell short as well. Hikaru marched forward in the winner's side and then took on VX Bao in the second match. Able to win 3-1 and 3-1, Hikaru topped the group, leaving the others to fight for second place. And then it was over to Chris Wong versus DCQ for the elimination match, and DCQ unable to get the job done. Chris Wong marched forward. And then the final, it was a run back from the first game, VX Bao versus Chris Wong again. This time, when it went to 2-2, Chris Wong went back to character select and picked Luke for that one game showcase and actually got the W. And so Chris Wong goes through as the runner-up. So it's Hikaru and Chris Wong to take Group E.
What on earth? Thank you so much right now. Of course, there are 4 more groups to be played, 3 more groups to be played this evening. Steve, your eyes lit up. Chris Wong goes 3-2 versus VX and a character swap in Game 5?
Listen, we saw what happened that first time. This is why I call him the salary man, AKA the businessman. He was like, look,
my new character's not going to do it, I'll switch back to what got me second place at Capcom Cup, $1 million tournament to get the job done. He takes VX Bao down to the lower bracket. That's crazy. That's so good.
Unbelievable. So VX Bao is now eliminated from the tournament. Yep. Chris Wong advances on behalf of Fnatic and will get themselves some championship points as well. Let's talk a little bit about Fortnite, of course, because those games have only just started. The only update that I have for you is that Power up 2-0 versus Al Ula in the elimination series. I will, however, ask my expert, what are the games that are happening tonight? Who should we be watching?
Yes, we have Zeta versus Dragons Esports. Winner of that plays Falcons. And then we have KS7 versus Fnatic and W7M versus Dignitas.
Which one is the best to watch? Pick one.
Only one.
W7M Dignitas, come on.
I would say the Dignitas one, because we have some top worldwide players on there.
And also, if you have been with us, we had a phenomenal interview with their head coach. Go back and watch that later on. That does it for our EWC catch-up, powered by SDC. And of course, at the end of every single broadcast, we like to take a look at some of the best moments of the day. And we've rounded up 3 more for you in our Kyria Plays of the Day. Our very first one, ranked number 3, comes in from Fortnite. And this is that Volks from Power. He gets a double kill to secure the round. Now, we may not have seen this, I can't 100% kill, but Blake, I'm going to go over to you to explain why it's cool.
Yes, we're watching Capture the Flag here. Volks gets the double kill.
So
eliminates both of them. They're up 2-0 right now.
That was awesome, actually. Just cheeky, like using the cover to go back and forth.
Yeah.
It was nice. Obviously, because the round keeps going, we're like, what happens next?
And then it just cuts back. I'm legit leaning in like, all right, here we go.
I'll be honest, like, it wasn't the craziest play, but Fortnite did just start, and we have tons of matches tonight.
Yeah, do you know what? That's a good point. There's been 2 maps.
Yep.
You know what? Good job, production team. You got us a good play in less than an hour and a half.
Thank you so much.
The number 2 play comes from Street Fighter 6, and it is Chris Wong eliminating DCQ and Team Falcons from Street Fighter 6.
Oh, man, and Team Falcons, just to add a little bit more to it.
I will do that, yeah.
This is very, very scary, man, and especially considering Chris Wong changing to the Akuma, which is a very new character. We already talked about how vital he is because he takes a lot of damage, but he also gives a lot of damage, and wasn't able to get the job done at first, but then switches over in that last part of the game to his original character. Obviously, we saw him play here versus DCQ, who I thought was actually going to do pretty well. One of my favorites to make it out of that group if you would have asked me, but obviously the cards don't always fall how you want them to. Chris Wong going down to that lowest bracket, VX Bao going to be the second person he eliminates.
I got to point it out again. He looked kind of depressed after winning. Like, I can't believe that.
Can I say the word? I think the word depressed is not right. I think there's a tension. I think there's a stress there.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Like, maybe like a weight off his shoulders.
Yeah, I think so. But like, and when Chris Wong was crushing the key, there was discomfort there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I think it shows you the pressure. It's something that you can see, unlike when we're watching Weibo defeat Fnatic, because this is your number 1 play for Kyria. TFT, Weibo Gaming, eliminating the world champions. If you can keep an eye on the player faces as this goes through, seriously, it's just
rough.
impressive.
It really is. And again, you just need, they've got 3 players in top 4 already. The Fnatic members dropping out early leaves an extended eulogy for Fnatic. You just have to sit there and watch Weibo enjoy their time here. It's rough. It is really, really rough because, again, this is the 2 latest world champions. It's Weijin as well, who's had some of the best results in TFT ever. You've got Froden in the coaching staff.
Look at the smiles bottom right.
Oh,
yep.
Weibo know exactly
what they've done. There we go. Yes!
Oh.
We got the exact footage that I wanted. Look at the big smiles across the face of 2, 3, and 4. The only person who's focusing is the dude who's still in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what, though, Steve, thank you for gassing me up, because even I was proud of that.
That was a great segue.
Okay, that does it for your EWC. For your Kyria Play of the Day, actually. Sorry. Let me reset, and let's do this properly. It's time for the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. There are some big updates today. I have obviously mentioned it several times throughout the course of our broadcast, but Team Falcons have been eliminated from Street Fighter 6. They will not accrue any additional points in this game, and while they have a significant lead with Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, and the rest of the field, this is a crucial time for those teams to catch up. T1 did secure top 8 in Teamfight Tactics, and their league trophy in week 1 means they are now eligible for the club championship, and they are eligible for a piece of that $20 million prize pool. Finally, Fnatic being eliminated in Teamfight Tactics, this was one of their 3 chances to score this week. And much like that graphic being gone, one of their 3 chances to score being gone. That does it for EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. And coming to you live with fresh, hot news. Power have secured the series win over Al Ula. It took them less time to defeat Al Ula than it did for me to do 2 segments. Congratulations.
Now Power's going to go off to face Gaming Gladiators, which is a crazy matchup. Gaming Gladiators is one of the top teams here. Exceed had a crazy set of matches against them, being 3-2, which knocked down Gaming Gladiators to the lower bracket.
And I'm also looking at this well. We saw Gaming Gladiators have such a good series, but Power, it feels like a leveling up. I think I still favor Gaming. Are you on board with that? You'd know better than I would at this
Gaming
point.
Gladiators is definitely favored, and they're in my top 8, so I have to favor them.
Well, can I quickly ask, Sam, when you look at the jerseys, I don't know if you caught a glimpse there of Power just a moment ago. Are they wearing rugby jerseys? Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
I told you they're from...
That's pretty cool. I'm supporting Power now, purely off that.
That's actually, I can't think of a single other org that's had rugby jerseys. It's different. It's different to baseball. It's different to your traditional gaming jersey. I don't know if you guys know what rugby is.
Oh, of course I know what rugby is.
I'm not lying this time. I'm not lying this time. Okay. As you know, here at EWC Central, we love to teach our fans lingo. We love to educate the youth. So we're going to put you on a test. What is rugby?
Rugby is a game just like American football, without the pads, and it's a ball.
Okay,
that's
good.
You run with.
What's the key part? There's one key rule to it.
No? Steve, you got me.
You can only pass the ball backwards.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Okay,
that's cool.
I've never watched a rugby match.
We're big rugby fans here, so that's the whole thing.
My country is back-to-back world champion.
I hate this.
We're going to take in at the STC Arena. Of course, Teamfight Tactics is still live. Falcons, they are down 0-1 to Toronto Ultra. However, a winner will be locking at top 8. The loser will then go to low bracket.
Yes, exactly. So this is not the end of the world, but this is qualification. I got to chat with one of the people managing, it was Till. We had him on the interview yesterday. He said, look, the reason we are doing so well is our coach has cleaned up comms. It has made such a difference, and Falcons are one of those Chinese rosters that's supposed to be good. This is a tight space for them.
I've got to move on. Keep tabs on that. Obviously, a little bit later on, we're going to quickly jump into the Kidia Arena. Street Fighter 6 is live, and it's my nephew versus the Oil King.
Oh,
no, I'm kidding.
wow.
Giving setup for this match, please, Steve.
So first off, these guys have definitely run across each other in many tournaments before. Nephew, they call him Dark Nephew sometimes because he gets really good when he gets down to that losing side. But he's been playing so steadily strong these past few months. It's been amazing to see him do this because he's been trying so hard to qualify for Esports World Cup. Oil King has been a steady competitor for the past 5 or 6 years as well, and just the same seeing these guys match up.
In 30 seconds or less, what is a Jury? Because we've not seen this character on our broadcast.
So Jury is one of these characters. She's the Capcom Cup winning character, actually. She's the $1 million character. The player that actually won the tournament actually just kind of disappeared because they won. But Jury is a character who is very strong in the meta in the early parts of Street Fighter 6. She has a lot of pressure that she deals.
Now, of course, one more reminder for everybody, the loser of this series is eliminated. And so far, it is just that one round in favor of Oil King as they're continuing to play this out. We are nearing the end. Why are you excited, Steve?
Level 1, man. He did it on reversal on Wake Up. That's one of the things Nephew is really good at. You can see the offense, the crouching medium kick, confirming to drive rush, side switching the throw. I'm going into commentary mode. I'm sorry. This is kind of crazy.
It's good. It's good. I'll also say this. For anybody who's starting to get excited for Street Fighter and actually maybe want to tune in and watch, Rashid, the character that is being played by Oil King, is one of the most visually enjoyable in the entire roster. The mobility, the speed, the fact that he's stolen Guile's Whirlwind and made them cooler is even better. And the classic Guile, at least, you know, showing my age a little. But seriously, it's just beautiful to watch. And right now, Oil King seems to have a good read on Nephew.
And you got to remember, Oil King didn't have his namesake character, Rashid, for the longest time. This is a DLC character. So he just recently picked this character back up. But one thing about Rashid, his level 2, oh my God, the last second Oh my God!
Has got the damage to finish.
Wake up! He can't punish, it's too far! Oh my God, guy nephew is ridiculous.
I'm so sorry. Okay, again, if you are watching whenever Street Fighter or Fortnite is on,
Oh,
the action
so
will go
cool.
nuts. Okay, Steve, let's take a breath. There's about 25 people play. Steve, where can we watch the game? Quickly.
Twitch.tv/EWC_fighters with an S. Thank
It
you,
is there.
production.
It is on your screen. I want to formally apologize to all of our production room who are just listening to us screaming. Those counters and the back and forth between All King and Nephew was high.
Oh my God, this is just the first game. Are you
This
kidding
is the
me?
first game of the best of 5.
Oh my God.
So as a reminder, if you have just joined, look at the top of the screen. You can see the game counter. It says a V and an OD. The first to get 2 will be 1 point on the board, 1 for Team Liquid or 1 for Twisted Minds.
And it's gonna go.
Then it's 3.
Nephew.
So it is
Liquid's nephew.
5 best of 3s. Is the way that I'm trying to say that. It's so hard to explain. We are going to come back to the studio. You can continue watching each of the respective games. For the first time this week, all 3 games are live while we are wrapping
That's so much
up.
fun.
Which means that we have to go do some work and then watch the games. You can see them on your screen. We've read them. Gold, Fighters, and White. Those are the channels for you to tune in. I've asked Blake to tell me his matchups for the rest of the day. What matchup are you looking forward to? Which players? Actually, Steve, you can get a second to think. Which team should we look later
I think
on?
you should be looking at right now because Falcons versus Ultra is happening, and that looks like it's a fun old matchup, frankly, guys. Go watch it, _gold.
Have you got a matchup for me to recommend for later in the day, Steve?
I know later. I can't give you a matchup yet because we just got past a couple of these and it's probably getting.
I tell you what, let me jump. I'll just go. And if you want to watch Fighters, Oil King taking on Nephew in a do or die series right after we say goodbye. Let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow. Of course, as we mentioned, those group stages will be starting to conclude tonight. So Fortnite quarterfinals tomorrow. TFT, what is deciders?
That will be deciding who goes out, who goes in, the last remaining chance for those groups.
And then group phase 2 as well as for Street Fighter 6. So more games, more matches, everything starting a little later. We're going to be back here at 3 o'clock once again. I've had an absolute blast. I'm going to give everyone a chance to actually say goodnight this time because last night we ran over.
Yeah.
Steve, what would you like to say to the fans and the viewers before you tune out?
I just would want to say, hopefully you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. This has been amazing. I've been learning so much about the games. And on top of that, I got to say this on camera. It's my first time working with Quickshot, and I'm such a big fan. And it's so cool to be here, and hopefully you guys have been enjoying it. With all these guys.
Blakey boy?
Yeah, it's my first broadcast, and I'm having a great time. It's only day 2, and I feel a lot better today already, but it's just been an honor to be here.
You are a natural. I'm not saying that because you are a natural. It's been a pleasure. It's a lot of fun picking on you as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
I've been like a big brother bully.
Oh yeah, and I'm pretty much on the other end of this. I've been here a few weeks, and it's been a joy every single time. But this is a week where we've had a lot more games that are so very different. It's been a real joy being on this sofa with all the games happening. The vibes have been immaculate, gents. I cannot wait for a couple
We've basically got like Excel spreadsheet simulator. Right. We've basically got Team Com Yeller, and then we've basically got Big Brother, Little Brother beating each other up. Those are the 3 games. On behalf of myself, on behalf of the entire broadcast team, on behalf of everybody at EWC, good night, goodbye. We'll see you at 3 p.m. local until, we'll see you then. 3 p.m. local. Bye.
Nephew is all about that right now.
Oh, one more. Oh, what a choice.
So Jury cannot shimmy by walking backwards. She has to backdash. So off of
he's dead. Oh, no. That round was looking so good for him.
And again, that's one of Jury's weaknesses. Her throw loop, she can't shimmy by walking backwards. She has to backdash. So she's very vulnerable. Wow. Blowing up standing heavy kick with that crouching medium punch.
Oh, he missed the maximum damage. Look, he did it early enough. That recovered incredibly fast. Big opportunity goes back in there for Nephew. Is it going to cost him, though? Oil King on round up here. Ooh. Gonna go straight into that level 3.
Yeah, just goes right into it. It's gonna put Oil King on, close to burnout, but Nephew also knows that, he can build back a lot of that meter in the next couple of rounds. Oh, nice.
Oh,
yeah, you can't jump back away from that. Jury's already.
Does OD not do more damage? Could have killed that.
That's true, huh?
Still alive. He's got level 2. He's got the Asar. He wants to knock down first. Of course, because the round is going to be up and he's got another round to go. Good choice. So he's going to take it into this final round instead. Both of these guys now. 1 round away from going 2-1 up.
Very important round here. Oh, yep. Try to press the button in between. Let's set out the Asar. Gotta block it. He's gonna run you out of it so that you have to block the rest of this.
Oh,
no!
Plus frames.
Tried to throw a little bit too early. Still in block stun. Gets the wake up successfully here, and now his nephew's own drive rush into throw.
Try to point blank drive rush there, James. Ambitious, to say the least. Catches him with the buttons. Level 1's gonna connect here, and he's in the corner. One more get. Guess we'll do it here for Nephew. Can go 2-1 up.
Looked like he was trying to
big jump in.
Wow.
Didn't want to burn himself out there. Oh, what choice right there, yeah.
Oh, and then he's going to be able to get the juggle off of that.
What a bet.
And again, one of the nice things about that bet is even if you're wrong, after the OD dive kick, you're not going to be like super punished counter off of heavies like you would if you went for the DP, right? So a lot of times juries are more willing to do that to counter throws than to just try to go for the wake up DP.
For the most part, that's absolutely accurate, James. But some characters like Guile, for example, get heavies off of lights for some reason in every single scenario.
It's true.
That punish counter light is going to hurt. But for the most part, I definitely feel you. Anyway, it's a read, right?
Yeah.
What a fantastic time to call it, because look at the situation now. Then he checks a drive rush, momentum slowly shifting into Nephew's favor. And Oil King just taking his time there, trying to slow it down and engage on his terms, but that's going to be the opposite direction here as they engage on Nephew's terms and he gets cornered. Catches him low.
All right, yeah, taking advantage of the plus frames right there. Oh no, that's going to be a big punish. I don't know.
All that patience just to do that.
Yeah.
And give his opponent 2 set points. Oil King could be another top player here, headed for an 0-2 experience. We're going to see the functional engine activated early. To the corner we go.
Again, one player is going to go 0-2 no matter what you do in all of these.
Oh, the same jump back. Oh my God.
I forgot. Yeah,
he's not parrying. He's taking it all. Oh, he's not ready. He doesn't know. He got hit by every double overhead. And Nephew, with only, I believe, his 3rd or 2nd functional engine activation of the set, obliterates the defense of Oil King in the corner and sends him right out of there, James. And he's gone.
It's crazy because, I mean, like, there was no reaction on Oil King's side. He just got hit by that, was just kind of like, yep, okay, I'm dead.
Oh, man.
And, there is a fuzzy timing on that, right? You can block the first one, wait a little bit before you crouch, but I don't know. Sometimes the muscle memory just makes you crouch right away after you block a first jump attack. But you always have to remember that option from Jury. And, yeah, Nephew making that feng shui engine look super strong in that situation. Alrighty. And so, yeah, we're seeing over here once again, Nephew here with a good start here was able to take game number 1, but Oil King certainly kept it close here early on.
He did.
Was able to tie it up 1-1 there. Like I said, Nephew has been playing so solid in the past month, the past few weeks. He and I forgot who the other jury player was, were the highest playing juries at highest placing juries at Evo.
Yeah, Double G. Still actually playing G. Oh
my goodness.
Oh, God.
Just a mauling in the corner over there.
Yes, give him the key now.
Oh, it's unfortunate going 0-2. Again, the list of players who have gone 0-2 here include Punk the God, Mena RD, you know? It's just, these names are not the ones that you would expect at all.
It's crazy, James.
It is madness here. Oh, man.
Did Sebastian go 0-2 as well? Sebastian usually goes on a good run.
Yeah, that's right. He did go 0-2. Wow.
Usually goes on a good run and stuff. Wow. You're out of there, son. No mercy at all.
Now you see Nephew sitting there waiting. He's going to go up against the winner of the loser between Tachikawa and Kawano here. But, oh, look at this. Nephew's enjoying this. Here we go.
Poor Oil King. His key will now be absolutely crushed. Rob will shut the gate. Yeah, like you said, James heading into the winner's side here, but first and foremost, poor Oil King's key, talisman, medallion as you might call it, must be crushed. And Rob the Builder alongside Nephew.
Yep, nope, gotta hit the button on the inside. There you go. And there we go. Oh, it's so painful. Those things are so beautiful too.
I know.
To see them get, defaced like this is painful.
One of the players put it on the wrong angle yesterday, and then it got crossed, and it didn't get crossed. It just a bit snapped off the side, a tiny little bit.
That was Jeremy's chip damage, right?
Chip damage line, yeah. Caught completely off guard. Hilarious.
Oh, good stuff.
Modern controllers, James. I mean, we've been doing this old vs new, these discussions in the back. There's some more content coming out of questions that we've been asking the players about that, and I've had some really mixed feedback. For the most part, people are kind of leaning towards the benefits of the new. Oh my days, I was proper stuck to the thing. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
Damn, that was gonna happen.
It snapped in half.
Broken half. Oh, damn.
Yo.
Nephew got it like that? It's like that, bro?
Dude, Nephew, violent. I mean, look, he looks so quiet and unassuming, but he's clearly just, he's so much rage built into him.
Oh, man. No, he's a scumbag in the game. Lovely guy in real life, scumbag in the game. 1-0 Kawana. 2-0 Kawana. That was quick. That was a beatdown.
Let me ask you though. So you say you've been talking to people about the modern controls.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
Are they saying that it is too strong or not too strong?
No. The general. So I want to get your opinion. The general consensus is that it has some overpowered tendencies, but the overall, it's not too worrying. You know, depends on if they release a character that's kind of been designed around modern controls. That would be a totally different story, right?
I mean, it was interesting because it's obviously very strong, right? It's obviously very strong, but Capcom decided to balance it by making sure that some characters are, most characters are missing some crucial buttons, right? Like, they could have picked all the best buttons to put in there, but I feel like they kind of intentionally took away a couple of them.
You think that was intentional? Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, the only thing that I can say
unavoidable
about...
in some situations, right? If you just did one button thing.
Yeah.
You know? It's just like pad fighter. You ever play Street Fighter Volt on a pad, on the iPad?
Oh, yeah.
Got 4 buttons, so
yeah.
naturally, whether it's good ones or not, you can only pick a certain amount of buttons forward or character because the way the game's designed.
The way that I see it right now is that the only way I can truly believe modern controls is too strong is once we start seeing modern controls winning like 6 out of 8, in the top 8. If 6 of them are modern control players. But we still haven't seen that yet, so it's hard for me to properly call that, I know a lot of people out there are very passionate about their hatred of modern controls, but I'm not necessarily 100%, I'm not convinced yet. That it's too strong. I mean, how do you feel about it, Femi?
I mean, for someone who played hours and hours of iPad Fighter, Street Fighter Volt,
iPad Fighter,
online and offline.
Here, scoot this way. Here, Femi, scoot this way.
It's definitely advantageous. Oh, wow, damn. Look where I'm on the camera. It's definitely advantageous. Are we wearing the same color jacket, James?
It looks like it, yeah.
Nice. Great minds, baby.
Yeah.
I haven't seen myself on camera.
We planned that, right? Yeah.
No, it's definitely advantageous. It doesn't feel OD. It doesn't feel too powerful for me. But it's one of those debates among many at the moment. I was at the PlayStation Road to Evo booth.
Oh, right.
At Evo, and some of the players we were interviewing there were talking about like they think like arcade sticks are going to be obsolete and like 5-10 years time. I'm like, no way. I mean, arcade stick, can you even play like Tekken on Hitbox? Is that actually like feasible?
Oh, on Hitbox?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm learning Tekken on Hitbox.
Really?
It's actually easier
So
on Hitbox.
The Hitbox thing's more Street Fighter 5 friendly, other game friendly than it is here. So I don't know, the idea that stick will just be obsolete and gone. I'll tell you what I do see happening. Way less stick users.
Oh, I keep
definitely.
telling the story that last year I was at First Attack in Puerto Rico, Mono's tournament, and David was playing some casuals with his split box controller, and I was like, you know what, I'll play some casuals too. I never bring a stick with me because I don't really play that many casuals there. And I went to go borrow a stick, and I couldn't find one.
No way.
Everybody was
And there
on
was
pad
tons of
leverless.
people there with their device of choice.
Yeah.
But none were on arcade stick.
Yeah, nobody was on arcade stick. I had no controllers to borrow. So I mean, the advantages of joystick, I mean, they're getting smaller, and in fact, like I feel like the whole drive impact mechanic is kind of designed around the pad about having your fingers on the trigger buttons, Oh, okay, here we go. So.
All right, guys, sorry for the delay. Next game on, both of these guys sitting on the winner's side. It's Japan v Japan, Tachikawa versus Kawano. The winner of this will be qualifying for tomorrow. The loser bags themselves a match against Nephew for qualification place.
And what's interesting about that, Nephew did lose to Kawano earlier, but like I said, let's say Tachikawa wins this. The person who has lost this match has lost.
Oh my days, he's getting thrown like crazy, James. Not again, surely. Oh, he tagged.
No.
He tagged Tachikawa, you gotta be kidding me.
That was a page right out of the Ending Walker book right there.
Just see a little smug smile on his face, of course, as well. 4 times, and he was so sure he was going to take that time. He just did the EX. Oh my goodness, Tachikawa, please, no. Okay, wake up cast medium this time from Kawano. Reads it right.
Oh no, too many lights right there.
Guess
too far away, but it's okay. Kawano's still getting the pressure going.
Oh, he's going to die here. Man, that was pretty bus ass, as the arch would say.
Like I said, though, I mean, let's say Kawano does lose this. The person who's lost this match here has gone on to lose the next match.
Oh, my
like
days.
100% of the time so far. So Nephew maybe wants to see Kawano.
Whoever he sees is arguably doomed by statistics. But it is looking very much like the Tachikawa show right now.
Oh, wow. He even had the drive cancel off of that light to get the combo going. Tachikawa is looking unstoppable here.
Starts the round with another drive rush, but good adaptation this time from Kawano with a drive impact response.
Yeah, you gotta try to see if you can drive impact some of those flickers occasionally. Oh, and there's the read on the shimmy right there.
Yeah, burnt himself out, but he's got great momentum here and actually gaining that meter back as he lands these things.
And his counter throw that does so much damage.
Oh, lovely check.
He missed the meaty timing on the throw, but that stand light kick, like you said, good check.
That's his first button, his first round, sorry, of the set so far. Is that going to be the turning point? Yeah, it doesn't want him to get anything going. Almost burns himself out here just to stop the momentum. Tachikawa with the drive impact, and it's going to straight to the level 3 here, James. I like that choice.
Yeah, build up a lot of gauge and also burn Tachikawa out to make it so that, he doesn't have a distinct disadvantage here. But Tachikawa took that crouching medium kick on purpose to not
guaranteed.
get burned out.
Oh, he got air. He didn't get a meaty timing. Oh. He got air reset. Now he got chipped. Horrible scenario there for Tachikawa. I wonder if off the back throw without drive rush, does he not get a decent meaty? He tried to walk forward heavy punch. Didn't get the time in. And Kawano very cleverly holding it up, got air reset, and was able to punish.
And that's why you see a lot of players, when they're in that burnout situation and they know they can't stop the drive impact, they'll just hold up. A lot of times they get hit meaty and just die. But if in a situation like this, where your opponent just mistimes it, that's your only chance of escape.
Exactly. So you gotta try something. Oh, the wake up back throw works. Wasn't ready for that. Here comes the throws.
Oh, wow. Snuck in that overhead. We almost never see that unless people are burned out.
He's playing sick. Oh, that walk up sweep.
Yeah.
Catches him out. Catches the back dash. What a round for Kawano.
Right? And then he just backs all the way out, interestingly enough.
Oh, that works.
It sniped him.
He's got choices for all of these edge charge normals and charge buttons. He's starting to punish him big time. Okay, that's going to hurt.
Yeah.
Gets the punish counter crumple. Just jumps out this time. He's thrown one too many times. He's not sticking around for it here.
Oh, what a
punish. Yeah, it's the
sweep. That was nice.
All the walk-up jab works as well. So many cool moments here from Kawano, but still, the health deficit is not significant.
What the
Oh my
world?
days. Okay, not too high to juggle.
Kawano turned on the neutral this round.
Oh my
Look at
days.
this.
Oh, he's dead. He gets the follow through. Kawano, I mean, it's very similar to the way Tachikawa was just destroying him. Kawano's turned it around and he's giving him a bit of his own medicine here. What a turnaround. 2-1, James. Out of nowhere.
Dude, it's like I said, man. Every time you want to try to count Kawano out, he just comes back and he's like, look, I'm an evil champion for a reason. I am the best of the new Japan generation for a reason.
Man, an Evo champ. In such a big game. Oh, again, he's got the answers. Look at this. Ed-specific responses. Kawano's got to be careful with some of these habitual strings he's doing. Look at that. Sorry, not Tachikawa's got to be careful because Kawano's got all the answers for him. This time it's the ODDP, James. Just cannot get anything going. Oh, my days.
This has just become like almost like Kawano can't do anything. I'm sorry, Tachikawa can't do anything.
Same mistake.
Kawano has all the reads right now.
It's the readiness, James. These Ed-specific checks, that just catches him in the middle of his string. I'm not sure why that works. It was drive rush jab, should be super plus. But everything's working and they're perfect parry. He just can't get anything going there. Poor Kawano. Sorry, poor Tachikawa. Kawano's all over him.
Oh,
knocked down again.
I love that OD fireball for the knockdown right back into the corner.
If he gets hit here, he could die. He does die, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be it. Yeah, I think. That's what Puff was expecting. Still going to be enough. Here it comes. And Tachikawa is going to head out into the loser's bracket. Kawano, after being absolutely mauled in game one, and finally a smile from him, he qualifies.
He's like, damn, that was cheap. He's like, man, that was cheap.
He got hit by that OD knuckle. He's probably talking about that. That's what you get for doing that to me, bro.
Dude, that's hilarious. Even Kawano couldn't stop from laughing in that situation. Oh, it's amazing.
Good friends. I've seen them walking around all over the place today, hanging out, training together, speaking strategy. Unfortunately, they're in the same group they had to play. They both started fantastically well and had to meet each other, but only one could go through at this point. So Kawano's the one that takes it. Now Tachikawa has to stay seated where he is and wait for the dark Neff.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, you know, Tachikawa obviously could still make it out of this, so both of the Japanese players can make it out of this. And as a reminder, when you do get into phase number 2, all your losses are erased, right? Everybody starts equal at that point.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think there's going to be some kind of seeding, obviously, for finishing first and second. But, yeah, going up into the eraser of those losses is really good.
There's the head tilt. I told Yipes earlier, that's the fighting game head tilt. You can always hear the... Oh, man.
Yeah, look at that. This guy just saw everything before it happened.
It's crazy because it looked like Tachikawa was doing so well at the start, and then
he was.
All of a sudden, Kawano was just like, okay, time to delete Modern Ed out of here. Because then he just went absolutely crazy. Tachikawa's like, get away from me. Oh, I love it. I love it. You know what? That's one of my favorite things about offline is those kind of interactions like that, man. It's so great.
It's the best, man.
Oh, man.
Look, he's beating his homie, but he's not eliminating his homie. He still has a chance to get him through. Standing between him and that is Dark Nephew, Team Liquid, representing.
Yeah, but again, the player that has lost in the qualifying match on the winner's side is so far 0-5 this whole weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So Tachikawa is going to be the one that's absolutely going to try to break that streak at this point. I'll have to look at it again, make sure that I'm correct on that one.
Even if you aren't correct, James, there's still at least 4.
Yeah, exactly.
There's still a ton of them who have been getting to the winner's final.
And then just
bouncing off the back of a really good win, and then just getting dropped out. NL's one of those guys. NL looked incredible in his first game versus Punk, and then suddenly humanized and eliminated.
Well, we're gonna get that jury going up against the modern Ed again. And Nephew, of course, winning. And that's the other thing, too. Nephew, of course, whoever gets into this match who fights against Tachikawa obviously gets here by winning their previous match. So Nephew might be feeling good. I mean, we saw that with Chris Wong. He lost his first match really badly, then just absolutely decimated DCQ. And then he was able to make the comeback against VX Bao.
That's true. You know, these guys going into the losers bracket seem to be gaining a lot of strength, and you know, I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is, but they are different once they've lost that first game. And then they go on to take out that person who just fallen down from that winner's side, who on this occasion is Tachikawa. So Nephew, I think the sole jury representative here, I believe, at the Esports World Cup. After that solid performance in his last game, will now try to qualify, but standing in his way is Tachikawa.
Yeah, you can check out the beautiful arena over here. That's the Qiddiya Arena here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Again, really nice venue here. But man, we gotta find some cooler locales, Femi.
What you mean?
Coming from Evo to then all of a sudden to I mean cooler from temperature-wise, you know? Because we went from Evo at 120 degrees.
Damn, this guy wants all the smoke.
Yeah, and then coming over here.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia and the people, it's just not cool, man. James, yo, chill out, man. They're awesome.
No, I mean, it's so
you mean like
warm
how hot
outside. Yeah, because both Evo and this event, honestly, yeah.
Oh, so Vegas was hotter than this, though.
Yeah,
Way
no, it was. It absolutely was. But here we go. Nephew, Tachikawa, checking the drive rush here. Nephew.
Nice son. When they can put it on the pin and the tight gun. Take it, them on the shit in the face, son. I just know it ends with Dyson, Hyson. Catch you.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, no conversion off those lights.
Pressure with the target combo.
Oh. Yeah, two pros get punished.
Oh,
again. Right again.
Lead on the throw. And he got this. Wow, I thought that was going to be too late of a punish counter, but he got it in time. Can he kill off of this? Is this going to kill? Oh, it is. And there goes Nephew with round number 1. Fighting here in the Akuma Cave. Oh yeah, that forward heavy kick from Jury has a lot of startup, but the startup of it is not very
visible. He's making that order. He's very throw happy. He saw what he was doing to Kawano. He's like, you want to throw me? This is what's going to happen to you. He's done it twice now. Bust out a reversal.
Steals the turn. You're minus in that situation. So he just goes for the ODDP. Wow, what a
that's
punch.
kind of heavy punch.
Yeah, here he goes. He goes Momochi route here. Nope, he goes for the simpler route here.
Oh, baited. Oh, bad bet from Nephew.
And you're probably dead.
Yeah, he doesn't drop it. She is more than dead. There's that 5% of the combo that he had.
All right, goes for the tick throw after the drive rush light. Oh,
wow,
nice. That's smart. That's smart. Yeah, he's kind of stuck there. I mean, even if he had backdashed, I think that dive kick would have reached anyway.
Oh, that was sick.
Movement, baby.
James, did you see? Oh, he could have got level 3. Oh, that was unoptimal. Is that going to cost him? No, it's not. Oh, no conversion.
Oh, what happened? No, he had that level 3 right there. And again, he's on modern controller.
Yeah, just do it.
He's not getting it out. This is a real big chance here for Nephew to make this comeback.
He's giving us CA as well.
Oh,
delay on that.
Waited forever.
Oh, is that enough? Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Drive rushes in, gets the tick back throw. And Tachikawa, despite some significant drops, first he had the combo. If he did one more drive rush, he would have got him into the yellow, would have killed with a level 3, didn't do it. Then he had the hit confirm and didn't confirm it to a level 3. Left her alive twice, but doesn't matter now. He's still 1-0 up.
Yeah, and that's twice now that Tachikawa has gone for the drive rush, light punch into throw, into the tick throw. Now you're going to have to worry about light punch into shimmy at this point.
That's one of the things that they do really well when they're in that scenario. Tick throw again. Oh, this time he finally does tech.
Okay. Big damage right there. But wonderful backdash from Tachikawa. Still trapped in the corner, not anymore. Lands that standing heavy punch.
A heavy punch that he sticks out at certain ranges is so perfectly timed. Just catches her encroaching into his space. He got himself all that mileage back to mid-screen and back in this round now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's really beneficial for both of these characters that they're standing heavy punches so far and can be canceled.
Oh, too close, gets punished. And what a conversion too. Readiness for the level 1.
Brilliant spatial awareness and execution there from Nephew. And actually, the last part of level 1 actually missed. I very rarely see that.
I didn't notice that.
But like it did. Might be because the round was over.
Again, the dive kicks are coming into play. It's the second time he's managed
overhead.
And you know what? That is one of the disadvantages, sorry, I can't talk right now, of Modern, right? Because a lot of people see the jump and just hit the button right away on reaction. And so you can do that dive kick to throw off the timing.
He's trying to jump. He was trying to do jump dive kick, but everything working. Should be able to kill here with just level 2. Yep, save up bar as well while he's at it.
That sound effect on the heavy punch drive, on the punish counters, it's so brutal sounding. I love it. Oh, look at that damage already.
What?
Oh, did you do something? No,
Nephew.
You just lost a level 3.
Wow.
He went for the whole shebang right there.
Crazy choice.
Oh! I guess he figured if he was gonna get a successful wake up, it might as well just be the level 3 and do damage. Because if he got his level 1 blocked, maybe he was like, if I get my level 1 blocked, I'm probably dead anyway. So let's just go all out.
James, that was a start of round. Start a round. Do a level 1. Do an OD wheel kick. Why wake up level 3? Such a big bet there from Nephew, and it didn't work. Now, if there was a curse, James, it's looking like it's going to be banished because Tachikawa was winner's side. Winner's final. It's now 2-0 up. Oh, I just said do OD instead. That's exactly what he's done. Maybe just block.
Yeah, he's starting to get the read on Nephew's timing on when he wants to do the wake up.
Again, he's done that. Press every punch in the middle of your combo.
Oh, okay. Goes for the level 1 here. It's like, thank you for this buff. I'll go into the level 1. Tried to go for a little shimmy right there, but okay.
Oh, bad jump. Oh, teched. Not ready for the drive rush.
Yeah, you saw Nephew was trying to check. Just wasn't fast enough.
It's going to be set point here. To Tachikawa. 2 set points, actually.
Oh, nice. But it actually wasn't a fully charged flicker, so it wasn't the pull in anyway. Oh, okay. Drive rush into raw drive rush throw.
Oh, this is bad.
It's a nice little bump that she got right there. Lights into the
trade hit.
Look at this pressure.
Oh my goodness, Nephew just really trying to shut him down here.
Too far away.
Nice button there. Not going to charge in front of me this time.
Yeah.
Doesn't even need to spend into the super this time.
A lot of times you'll see Ed start charging that psycho flicker and you just kind of deer in headlights. Nephew there pressing the button and interrupting.
Oh, let fly. Can he get back into the set here? It's still set point to Tachikawa. Nephew's going to get thrown now. He's going to do the jump.
Oh, he does on level 3 again. Oh my days, he will not be denied. Again, it's a strange choice considering the resources he has, but it lands.
Dude, the amount of cojones you have to do something like that.
Serious cojones.
Yep. Oh, wow, still close enough from the micro walk into the throw.
Oh, this is bad. This could be it for Nephew's tournament. Could end here.
Oh,
the late grass medium.
Can he get the level 1? No, he doesn't get it in time. The throw's not going to kill.
He's just got to stick out at level 2. Just stick out.
Oh, the overhead in your neutral. And Nephew stays alive. And Tachikawa is so close to banishing the curse.
Wow.
Unable to get it done on that occasion, but he has another chance here. And if needed, another one after, so.
Oh man, okay,
Just
well.
gotta close out. Just gotta close out.
I mean, is this the plot armor right now, you know? Is the universe saying, nope, you're not allowed to lose that qualifying match and win? Oh, nice, again, stealing turns. Punish counter throw, that hurt. Dude, Nephew has tried to press a button after getting hit by that target combo, like, every time. Again, still close enough for that throw.
Yeah, I think he's using the block stun to walk forward a bit. It'll mark up before he throws it.
Wow, did you see that dash up and nothing from Tachikawa? But there you go, there's taking advantage of the modern again. Didn't stand up. Can Nephew kill off of this? No. Oh, but he just took the meaty fireball.
I think he blocked it, but he took the jab afterwards, no? Or maybe he got hit by it. Holding up or something. Oh, the range on that heavy punch. Look where it whiffed from.
Such a good button. Oh, speaking of, oh my goodness.
Good sequence.
Crumple on the punish counter.
Wakes up with a no-D reversal. Nephew trying to get himself to 2 apiece here. Bring this set right back.
Ooh. Oh, dealing with this psycho flicker pressure.
Oh, big whiff.
Level 2, but you know, if you're Nephew, you're like, I'm glad at least he felt like he had to spend the level 2. Tachikawa might still be able to get his own level 2, but definitely the meter resource advantage in Nephew's favor by a lot.
Needs to go to a good start here. Is set point again for Tachikawa. Oh, gets caught low.
No level 3.
Busts out the reversal. Oh, what are you doing? He's trying to challenge it. Lucky he didn't get juggled. No, not this time. Sure. Oh, he does it. Press the crowd again. Another level 3 wake up from Nephew. It had to get James. What's he going on? He's almost burnt out. Wake up buttons.
Yep. Nice throw tech. Oh, the forward heavy punch connecting.
Go ahead, reset. It should be dead. Is it enough? Yes, it is. My Nephew off the back of another wake up reversal, level 3. Brings it to 2 apiece from 2-0 down. James, what's going on?
Dude, you know what the crazy thing is? Tachikawa's gonna be so scared on every meaty now when Nephew has a level 3, dude.
Oh my days.
Oh man. Are we seeing the rise of Dark Neff? Is he coming out of the shadows right now?
Like it. Dark Neff doesn't mind doing a le pif, in the words of the French.
That's what this cave is all about, right? I mean, Nephew is trying to go dark by being in Akuma's cave over here. He's trying to embrace the Satsui no Hado. Oh, back throw right back into the corner.
It's a good response so far. Oh, wow, punishing it.
Okay, just parries right there. Oh, again, a read on that throw. And the burnout is so close. And that was a punish counter, too, that anti-air. So we got the burnout here situation.
Oh, yes, yeah, doesn't work.
Oh, boy. Is the tradition going to hold up here, Femi?
I think the curse is real, James.
Oh, my.
I think winners finals where you will. If you don't win winners final, then if you don't think you're going to win it guaranteed, then maybe don't get there. Because evidence is certain that that's the end of your tournament here at the Esports World Cup 2024.
Wow, Nephew checking right there, and he's got the level 3. So now Tachikawa has to think about every wake up at this point. Wow, is Nephew gonna make this comeback? Okay, this is a great situation. Back throw, Tachikawa here with the opportunity, but he's really almost never had a chance to set up that level 2 and go for any sort of pressure mix-ups.
Oh.
One combo now.
Elimination put what?
He's gonna react.
Oh, who wins? Oh, that wins! Oh, he didn't know!
Wait, Tachikawa thinks it's over?
Yeah, what's it in? It's 2-2. Why did he stand up?
It's not over. Wait.
Oh, he thought he won.
Yeah, he thought he lost. He thought he lost.
He hasn't won. He's still around the way. He's set point now. Oh my God, what's that going to do to him psychologically? He might have messed up that chase. That just happened. What are you standing up for?
Oh no, I think he was standing up because he thought he lost.
Oh, he thought he lost?
Oh, I think so.
He thought he won.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. Oh, no. Confirm. Gonna spend that meter as well. Somebody clip that, please. Oh, next.
Okay.
It's now set point by place.
Corner pressure.
Oh no! Oh, that's it. Too far.
Too far away.
Oh my days! Are you kidding me? This set is killing me. It's got a level 2. Maximum damage. Oh God! Oh God!
still in it. Chip, no, he jumped too early. Tachikawa, James. He thought he was done. James. Oh my God, what a situation. And he's managed to curse as well. What a way to do it. Tachikawa.
Now we need to interview him and find out. We need to interview him and find out if he thought he won or lost.
Yeah, please, somebody find out, guys. Listen, me and James are going to be here talking about that for the next 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes. I've got to hear what the guys on the analyst desk, on the analyst stage, have got to say about that. Logan, that was crazy, man. Talk to me. Get over to those guys right now.
What was that?
What happened?
What was that?
I can't believe it. That what we've had.
Oh man.
We've had incredible matches at the highest level that have been incredibly entertaining, but I don't think we've been as entertained as we were during that last set. Tachikawa finally breaks the winner's final curse. Finally remembers that he has to win 2 rounds to win a game as well, and unfortunately sends Nephew out. But guys, you know, what actually happened there? How do you lose track of what's going on?
Well, I mean, Tachikawa had riveting matches throughout the entire group in general, but I've got to give credit to Nephew. Very stubborn. Those wake up super art 3s, we're like, dude, it's hot and cold here. They're not quite working out, but I think everyone knew Tachikawa, the match wasn't over, but him, I swear, it just lives on after that famous clip.
Have you ever done that to somebody?
Actually, I did. Me versus Daigo 2009. I got up in the after it was 1-1, and Daigo waited 2 seconds. He didn't attack me, so I did stood up, and I get it. But Tachikawa, the crazy part about it, I think he thought maybe because I did the crazy reaction to the super, and then Nephew doing the super climax and both hitting.
But give credit, right? That's how engrossed and immersed people are in this game. They just forget.
They just forget about everything, right?
Especially with how topsy-turvy things were with their super arts. There was not many things, like you mentioned, Logan, and not many times where Tachikawa was tested with modern reactions.
Yes.
And in that last game, he was questioned every single situation.
That was the first time. Yeah, it was like the first time. Yeah, the fact that he didn't do the ODDP during the modern reactions, everything was kind of, it felt like he was playing classic until that last second. But we talked about a lot about Tachikawa, but we have to give credit to Kawano. He dominated this group.
Dude, literally.
Complete domination.
Like I said before, just to regurgitate, Akuma is not a Kawano character, but his stability and his understanding of psychological, like, top-level play is absolutely phenomenal. Look at that stubborn DI. That was that. I'm just going to bank on it, see what happens. He didn't even have to go for the decent combo, the full version. But after this was smart. Did he release the slow? Yeah, he released the slow one because he thought the fast one was coming. Yeah, I don't need.
It's called a pop off.
I love this.
What are you standing up for? That's the classic.
I just seen the clip where you had to double check. Did I win this time?
Did I win this time?
Did I do it this time?
Tachikawa, there we go. Unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye to Nephew. Not only, obviously, for the Americans watching, but for Team Liquid as well. It brings their chances of putting points on the board and catching Falcons up. So Team Falcons will be very happy to see Nephew not make it further. But guys,
Kim, he's making excuses to Rob.
He's like, this ain't modern controls.
He thought it was a modern timeline where you have to win 1 round.
Let's hope he doesn't get over zest in here. Like, I don't want to see him, make a grab for it before that thing's finished. Make sure that all safety is observed here. I'm sure Rob will be on hand.
I think the funniest part is that he's so happy. Like, even when he was like, oh, I got up by accidentally, he's just completely laughing at the fact that he messed up. So the fact that he was able to get back into the game, and I think for Nephew, he was just like also in that same scramble. They were just completely scrambled.
Yeah, it's got to be really off-putting as well. You've had that awkward interaction at the end with the 2 level 3s where no one really knew what was going to win until it happened. And I'm sure there's a few bookworms at home where actually it's got 2 more frames of invincibility. But clearly those guys didn't know who was going to win. And then to refocus after the other guy gets up as well, there's a lot going on.
It's tough, right? Because the golden rule of like clashing, right? Look at that. the golden rule is like if you do a level 3, the second level 3 should win. That's the golden rule. But I think in Street Fighter 6, it really does not follow that.
Yeah, not everything.
You have to
the same
test
number of invincibility frames.
It did. There was a couple of scenarios like that in SF5.
Yeah,
you had to really pay attention to, like you
Yeah.
said, the bookworms at home would say there's 1 or 2 extra frames. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ed's Super Art 3 might be slightly slower than Jury's. So that could have helped.
Oh yeah,
as well in
no,
that
of
regard.
course, absolutely.
So,
absolutely, yeah, you're right. That definitely
lots
comes
of
into
crazy
play.
stuff going on there.
Kawano, though, incredibly impressive. We were talking about his willingness to just completely dump all of his bar, and that investment really paid off for him as he advanced in the winner's side out of that bracket. But of course, it all resets in phase 2, and they make it into top 16. 2 more players will be joining them as we move into Group G, and this one is absolutely stacked, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, I think this might be the group of the day.
Well, you got the match of the day one
Yeah,
here. So.
match of the day, Bon Lashar, but Tokido and Knuckle Dude. That's the one. What do you think about that one?
I'm looking forward to it, honestly, because as we were talking about before, Tokido being extremely good against Gal. He hoodwinked us all at the start of the Akuma season, so he's like not doing that. I want to see how the Ken is coming along. Knuckles, you heard it in his interview. Like, look, I'm trying to change life not only for me, but my family as well. So that extra incentive is there. Like, you can just see it, how crazy it can be with these guys.
All right, guys, we want you to get involved at home. It's time for the audience prediction from STC Play. Get online to stcplay.gg. I want to know which 2 players, which 2 icons are going to make it out of this hotly contested group. We'll find out on the other side of this short break. We'll see you then.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
3 games to 2. You know, thinking back, is there anything you think you may have been able to do differently?
You mean the comeback?
In the Tachikawa set?
I think I should win. Just in the end, I think when 2-1, I think it's okay. When 2-2, I think I got some pressure. So, but I mean his game plan is not changed a lot. Right. Just I change.
You change.
I think when 2-2, I got some pressure. I think that's why I lose. Okay. Of course, it's really disappointing. But about Nephew, I think Nephew played pretty good. I think Nephew played pretty good. Be punish, be patient. I think Nephew played pretty good.
How do you feel about Rashid versus Jury as a matchup?
Oh, I think almost 5-5.
Okay.
I think this season Rashid is most strong. So now I think only Kemi and Give. Another matchup is Rashid win of almost 5-5. So that's why I think Rashid this season is pretty strong.
I think if you wore shorts, you would have won the matches.
No, it cannot. Lose, say we cannot. I mean,
you need to ask your team to make you some shorts, Oil King shorts.
No, I mean, my team can make a short for me, of course, but you know, the EWC the official rule is cannot wear the shoe.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
They nerfed you.
No, not really. I mean, recently really training harder, but I mean, how to say that? The training, what I want is not play in tournament.
Right.
So I think I just should figure out how to more stable in the tournament and like the tournament big like this.
Yeah, of course. Always a pleasure to watch you play. Look forward to seeing you in another event soon.
Thanks, bye.
All right, that's it from us here. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. Oh, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. Deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Esports World Cup. That was absolutely insane. I do want to clarify one thing for people real quick at home. You got to win 2 rounds in Street Fighter, all right, Tachikawa, in order for things to be done. But end of the day, he did get it done. Atik, this is looking crazy right now.
Well, as we all know, things are getting more intense as we get closer to the championship, to the grand final. This group is very intense. This group is going to be crazy.
This is, in my humble opinion, the strongest group that we have up to this point. Tokido, Knuckle-Doo, Bonchan, and Lashore all in one group, and we're about to get a Capcom Cup champion versus an Evo champion. It's going down right now, ladies and gentlemen. Group D, let's get into it. We're sending things over to our casters.
A lot of killers are sitting here today in this group. But before we even get to the action, welcome everybody. Welcome back. If you just joined us, grab some snacks, something to hydrate yourself, because we're going to be in for a joyride, excuse me. My name is IFC Yepes, and of course, to the right, my brother. This is how you doing, my boy?
You already know what it is. When they designated us with this group, we were rocking out before the cameras went even live after that break. And I'll tell you what, man, Rob, he was absolutely on point with this group. This is a banger of a group that you could ever expect in regards to high talent and high octane matches, for sure.
I'm gonna be honest. We was just saying this before we went on air. This might be the most stressful group yet. Obviously, for those that are not familiar, we got NuckleDu, Bonchan, Tokido, and Lashar.
Yes, sir.
Sheesh. Definitely don't want to bump into them in any tournament. But we're here today, EWC, to represent who is the best in the world. We'll find out by Sunday, but hey, this is where it starts right here in group play. We got NuckleDu versus Tokido on the stage. There's a lot of lore behind this one.
Oh, you already know what it is, man. This goes back way even before Street Fighter 6. Fact of the matter is, though, we got the Guile specialist going up against the Ken specialist. Now, if push comes to shove, do you think NuckleDu is going to ever switch out to Ken?
Depends on how well Tokido plays this match, obviously, right? But from what Justin Wong did point out, that Tokido's track record is pretty much unscathed when it comes to fighting guys.
Okay.
So maybe if he does get washed, we'll go for the Cammy. Tokido does have a lot of problems anti-airing consistently on Cammy. Who doesn't, right? But let's see how it progresses.
Yo, NuckleDu has been mad aggressive with some of the Sonic Boom placements and also some of the normal placements he's shown off so far. But Tokido making quick work immediately off of the straight hit. Forward throw now. What are you going to do after this, NuckleDu?
Flash kick, delay flash kick. You might delay it. Oh, nice. You're not going to throw me, not for free. Okay, back throw. No, looking for it. Looking for a technical. The target combo lands on a drive rush. Tokido.
Oh, but there was a cross jab. He was knocking on the door. He didn't expect NuckleDu to answer with his face. Instead, okay, wait, level 2. Is it going to kill?
I don't know. I'm sorry, Jace, if you're watching. I just felt it. I felt it in my soul. That's going to kill right there.
I had the spirit of Tasty Steve. I wanted to yell out, Tetsugen Nature!
Yeah. That's from Marvel 2, though. Just remember that, guys. Throw that out there for the little lore. Watch Steve set that. Anyway, okay, punch in the mouth. Caucasian males versus Caucasian males. They both don't look like they broke. Good credit on both sides.
Listen, man, they are brothers-in-law.
Now, he's a flash kick. That's a good old American.
Do you think he still invites Ken to the holidays after his current status? We'll talk about that later. Still stuck crouching, by the way. Target combo onto the other side with the Tatsu. Dash up twice. What are you going to do about it? A very delayed tech from NuckleDu, by the way.
That could have been a whip punish right there. Tokido, he's scheming for sure. He's a little low on the chips. Wow, what a check. But the fierce DP, I wonder if he didn't do it because he knew it wasn't going to reach.
Perhaps. I think it's a valid thing to consider. Forward throw again.
Whoa! Whoa! Into the level 2. Yes! Okay, okay. Keep it going!
I love the way the kicks look, too. And towards the end, get lost!
Yeah, that's it. Man, anybody can kick hard with them tight-ass jeans. Sheesh! Blood's flowing. It's like the legs is on peds.
It just gives me like shades of Haya, dude, magic pants. Those things don't rip. No matter what you do, those things don't rip.
Now, NuckleDu's definitely making that decision right now mentally. Should I run it back? Should I go for Guile and take the risk of going down 2-0? Like I said before, Justin won't put it out. Thank you so much to the Wazler. Yes.
The Wazler, that's right. So one of the biggest things that we're considering is how often NuckleDu finds himself in the corner without an answer to the offense, right? I think Cammy overall might pose like an even bigger threat. Let's say he wanted to do something wild with an OD uppercut, right? You're looking at the risk reward behind each. If Guile hits with the flash kick, backs him off a little bit. If Cammy hits with an OD uppercut, she's out of the corner.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, so a payoff on the defense. Well, in terms of the guessing end, right? But I mean, one of the best escapes NuckleDu have, like everybody assumes that he's gonna flash kick, right? So he'll hold up forward, right, as one of his escapes. But Tokido's strings has been so tight, been checking him every single time from holding up and stuff like that. So he's definitely testing NuckleDu's hypothesis right here defensively.
And with the approaches, man, every single time, the variety of different options that has given NuckleDu so far has been relatively safe up until this point. NuckleDu, he did risk that flash kick, did find that mark earlier, but now he's starting to get the fisticuffs back.
So, by the way, these guys are legends, and it's an honor, guys, to talk about your matches, okay? Trust me, I'm pretty sure Vicious feels the same.
No doubt. Watching these guys on the grand stage, what's crazy about it is every one of these matches could be like a winner's finals or a grand finals.
Wow, what an incredible...
That looks so clean, man.
Oh, the last hit, literally.
Did you think it was going to kill? Because I had no idea. I genuinely had no idea.
I think.
Come on now.
It's a nice combo, though, for the finish. Tokido. Oh, out of range.
Don't punish.
For that range, max distance, stand roundhouse is the answer, for sure. Max distance, of course.
Even if you weren't sure, low medium kick.
Maybe, yeah, sure, for sure. No, actually, yeah, you're right.
Right in front of him. Driving up to the drive-through. Take the boot to go. Low medium kick.
Oh, he's ducking. Looking for the flash kick, the delay. What a scumbag. He wants that extra credit on the damage.
Teacher's pet, huh?
The baby booms.
Oos.
Barras.
That's a lot.
Don't jump. Are we gonna react with the level 1 is the question. Woo! We know the sequence fight over here. It says NuckleDu. Time to guess. I like that he's not overextending with the drive impact. He might just get it here. Maybe force the level 1 out of Tokido.
I could appreciate that tactic, absolutely. But
Speaking of which.
Even better for Tokido. Actually gets it off of a throw attempt from NuckleDu. Sonic!
All right. Tokido's going to be at that low forward range for sure for those whiff punishes. Withstand short, as you can see, but the confirmation from NuckleDu.
You caught the standing light kick as a punish counter, and you're still within range for the flash kick.
You know, I thought NuckleDu would get dustier with kids, but I feel like he's getting younger. Every Sonic Boom represents each diaper that he changes.
I'm telling you, man, right now, I don't have kids, but I'll tell you what, diapers are expensive.
Facts. EWC, check it out. All right, here we go, baby bones. Oh, burnout. This is kind of tough for you, Tokido. Oh, no, look at dehydrated. Damn, look at that. So much respect to the reactions. Not even trying to drive impact right now. Tokido, get out.
You do have 2 bars to your name as well. NuckleDu doesn't even want to try to risk it, but the moment I say it, the moment Tokido does it.
Woo! You see Tokido's face? He's like, whoo, that was close. The emotions, guys, I'm telling you. Oh, I love that. Pad cam. Oh, he's going crazy. You don't got carpal tunnel, nothing? No?
NuckleDu's used to it right now.
What a stoic face. You would think he's playing on the stick, right? The way he's looking. All right, target combo lands. Flash kick on the wake up.
I think that's fine with the assessment. I don't think he would have died per se, but either way for NuckleDu, finding the mark with that is pretty huge. As Tokido was forced to back off of it, right? Back throw, speaking of. Back to the wall, even closer.
Watch the toes. Oh my God. Is Tokido gonna grind it out for this level 3? I was about to say. You know, in those instances when like you need the bar to finish the job, I mean, you know, you can peck at the life bar a little bit and then, you know, cash out with the level 2. But sometimes just walking in, blocking, get the bar. Yo, you gotta see Vicious, guys.
I'm vibing right now, man.
The music is good. I ain't
It's pretty good.
The one that was looking over the city was fire. I just want to know the title.
Intermission one? The emotions from the ocean.
Emotion.
That's what I'm calling right now, bro.
We're talking.
That's what I'm saying.
We'll take. I said talking. We'll take it.
That was a counter hit too. I don't know what exactly it was from NuckleDu. Man, that was so deep.
Safe jump. You can actually get a super meaty Dragon Lash after that, but it's very easy to perfect parry. So I like that he ain't going for that. Woo! This man's taking risks. Yes.
From the last 2 that he shot out, he's been successful. And that still reached that crouching medial punch. Are you kidding me?
That was actually max distance too on top of that.
That's what it felt like.
Oh, target combo landed. Tokido takes the lead. Takes the throw respectfully. NuckleDu, though, cannot guess anymore. He tried to hold up forward. Like I said, he keeps it tight on the offense.
And you would think, you know, Tokido would kind of give him a little bit of leeway considering what had happened the last 2 knockdowns beforehand with the OD flash kick. But no, Tokido, he's totally fine with taking that damage.
Exactly.
The tenacity on Tokido has been so overwhelming against NuckleDu thus far, and with this momentum going into it, I don't know if NuckleDu is going to even try to flash kick yet.
Yeah, that's true. You usually see like midway, mid-health, right? Let's see. He's going to do it here? No, not even. I'm telling you, that's one of his options. Nice! The shimmy! That's all for the meaty throw. You deserve that, Tokido. In the lead. I like that. Back off. He knows he's low on the drive gauge. He wants to touch grass again, so he's being very careful.
Yeah.
Oh. Tough now. But remember, Tokido got reactions. His eyes is peeled. He don't blink once when he's dehydrated. It's crazy.
He's got 3 bars for defense as well. He could spend it all on level 1s if he wanted to. If he gets a clean hit, it'll obviously be a level 3. We'll see how it goes, though. NuckleDu cannot afford to DI. Oh, he's gonna die instead. Excuse me.
Oh, very unfortunate there for NuckleDu. Dang. This is kind of crazy because, listen, if he delayed the flash kick just a little bit, he probably would have turned around, but he did it a little too early, unfortunate. And he is getting punished for it severely. I don't know who he's talking to. Maybe his chair. Maybe talking to the Chair Force 1.
The Chair Force 1.
Yes,
over at the
Chair
command
Force
center?
Yes. Gotta, for those that know the lore, who's cultured, y'all know what I'm talking about. Imagine just talking to him, just talking to leather.
I think Chair's upset that he's in a different chair right now.
Right.
So I don't think he's picking up that phone. If I'm being real with you, if you were in Chair's position, would you pick up?
No comment. No comment, Bishop.
Look at me when you answer, Yaps.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry, buddy. All right, anyway, this is a heated battle. Tokido takes the lead 2-1. NuckleDu is trying to make that executive decision right now. Will he pick Cammy White? It's a possibility. Has an Akuma as well, but do you want to play paper mache versus a bazooka that is Tokido? Man, big
I
damage.
think that's a fair assessment, to be honest with you. I don't think the changeup is necessary, considering how NuckleDu was so close still within the rounds. But this is it right here. This is his final shot of making it work.
Yes. Oh, overhead blocked. Looking for a shimmy of some sorts.
Not even going for the whiff punish against some of the fiercest too.
Oh, come on, did it a little too early. Oh, didn't commit to the rest of the target combo. Even if it fails of not opening up, you have that EX Fireball on standby and go for Jim Ride loops. Yeah, right after. Oh,
yo!
Reset. Watch this reset. Woo! Sonic Boom Prison. Can I get out of here?
Maybe on probation, but not for like a full-time thing, man. Oh, okay, still within reach. Actually, within the time. Two.
You know what? I think that was the first one of the set. So we're starting to pop out with the OD reverse sounds, the 6-2-3 with 2 punches.
Both of them?
Both of them. Yes, yes. A lot of risk involved. That's why you got to get to know him first.
Did you see he actually got the readjustment on the flash check this time around, right? From NuckleDu.
More delayed. Oh, burnt out. I need some water. I need some sodium. Are you actually going to get out of here, Tokido? I will be impressed. As long as NuckleDu is not thirsty to hit him with a drive impact, he will be just fine. Oh, on landing recovery.
All the way down, too. No cross, just straight booms.
Oh my God, you're not looking too good. You look a little sick over there, Ken.
Did you see how much damage Tokido has received while being in burnout? Oh, no shot.
Respect that. Hell yeah. He said it's all or nothing. It was so fitting.
Shut up! That's what I'm talking about. And that was reversal timing, by the way. He committed to it.
Woo! Uh-oh. Save your stuff.
God, it hits the shin, too.
Hit the shoelaces. Whoa! Think I wasn't? I did it. Trust. 2-2, right? You know, NuckleDu be laughing. 2-2. Good matches.
I don't see that coming out of him anytime soon. This is mad serious, bro. I think that was like, again, one of the biggest risks you can take, but this intuition from NuckleDu for him to go through with it is something beyond measure. That's something that cannot be trained. Genuinely.
He's to quote the wise words of one of our favorite folks in the FGC, Chris Hugh, he no scared.
I don't scare.
Yeah, he no scared. Okay.
You understand?
You understand? Yeah, I forgot that part. Just go. All right. Ooh! Trying to kick in the door looking like he's part of the team known as ATF.
I thought there was going to be a flash kick behind it, but I like that. Perhaps maybe the charge wasn't there, maybe the range, perhaps. Couldn't tell you. Predictable.
Man, I knew your favorite color. Everybody says blue. School.
Bam.
Suplex, that is German. We having a plasma war here. Walking into that. It could be a little sneaky, especially if he changes the speeds of the Sonic Boom, right? Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Even with some of the attempts of Tokido trying to get a perfect parry, that was going to be a battle he eventually loses because of the timing, right? So he had to go in. And NuckleDu always ready with the reception. Oh my! Yo, it's no hit! That was a counter hit too! Tokido even tried to press the button on landing.
And I'm in the back of the neck. That's barber style. You're cutting a little too high there, sir. I'm sorry. Ooh,
Yeah, that's just how it goes. You do have a significant gap to run with that OD reversal. That's gonna be a punish regardless, yes sir.
Man, you had the right idea, Tokido, but just out of range. Very impressive from NuckleDu to get that whip punish. Clear as day.
Man, we're so involved in what's going on in the matchup. It's already match point for NuckleDu, by the way.
Serious. Oh, I thought he was gonna attack the driver. You know what, it's a little too high. I agree, let's establish a little bit of dominance here, but most importantly, the lead. Oh, I forgot to do the...
I'm a little low-key, like, concerned about the timing of it all, right? It did damage, pretty significant damage, but not the max output you would like. Pretty good damage on the drive gauge as well. But still, I don't think NuckleDu is going to be as afraid to move forward out of this corner.
I would love Tokido to take a page out of the book of Angry Bird. Punish counter sweeps here and a lot of those whiff buttons would be very helpful for Tokido's gameplay right now.
We haven't seen it once, right?
Nope. Oh!
The classic.
That's my joint. Man, you saw how shocked he was? Now I just want to know who was it? Who was it?
I couldn't tell you. Both players were duking it out at the same time. Tokido actually looks the most concerned.
Not like this. No, not like this. That match was getting real ill, too. It's all right, though, man. Look, it happens in the world of the FGC. It's nobody to blame. Maybe somebody hit a button by mistake. Who knows? I'm not too sure. It was NuckleDu. Oh, man. So what are we going to do? Is Tokido just going to take the dub, or are we going to continue?
But it would be a round, though, right? Because NuckleDu was up.
NuckleDu was up. Oh, are we going for it? Respect to the yo, mother face. Are we gonna run it back?
Yo, I hope so.
I think he put the headphones back on.
We'll find out. Because I don't
restart. Really? Are we gonna restart, or are we just gonna get somebody around? I feel like that'd be the ultimate momentum killer for either of them. So I feel like a restart would be fair, but it's up to the players. Rules are rules, but it's up to the players. Tokido said no. I want to take your soul. I don't want to have it that easy. I want to earn it. Remember, you got 2 chances here. Man.
With either decision that's made, I don't knock either decision, right? I don't, if you wanted to take the round with everything on the line, respectable. If you want to duke it out like Warriors, also respectable. And guess what?
Take the round. I respect that. Go ahead, right here, right on the chin, right? He's looking at him like, oh, listen, I made a mistake right here, right on the chin.
I think that's fine. Hey, listen, what? I was telling you guys earlier, so NuckleDu, he was up 1 round. He was the one looking at match point. But as it stands right now, Tokido, he will be taking that round. But we still don't have a winner just yet. We still have 1 more round to play out. If anything, that just adds to the stakes. Final game, final round.
So check this out, right? It's always about these situations where like they're both running off the stage because of this situation.
Yeah.
NuckleDu's thinking, what's gonna be my opening gambit right in the next round? I'm gonna say just straight raw drive rush.
I'm gonna say someone's jumping forward.
I like both of those options. Shake on it. I like it. That's fair. I think, yeah, I agree. Maybe from Tokido, jump in from Tokido and drive rush.
What if Tokido jumps and NuckleDu drive rushes forward?
I wouldn't be surprised, to be very honest.
So we do have the confirmation. It's going to be 1 round apiece. Considering what had happened, NuckleDu, he had confessed to the crime. This guy was there.
He's like, you saw how he's like, man, that was me. Damn, so his fingers must have been flaring everywhere, you know what I'm saying? So it happened.
Perhaps, man.
Here we go. So we're just waiting.
Happen, right?
Huh?
These things just happen.
Yeah, man. It is what it is, bro. Mistakes happen. There you go. Tokido, such a showman, dude. Look at this guy. One of the legends of the game. I'm pretty sure 90% of the FTC will say that Tokido is part of Mount Rushmore. Of course, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Truly. The fact that he wants the dub legitimately, you know, is very respectful, commendable. But yeah, I mean, like you said, NuckleDu was up a round, so it is what it is. But I like that they're just letting the time run out. That way there's no extra meter gain, no nothing. We're going to start a clean slate here, 1 round apiece, and then we move forward, never backwards with this match. Let's get it.
I was only looking at Tokido just kicking his legs in the seat. Oh, there was the jump! And then there was the drive rush.
Oh, come on! Come on, we ain't know! We're connected, Vicious. It's just you and me, buddy. No, good calls to you, brother. Come on. Ooh! The turnstile roundhouse. Tatsumaki Seppuku to this corner.
Into the save jump. Empty jump into crouching jab. Still running into the fierce. NuckleDu. What do you do about it? Level 2 time.
Best way to slow this down. And he's close to burning them out. I respect that. I'm doing it on my terms.
Oh, and he gets the burnout himself, but we still got the baby booms on deck to clear out some of the space and also enforce some of that chip damage. I like that from NuckleDu. How many dashes over?
Seriously. And they both don't like drinking water, it seems. Oh, nice.
There's no water to be had at this venue right now.
Ooh, he's close, Oh! Oh my God.
He builds enough meter.
It's over.
Oh, 100%. He's got even drive mode. What am I saying? The momentum killer, Tokido, striking first blood on the group stage for Group G. NuckleDu falling just a bit short on a technical error initially, but overall towards the end, the final round. But he was amassing a pretty big comeback. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought the momentum was all in his favor. Outside of that technical difficulty, I think he would have had it.
Match is great. The match is great, no doubt about it. And it wasn't nothing too detrimental, right? That like killed the whole match. So it is what it is. But man, what a match. I mean, okay, look. You need that much patience going up against Guile. Ken Masters, he does have the privilege on one hit. He can eat 1,000 sonic booms, but that one low forward or any button, it's a drive rush into the Tatsu. Run Tatsu is everything that he needs in order to control the pace of the match. And he represented that well. Once he got NuckleDu in the corner, it was all about the smothering game.
And you truly see it too, right? We talked about the types of options that Ken has to get past the fireballs. You were literally just talking about it. Tokido has flexed and exercised each and every one of those. I felt like majority of the story was how does NuckleDu escape out of the corner? Then, once that had been established, we started to see Tokido crack a little bit because of the pressure that NuckleDu was starting to enforce upon Tokido, right?
A valiant effort from both of these guys. Fortunately, NuckleDu falls, but that doesn't mean anything because even if you come out of here and loses, it's a fresh reset. And once everybody gets to the top 16, so it's okay. But nobody wants to lose when they want to stay hot, you know what I mean, in crunch time. So I get it. Damn, look at the emotions. That was you! I knew it!
I feel like Tokido was going to get a sleuth on board. He'd be like, yo, who was actually at fault? Was it me? I'm glad, like, you know, Tokido, he was considering it. It's like, maybe it was me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Never know, man.
He wasn't immediately going to point the blame at him. But anyways, before we digress and build our own storyline, Bonchan versus Lashar, this was going to be pretty heated.
Yeah, man. This is going to be, man, shout out to Lashar. It's kind of crazy, right? Shout out to Damascus. It was him that needed to remind me that Lashar, I've seen him before. When I seen him play at Capcom Cup, I was like, yo, wait a minute. I've seen this guy before. I couldn't put it together. This guy was playing Dragon Ball FighterZ, man. That's kind of crazy. That was like the first time I really seen Lashar, period. And then he's bringing over his talents in Street Fighter 6, which is awesome and pretty dope. And guys, for everybody watching at home, please don't forget you want some fabulous prizes, man. Courtesy of EWC, please hit exclamation point drops in the channel. Okay, get a chance to win some fabulous prizes. You know, I'm pretty sure a link is going to pop up so you can see exactly what's going on.
And a lot of folks right now have been picking Bonchan as the match favorite, but going into it right now, we're still going to see because Lashar, he has been making real quick work with his Ed as of late. You guys haven't noticed, he was the last chance qualifier, and that was the most stacked qualifier you could ask for the Esports World Cup. A little bit shaky though. He had to face off against Pugera. Had lost from the winner's side of Grand Finals, but immediately brought it all the way back. Pretty significant. And with Ed nonetheless. So now you're thinking to yourself, with the amount of experience and the kind of gameplay that we had seen from him over the last chance qualifier, facing off against an Akuma, do you think Bonchan is going to be sticking with that character as well, or will he go back into the loop?
You know, Bonchan is a different player for me because I can't really put a finger on what's really his style of play. Obviously, he was known for the projectile game with Sagat, right? Truly. But then obviously going to Street Fighter 5, he was switching it up a little bit from the Nash to Karen. Now we're here with...
played Luke towards the end as well.
Yeah, Luke is... Oh, okay, yes, that's right. Now, you know, taking his talents over to the Luke and, of course, Akuma. This has been everybody's favorite grandpa. Man, somebody pass him some chapsticks, something. I'm talking about Akuma, not Bonchan. Man,
okay, I was going to say.
Shout out to... No, I was talking about the character.
Maybe both, to be honest. I mean, like, having hydrated lips is pretty important, man.
Whoa. Whoa.
He's backwards.
I've never seen his weaponry. What
I didn't even know he was on it like that now.
What? Wait a minute. I got it right here with this keyboard. It's the same thing.
It is the same thing.
Man, but yo, shout out to Bonchan. I know his wife and his kids are watching right now. He got twins,
sorry, that was Lashar. Yeah, that's something that we've seen from Lashar. For some reason, I'm like, wait a minute.
Nah.
That doesn't make any sense. But yeah. We've definitely seen this the first time over at Capcom Cup when actually we had the chance to even like see him play in person, but two, also see the peripheral he uses. That's mad confusing, by the way. That is impressive.
Listen, man, he must have been playing a lot of, I don't know, StarCraft or something. Or what other games people was playing on keyboards? Right?
Probably all of them other than Street Fighter.
Call of Duty 1, right? 2? Something? No, 2. Yeah, 2.
Maybe.
Oh, let's go. Is this my favorite song? Hold on. No, right now, I want to score knockdown. I want to score knockdown.
Yeah.
And then I want to hit right now. Right now, you bite down. You make a noise, you bite down. Let me stop.
Bars. No, man. I mean, I
don't know what he's saying. It sounds so cool, so I'm just making my own lyrics.
Now you got to make the English version.
Imagine.
Capcom, hit him up.
Oh, come on over here. Hit him with the good net.
Over to Perish.
Bonchan, let me see what you bring to the table. All right, this is more of a style, Shotokan style, but made out of styrofoam, though, is the bigger issue. Oh, no. Are we going to test his reactions?
Oh. No, you can't do that because it's considered a projectile. That's not the right answer, Bonchan. Trying to go for a way to interrupt through a string, sure, I get it with a level 1. Right. However, you can't do it against the statue.
Once I'm defeated the fire. Let's go.
Yeah.
This man is fire, bro. Them balls, I wish I knew your native language, brother. The dive kick, man, them uppercuts. Stand by, yo. So what is he hitting? He's hitting S. No, wait. He's hitting. I'm done.
He's hitting right down and then down right on the arrow keys because it's on the right side. He's using actually the arrow keys on the right side of the keyboard.
Got sniped trying to hold up forward. He ain't trying to take none of this pressure. Nice. I like that. Check him. Jail him with the fireball. I love it.
Plus frames after that standing medium punch as well. And immediately backing off is Bonchan. Doesn't want to be overzealous. He has the significant life lead. He does have bars to his name as well. Yo, damn!
We react to those. Listen, man, that man got the bifocals, the binoculars. He's going to see everything. You know what I'm saying? All right, is this a closeout survey? Says that's a level 2. Yeah, that hurts. Oh!
Uh-oh. And you're in burnout? Oh, this is rough.
No one home, trying to hit him with the Hakeem Olajuwon combo.
Can I be real with you?
What's up, brother?
LaShawn could win.
Absolutely.
Off of one hit.
This is Akuma we talking about. You just go, he's dead. Watch this. Come on over here.
Time to guess.
Oh, nice.
You rush forward.
Look, I like the kill rush.
And it's so tricky, man. The way that you could play Ed that way. Oh, that could have been a huge punish counter on the landing. Yo, he's just tantalizing him with the snatcher in front of him.
Oh my God, I gotta guess. Do not bust out with the deep. Bonchan, you have enough energy to take about 3 throws, tops, max. He doesn't have to panic. Oh!
Yo, if that was Air Snatcher, he was dead. If that was Air Snatcher, he was 100% dead.
R-Reed, huh? That man, LaShawn, I would have left this wrong. He loves habaneros. That's what he said, habaneros.
I believe it.
Night explos.
I don't know about all that. That wasn't a punish counter, by the way. Bonchan must have been caught walking backwards.
I agree with that level 3 immediately. Man, you hear the sneakers? Damn, this is getting intimate. When you hear sneakers like that, it's intimate, the moment.
I mean, kudos to the sneakers, man. Being able to do that on any stage in the world, pretty impressive, man. That's a lot of grip.
On cobblestone, you just hear.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, nice whip punish, Bonchan. He's showing his age.
Oh, that was a punish counter. So maybe he thought it was too deep, and perhaps it was going to be a punish counter?
Oh, maybe trying to anticipate maybe a backdash, maybe, or just him falling back. He's gonna have to slow down there a little bit. Yo, it's just, I don't know, man. That's it's a big payout rocking Akuma, but I'm not feeling that pixie life ball, man. I'm really not.
It feels bad. It truly does feel bad.
Uh-oh, big punish.
Dang, did you see how he reels back for the adamant fierce?
Yeah, he's working on his lower back there.
I definitely call it adamant fierce instead of adamant fist, excuse me.
Hey, we'll take it when it's adamant.
Oh my God!
Yo, give him everything. Don't be cheap on the first date, Bonchan. Come on, baby.
Forward throw.
Overhead.
Overhead. No, just knocking on the door instead.
You know I like that he don't go for this. Like, I'm not trying to do the obvious here, right? Less risk.
Oh, I thought he was gonna clear that. Time to hustle. It's like he's never hustled in his life. Time to hustle.
The lemonade stand is open. Time to hustle. Come here.
Oh, and Akuma over here. Sir, do you have a permit?
He looked like this. Not look freaking head like this. Ooh, the backdash.
Are those lemons natural?
The man Akuma says, I hate rap. Let my music rock.
That could have been disastrous.
Yes, for sure. Oh, and the DP rap to the roundhouse, yeah.
I don't know about all that. Yikes.
You know what? The fact that he blocked the counter poke low forward to drive rush, it's actually a win for LaShawn. Look how close he is to the burnout. But Bonchan is definitely getting a little more healthy. Wow, that was off the stand jab? He did stand jab?
That's correct.
Wow. Okay. Holding that for too long, man. We don't hold grudges over here. When you hold a parry, that means you're holding grudges.
God, he gets so much off of that light DP as well. But speaking of DP, despite the burnout, Bonchan, a little sigh of relief, a little bit of space out of the corner. The demon flip kick does manage to find Mark.
Damn, nobody wants to throw. We want to just make sure our strings is tight, no gaps. Almost home with that level 2. Any button. Any button. Well, actually, you don't even need anything. Oh, that was godlike.
Yep.
I'm buying you a refreshing beverage.
Sip of calamity. That's what the beverage of choice is. It's the sip of calamity, baby. I'm telling you.
Oh, man. Come over here, man. You forgot the peanuts. That is Flight Attendant Ed, if you're wondering, guys. Look at him.
Ed.
Do you need a pillow, sir, for this knockdown?
I'm going to need you to put the seat up as we're landing. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go. It's getting real.
Yo, he still went for it when charging the huddle in his face?
Yeah, he's crazy, man. Or his just reactions is that good. I mean, he did react to super dashes. I mean,
that's fair. Yeah.
Drive rush? No, we're gonna establish first with the fireball. Oh, okay, no. I seen Bonchan was low on the drive gauge. Good choice not to do it. Fully charged. Let me cut through the wind with this plasma. Go Hado. He's giving the direction to his fireball. What's you say, brother? I'm sorry.
No. I thought it was impressive that he got the anti-air top speed. No, I agree with the fireball. The animation's so tricky, man.
It looks like an attack, right? Like a stand medium punch, right? Or fierce. No, that's true.
That's why most people in the community would contest. Like it's one of the harder fireballs to react against, right?
Yeah, it's just so fast. Like you would never expect them to really throw him from that close, right?
Never. No.
Oof. Yeah, he is like 9 for 9 on that.
Ooh, that could have been disastrous. Ooh, it still is disastrous. Look at the amount of damage you got off of that juggle.
It's styrofoam, man. Look at this. All right, Bochai, get ready. Get ready to turn that butter. Look at that, just to keep him in check. Jump back jab. That was a great anti-air. Just to defeat a regular jump or a demon flip.
Oh, that was counter hit as well. Out of the corner. No, so we thought. Level 3. Oh, no, he's dead.
Yeah, this that sip of water moment. But LaShaw is like, yo, I'm not thirsty yet. I'm gonna finish the job, damn it.
Man's hit the jackpot. Give a little clap for himself. He's like, that was me. Yeah, I'm feeling it.
There it is. There's the H2O. All right, now what are we gonna do here, Bonchan, is the question. All right, we locking in. Remember, guys, it don't matter if you get sent to losers here. You make it to top 16, everything resets. So not to worry. I know some of your favorite players aren't in the loser side.
Did we get a change of color from Akuma? Or am I tripping?
I don't know. Actually, no, but he looked like he got seaweed on him, no?
It's really blowing my mind, actually. I'm like, wait, was he a different color earlier?
Spam Musubis, right?
I love Spam Musubi.
Me too, man.
Don't be doing that right now.
I'm sorry.
I'm hungry.
Cocoa bees too, Hawaiian? Stop.
Come on now.
Come on. Oh, psych.
But at the cost of what, though, right? Bonchan trying to be a little bit overzealous with the drive rush forward. Back throw, counter hit as well. He's going to be eating a lot of chip.
This man is getting mauled, son. Yo, it's over, man. Force out that level 1. You don't got it. Oh, he's getting mauled. Even Bonchan's like, man, I'm so confused. I don't know what to do.
This really is a hard matchup, I feel like. Damn! The way that Lashar's being in control. It's been a lot of spaces where he gets to counter Akuma and majority of the things he wants to do. A lot of damage and a lot of carry as well. What do you do about this, man? The flute's kicking in too?
Talking to his ancestors. Let's go. He's thinking about his kids right there, man, with them flutes. Oh, what? Damn, anticipating, I'm assuming, a backdash of some sort. For him to just do it raw like that. I mean, Lashaw's reactions is pretty impressive.
Man, and the deliberate delays from Bonchan off of the lights. Lashar didn't give him any sort of leverage suit. Hey, I don't know about that. I was about to talk about his pristine defense, but his offense looked a little shaky on that one. Level 3.
Shaky. I don't know if he was really anticipating the man to move forward and run into that, right? Man.
I think that's fair. I think that was more so Bonchan forcing that error.
True.
Oh, he just got it back. That's so rough for Bonchan. Counter it as well. You gotta hold this. The mix.
Oh, he put himself in burnout. That was unfortunate. No,
you're dead. You're actually dead.
Yeah, that was a string. What am I talking about? Man, unfortunate. He literally used everything in the tank and that put him in that position. And it's crazy because Bonchan had the advantage.
It was so close. I mean, the attempt was there, right? He wanted to make sure or try to secure that chip damage against Lashar, but it was just all about the timing that he was able to do it, right? Literally, right as he ran out of fuel, Lashar built his bar back up, and it was just a matter of seconds before Bonchan got drained out.
Kawano's the most successful Akuma right now in this building? Throughout the weekend?
For now, yeah. No, at least for today, yeah, I want to say that. He's been looking pretty pristine, but Bonchan wasn't able to follow in those exact footsteps. As, to be fair, Lashar made a lot of big counter moves against a lot of the stuff that Akuma wanted to do, whether it's airborne, whether it's just fireball, the single hit confirmed, by the way. You had to know he was keeping that in mind whilst in burnout.
Even Lashar was impressed, to be very honest with you. Man, I need to do more homework on Lashar, not necessarily as a player, as a human being. I heard he's a very funny guy. I feel like sometimes if you have a good sense of humor, it just applies in the gameplay for some reason. Does it make sense? No.
It does, it does.
Oh, okay, thank you. It's all part of the personality. You don't want to be too dry. You want to have fun, you know?
I think that kind of like turns the creative juices in regards to like how you treat life, right? You're open-ended. You think everything's kind of funny. You're a funny guy. Then you try to make some really, really wild styles of gameplay. I feel like Lashar is very much so open-ended when it comes to him playing Ed. I think it ties in with his personality.
Okay. The Silent Assassin. There you go. Lashar versus Tokido. To be fair, I've never seen these guys play before.
Tokido and Lashar?
Yeah. I've never seen them play against each other.
I mean, we're about to.
Well, it's going to be an exclusive.
Oi.
Okay, there you go. All right, so you just letting them know the rules. I do it on 3, pretty much. Or 4, yeah. Okay, there you go. Got smoked. Okay. Bodied.
That was a lot of rocks.
Man, for real.
There were a lot of rocks.
From Knuckle, right?
Yeah.
God damn. Wow, he switches sides. I wonder. He wants to. He just wants to feel the aura of a winner on the other side.
I mean, I genuinely want to know what it is about that side specifically for Bonchan. I feel like those are the questions that never really get asked. I was like, why is it that you prefer this side?
It's old school. I mean, you've been in the arcade era before. Something about maybe on the left side I execute a little better. My DP's better on the left side, or my DP's better on the right. That's usually how it is. Well, for me in other games, that's how it was, and for a couple others.
I think it's fair. I mean, it depends on like how comfortable you are with like your hand motions as well. Personally, I prefer player 2 side because I'm more in tune with being able to do instant
no, I see what you're saying. You have more control on that side,
yeah.
for sure. Like for those.
In comparison to me being on player 1 side, I have to forcefully like push and then push clasp is what it is.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Wow, I like this. Nah, I ain't dropping.
I was ready. I was about to be your ad-lib guy. I was so ready to be your ad-lib guy. I gotta say, man, I'm really impressed with the production value thus far. But it just matches like with the ambiance of what we're experiencing in the gameplay, right? The matches have been so insane all week.
Hearing the snare, standing fierce for my cherry years, yeah.
That's bars.
Switch characters tonight.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm serious, man. I'm telling you, man. We could do this all day, but we don't have that kind of time. Bonchan, he's sticking it out with Akuma. NuckleDu, he's got to be sticking it out with the Cammy for this matchup specifically, right?
Absolutely. Fast pace. I think Akuma does pretty good against Guile. Like, honestly. Walk him down easier. One knockdown into throw loop. It's like any character that can really stick on Guile, especially with a mean throw loop, it's going to be a little problematic. But thing about NuckleDu is he's very confident fighting against Shotokans with Guile. So, safe to say he might just go with that pick. I mean, it's clear as day. We see it on our other monitor over here.
Oh, that's fair, yeah. I was very much so locked in on the other side. We did see a little bit of a test from NuckleDu with the Cammy. Yeah. But, yeah, I think going with the Guile
it's
makes
crazy.
sense for him in terms of like a comfort pick.
Useless information. I just can't believe that Jean-Claude Van Damme played as Guile. That's crazy. I'm in a world that happened. I don't know what type of multiverse we're in, but I'm just thinking about it right now, man.
Non-American playing the American?
Yeah, I mean, it's useless information, but every time I see Guile, I was like, Jean-Claude Van Damme played Guile.
In contrast, Raul Julia as Bison, perfect casting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect casting.
It's a piece of my man, Raul. Okay.
Raul.
Damn, that man, he means business. Look, that man put the original the Chair Force 1 outfit.
Chair Force 1s, too. Yep. Got the black Tims? Military
you had me for a second. I thought it was. I thought it was. All black boots and shoes. He gonna use those. Wow, casual walk. Seaweed Akuma.
We got the Nori on him. Oh.
Damn. Look at that. Man, that was cool for some unskilled damage. That was really good.
He tried to hit confirm off of the standing medium punch. Perhaps he thought maybe he got like one hit media enough, or perhaps a counter hit. Yeah, you get the trade off of that. The standing light kick, nice and easy. Bonchan this time around doesn't drop the rest of the combo, getting the first round.
Let's get it, man. Let's set the tone. Look at that. We worried about demon flips and all that. NuckleDu trust the fierce, not the buttons, not the plasma. Are we in? Recovered right on time for the parry. Are we going to go for a back throw? There it is.
Very tricky stuff to contest against. The baby booms are coming out as well. What's the objective? To get the burnout. Sir, yes, sir. No, wait a minute. Not going to get it.
Damn, that was a hard read right there. NuckleDu anticipating the counter poke. That's why you seen that parry.
You weren't cleared for takeoff from that distance.
Serious. Guile's landing. Oof. Not far enough. Man, the low forward gonna work from there? I wonder.
Say it again.
Crouch throw counter hit. Low forward does work after that, right?
I believe so.
I think so. No, it can. It does. I feel like it's a Shotokan thing at this point. Sonic Boom and Play. The vinyl records is out there. Some of your favorite classics.
You're talking about Akuma's, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it should be able to.
Roundhouse. There's a lot of igloo buttons in play here. Don't let it go over your head, all right?
I still can't believe I found out what that was like a year and a half ago.
Well, that's one of my favorite lines. Okay.
This is so great for him. Waltz whilst in burnout, being able to utilize, man, the Sonic Cross is so good at this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, one of the best attributes that Akuma has, he does have multiple hitting fireballs. So, wow. Straight raw. I see you.
Oh, so much damage.
Nice. What a way to milk and juice all out the lemon to get some damage off that combo. Very nice. Red fireballs should be in play once you get a little bit of more space, right? But man, we got the boom, the vinyl record. Stand fierce. Give me that. So I'm checking what time it is. It's parry time. See how he looks at his watch when he parries?
Yeah, and I'm looking at the drive gauge differential right now too, man. NuckleDu's doing a fantastic job, like keeping the Sonic booms at different timing alive against Bonchan.
Let's go. Man, he is comfortable. Back forward is the motion,
so
literally.
Hard, man.
Ooh! Right before the roundhouse connects. This should be enough. I think it is.
Yeah, DP into the Sip of Calamity. He was well within the range of the kill, but tacking on that extra damage just to be safe. And look at him, dude. His eyes aren't even closed yet.
All right, dude's gonna make some necessary adjustments. However, I feel like Bonchan is starting to wake up. Be honest with you. I mean, he's been a killer swinging out the gate, but man, I'm very impressed with anybody that can fight NuckleDu, like have a nice pace against them, because that is a tough matchup for any Shotokan. I mean, granted, in terms of who has more advantages getting in, which would be Akuma, but...
Oh, that hurts, brother.
That's perfect, huh? We heard you the first time, buddy.
You had mentioned finding the pace, or at least find a fighting pace against someone like NuckleDu. I think that step is like one of the hardest things to do against someone like him. Because you have so many versatile options as Dial, at least from the way that NuckleDu presents it, right?
So sometimes, this is another thing, right? Like it's a mind gem, if you will. So he's very infamous waking up with EX flash kick, right? Now, because they're expecting that gives NuckleDu more opportunities just to escape out the corner, the up forward, right?
It's as if you called it.
Get
right
on.
on cue. Level 3 on deck, single hit would work. I think for either competitor, considering the drive, absorbing the startup of the fireball, punishing the startup of the fireball, overhead on the noggin.
The max distance. Do it again. Nashy Knuckles, put that man some cocoa butter. Please. Please.
I need you to go upstairs and put on some lotion right now.
Right now.
Should have just taken out the trash.
Oh, try to walk up, hit some buttons, watch the toes. I mean, your boots is strapped on tight. You gotta watch the toes.
I like the jab TP option too, but I love the back dash better. What a read out on the throw.
Okay.
Side switch.
Oh, we read that. Oh,
go Shorty to go nowhere.
Oh, I smell that one. I can smell him. There we go.
Hit him with the Usher. Smelling it. Smelling it.
You smell that? It's desperation.
Desperado. Setting up the fireball as well. No, he's just gonna go right in with the drive rush as well. Okay, NuckleDu, what do you do to enforce some of the errors? Hold it. Yes. Very cool.
He held it till he went to the bathroom, Vicious.
Rough as Bonchan though.
I like how he walked up and parried it. That was slick. He's just like, yo, get that out of here. I want to think a little bit.
Oh, the roundhouse. I like the idea from Bonchan. A little bit earlier, though. That would have been great.
Ooh, frame kills? NuckleDu, you slide off.
You know that moment as a player where the fireball, as soon as it's executed and you see him airborne, you're like, I wish I wasn't here right now. Yeah.
For sure. I want the bottom brick. You are not Tanaka. You swip that. No.
Bottom one.
Yep. You are not. Let me go. I like the space. He ain't even gonna sit there. He's like, I don't got the charge. Hold on a second. I'll be back with it. EX flash kick. No, we gotta see. See?
Jeez.
Even more options.
Well, what's even wilder is the fact that Bonchan went for 2 throws while he wasn't even landing yet.
Word. Let's go chuck the plasma. There we go. I like that. The charge fireball helped them cut through the wind a little bit. Assess the situation. Give me all of that. I want to be healthy in the drive gauge.
Patience from Bonchan as well. Immediately after taking that barrage, building up some of that drive gauge for himself, he walked back immediately and caught NuckleDu right at the tip of the low forward. And there is a little bit of a mercy there thought Knuckle could have been far worse, but Bonchan going with the OD Fireball, I think that was excellent. Doing it again to get the knockdown, and the backdash, he's getting the reads right, Yipes.
Yeah, a lot of dandruff, a lot of conditioning here from this man Bonchan. I like the delays just in case his Knuckle Dude woke up with anything, cross cut or just a punish on the OD flash kick. Oh, this is it's over. Back
And
that
he's
up.
got the combo. No, he dropped it.
Give him everything. Oh, wow, and you have no bars? Look, he's gonna chip him down a little bit, shave it down a little bit before he goes for the drive impact. Oh my God, no bars on Bonchan's side. He is going to suffer the consequences for dropping that combo. How is he gonna keep him still?
No shot. You know what's wild? What, that was medium kick damage, forward medium kick damage on a counter hit?
It's a good Bonchan, he's like lucky. For those that watch that anime.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Oh man. Unfortunate. Whoa. Okay. Here we go.
I would love to hear it like high Q style. Don't mind. Don't mind. Oh no. Yes, mind.
On a 2-2 situation. Look at the damage, my boy.
This is the character, Yipes. This is just how he's built.
Oh my God. Ooh. Did it again. Why not? All right. Now you got to think about it for the next round. Because I'm going to be honest. I feel like Bonchan's going to close this out. Oh my God. Yeah, he's feeling himself. He's feeling himself. Messed up your meter, your stagger, your delay. Okay.
Absolutely worth the meter. Could have done it again if it was blocked as well. Oh, that was such an awkward angle. I didn't think he was going to block that. Bonchan, not too reserved with the meter nowadays, if you'd notice. Oh, that is a great jump in and a great way to start off the damage.
Okay.
No cross cut.
Yeah, he was definitely afraid of that OD reverse. Sure.
Do you set yourself up for a level 2? Wait a minute, level 2 instead from the side of Akuma? Huh?
Nacha, who are you? Who is this guy? I know who you are. You look like a new man. Is it fatherhood? It's two fathers going at it right now.
That's
but
true.
Who's sonning who, though, is the question.
And they both have 2 kids.
Dos. There we go. Knuckle Dude's still in there. All right, scores a knockdown, buys some time, but he's suffering. Oh my God.
No shot.
That's gonna combo. What you gonna do? And it's still in this, and it's still there. I like how Bonchan took the hit on purpose. He didn't want to take no mix-up for nothing. Might have been a drive rush right after. Baby Boom's in play.
Oh, he knew the objective, right? Bonchan's been in that situation, that exact situation, excuse me. What an interruption! I thought the recovery of the parry was gonna get him gotten to the overhead. That's the whole purpose of the overhead, right?
Yes. Off of the range, jab, sonic boom, even. So I like that from Bonchan. Walked up a little bit, blocked it, and then checked accordingly on a drive rush with the stand jab, stand short, peace out. Man, that's unfortunate. Knuckle Dude will be going to the spectator seat. Well, in this case, the green room. What, the player lounge?
Player lounge.
Unfortunate for my guy. I'm not making fun of you, man. I'm just here filling the air as always. But damn, that is my guy, Knuckle Dude. Unfortunately, for all the cheer forces out there and the cheeriers, Knuckle Dude dang will be exiting stage left. Very unfortunate. But fortunate for Bonchan, though, the legend continues.
Yeah, I feel like he's made some amazing adjustments in regards to like the kind of pace that Knuckle Dude was playing at. Again, one of the hardest things you can do is trying to figure out what the game plan is from Knuckle Dude and also trying to like match that energy.
Yeah, man. I mean, again, man, he's got, the track record in Japan versus Gaio. Like, who's the prominent Gaio that before Higuchi? Who's like the primary one, right? That's probably why they're so prepared.
He has to be the primary one.
Yeah, so for sure, like, man, I'm impressed with anybody that plays a Shotokan so solid that has that patience, because Gaio is those characters that will test your patience. Will you get frustrated? It remains to be seen, obviously, throughout the set, but you keep your composure, man. You get some great things.
Truly.
And then, hell, if you smother him in the corner, that's like the best position you could be at, but, man.
I just think like Bonchan's game sense in regards to the matchup itself is one, it's impressive, but two, acknowledging when you should give up on the idea of trying to perfect parry every boom. Like ideally you want to try to do that, but at the same time it's like, all right, well, I can't be holding on to this meter because I'm losing way more than I'm gaining if I'm not perfect parrying. So let me try to use my own fireballs, the OD version, to get past that, score the knockdown, reset the momentum and the spacing in my favor.
Amazing breakdown. But yeah, there you have it. Bonchan on the qualifying match on the loser side of things. But before we even get to that, we got to see who gets washed in the match between Tokido and Lashar. That's going to be a treat for me. Maybe for all of y'all that's watching at home. I have never seen these guys play. And and again, it's like a best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Lashar comes from the Dragon Ball side of things, of course, taking his talents to Street Fighter. And Tokido has played like every fighting game under the sun. So.
True.
Well, Bonchan, let me see. I knew you as like a good guy, but...
That was his respect.
401k robbed. 401k
Rob got robbed?
I didn't even mean to say that, but it works for me. Oh, not to Knuckle. Do I know, Rob? That's your homie, but man, I know. Your homies is falling. I get it.
I don't think he understands that. Like, Bonchan's the CEO here. He's like, you work for me now.
Let me see
Your
this.
401k, that's funded by me, fam.
Man, I want to talk about, look at that. Man, check the shoes. Scuff them out. If I was Knuckle, do I come through and just step on his sneakers? Oh, my God.
Doom, 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 doom. Da-da-da, da-da, doom, 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 doom.
You know how it started?
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. I thought he was going to keep going. He's like, I want more. So, who's got the best press thus far? I feel like somebody had broken it earlier.
Somebody broke it in half. I'm trying to see who it was. I think it was Nephew? I think, no.
No.
Was you sure?
I'm not sure.
I think he did it all clean. No? Wasn't it Nephew? I could be wrong.
Oh, yeah, no. It was Nephew.
Yeah.
It was Nephew.
Look at him.
Oh, Bonchan.
He said, oh. He's like, come on, you thought I was gonna win? I was gonna lose? Come on.
Who was the dad first between Bonchan and Knuckle D?
Bonchan, I think. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Smoked. Okay. Okay.
Scissors.
Wham. Oh, good stuff. I ain't gonna give you all the credit. You ain't calling out who's gonna do it.
But I knew it was going to come down to that decision.
Okay. Two scissors. All right, that's fair. Man. So Ed possibly versus Ken. I mean, Tokido. I know a lot of fans out there disappointed, like, man, Tokido ain't commit to Akuma, but I'm going to be honest with you. In my humble opinion, I think Ken is the best shot. That's just me.
It was a very funny conversation for sure in the beginning, but I think as it's kind of progressed towards this stage of the game, I think people would agree with you. A good amount of people would agree with you. I agree with you.
Thank you. I mean, it's just, to me, it's the run Tatsu, the stand fierce pressure. I mean, the big damage, obviously, once he gets to the corner, the throw loop situation, of course. But I think for me, it's mainly, fireballs that don't knock down as well, but with the drive rush, right? But it's mainly the Tatsu, man. Anything that carries you fast to the corner is prominent in his game.
Let's go.
100%.
If you're looking at also, like, the amount of conversions that you would get with the corner carry, how often does Akuma get to drag you to the corner as far as Ken does in comparison?
Ooh, setting up the plays for the perfect parry. There you go. Look, we already close.
Oh, he went for a throw?
Yeah. Man, stand fierce is such a great tool just to chip out the drive gauge as well. So I feel like I could add that to the arsenal in terms of what makes him really strong.
I think it's kind of comparable to Akuma's, to be fair. He does have a standing fierce and also a further reaching one with forward fierce, but then you go like, oh, well, Ken also has a roundhouse, right? But it's not even about Ken right now. I think it's the Shoto killer in your screen, which is Ed, in my opinion, does a really, really great job against the majority of the Shotos.
You just snoo, Lashar? Okay, you're looking pretty comfortable here. For a first-time meeting, maybe I'm lying, maybe for us. But man, what a strong round one against one of the gods of fighting games.
Yeah, currently at this stage, I mean, this is going to be like something that had to happen. I don't really necessarily remember what it was like during the qualifiers for these two, or if they've engaged during the qualifiers per se. But as it stands right now, Lashar, okay, committed to something that heavy, I understand, trying to play the ground game in the counterplay. But Tokido going for the jump? Did you expect it?
Nah, not at all, but he's definitely well out there to attack the drive gauge. What a smart choice from Lashar for the drive impact. And look at that, actually gave him more signs of life, more time.
Counter hit level 3.
That should finish. No, hell no. Super scale.
No, he's dead.
No, he's not. Is he? I'm so sorry. You don't lie to your friends. I know that.
I try really hard not to when it comes to Street Fighter.
Okay, that's fair.
But in real life, no, I don't lie to my friends.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Man, that was like from that was just the jabs into the Rumble in the Bronx, right? The speed bag.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna Jackie Chan Rumble in the Bronx.
It's a good one.
That counts.
Let's go. Like that.
The Cube Lance.
Spacing out that Jinrai, huh? Get ready, he says.
Do you count that as like a neutral skipping tool? Going into step kick?
Yeah, if you space it out, yes. I wouldn't say neutral skip because it's pretty unsafe, especially if they walk a block and you're in range.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah. Right on the coconut.
Sorry.
Can I have some complimentary water?
You could charge it on the Amex card.
Okay.
Actually, Ken doesn't even have access to an Amex card, I feel like.
Come here. Oh, big damage. There we go.
Push forward into the snatcher, respect it.
Like that, the uncharged stuff. Trying to get that counter, hit the punish counter even. Yo, he got some cheap limbs, bro.
He really does.
He does.
Right? Flicker stance, being able to control everything like that, nice and easy to off with a drive rush forward. So deceptive.
And just to touch up on that, it's just you can't tell that you're gonna walk up right from a certain range and expect that that's gonna reach every single time. So you always have to have that presence of mind that Ed has a lot of range. Throw, do it again. Oh, he tried to hold up forward.
You know he's trying to use movement as an option to escape.
Yep.
Oh, trying to bait out anything. Tokido backing up just a little bit. Lashar, he's still able to flicker at that range, or at least use his limbs to flick away at that range. Genrai, nothing after that. That was a little bit of a scramble. Are we gonna see the desync? Let me see that dream come true, baby. He got the first part of it.
Hakeem the Dream.
Safe jump right after, or dash up, plus frames either way. The amount of damage you get off that, I think it's like just under 5,000.
Wow, you can't wake up jab on that, huh?
Nope.
Nice.
Oh, I thought that was gonna be an uppercut.
Definitely was looking for a jump in, or maybe just a throw tech as well. But we got the tumble dry in the corner. Yeah, broke into that. Loop him. Yes, for the crowd. He don't want to spend no cash. Love it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I respect anybody that do Dragon Lash loops for the finish.
Yeah. Pretty optimal, right? I mean, considering you get an extra bit of damage towards the end, just in case, whether it's level 1, whether it's an uppercut, style points or not, still optimal.
Facts. Oh, wow, what a dash under.
Quick.
Are you serious?
That's the kind of mentality you have to play as Ed, right? You gotta see these openings and try to escape if need be. You gotta stick and move.
Respecting the jump back there from the Shaw, very genius. Target combo confirmed. On target. I like how we said that in the right time. I like that we're synergized right now.
Always have been.
Facts. That's true.
That's so tricky. Let me see the dream again. I got a dream.
Let's go.
He gonna work it out.
This guy.
Man, he's still getting
Rockets. Oh, up forward there from Tokido. No finish there from Lashar.
Oh, it's about to finish right now. He's gonna get a level 2 again. That's one of the biggest benefits of landing the dream combo.
Man, this looks pretty fair right here.
Man, so it's not even just the damage, it's not even just the corner carry. Look at how much meter he built for himself afterwards. He gets like a sequence and a half, he's back into level 2.
Let's go. We're gonna have to find that happy place, Tokido. My man's on the murder sheet rope right now. Man, what cubicle you work at, Tokido?
I'm gonna need that TPS report.
Seriously.
Saturday morning, you're working the weekends. Ooh, you love to see those exchanges. The fierce